What a strange man. Indeed. His tendons have been severed, he can't carry anything on his shoulders or lift with his hands, and he's dragging along a 2-year-old child. I really don't understand why the young master would let him tag along with us. Brother, you don't know? The dark forest is fraught with danger, everywhere magical beasts and demonic creatures. Even when we walk here, we're constantly worried for our lives, let alone those two. That's why the young master took them in out of kindness. Exactly. Our young master is kind-hearted. But our responsibility is heavy, and now we're stuck with these two encumbrances. Right. Since they joined, our journey has slowed down. Somewhere in the dark forest beneath a large tree, a ragged man with disheveled hair, looking utterly miserable, sat cross-legged on the ground. On his knees rested an old zither that seemed ready to snap at any moment. He paid no heed to his surroundings, gently plucking the strings. If you looked closely, you would certainly notice that his hand tendons were completely severed, with deep scars faintly visible. Beside him sat a little girl of about 2 years old, thin, sallow-faced, with unusually large eyes. She sat silently sucking her finger, utterly absorbed in the sound of the zither. In this incongruous, unlovely setting, the escorts of a nearby caravan began gossiping about them. The caravan was from the Dragon Tiger Escort Agency, led by its young master Shangguan Lingwei. The head of the Dragon Tiger Escort Agency had no sons, but was blessed with 2 capable daughters. The elder excelled in administration, managing all internal affairs flawlessly. The younger was a master of martial arts, never losing a single shipment since she began escorting. In the escort world, a saying goes, inner dragon, outer tiger, only a phoenix is missing. What are you all mumbling about? Stay sharp, all of you. Just as the escorts were whispering, Shangguan Lingwei, dressed in a dashing female escort uniform, returned from her patrol. Yes, young master is right. Hearing this, the escorts nodded with forced smiles, immediately rose from the ground, and began cautiously scanning the surroundings. The Dragon Tiger Escort Agency had built its reputation through caution. During every shipment, no one dared to be negligent. After her men busied themselves, Shangguan Lingwei turned her gaze to the mysterious father and daughter. She had picked them up in the forest, knowing full well the dangers of this place. Out of kindness, she had taken them in. You must be hungry. Here, eat something. Shangguan Lingwei smiled. As she approached, the man took a steamed bun from her clothes and handed it to the little girl beside him. The little girl's eyes were wide. She lowered her hand from her mouth, tempted to take the bun, but hesitated. She glanced at the man. Take it. Quickly. Shangguan Lingwei pressed the bun into the girl's hand, but the girl still wouldn't accept it until the man nodded slightly. Only then did she take it. However, the little girl did not eat it immediately. She broke half off and set it aside, then slowly nibbled on the other half. Shangguan Lingwei noticed this and felt delighted. May I ask your name, sir? If it's convenient. She turned her attention back to the man, playing the zither, cupping her hands in a respectful salute. Name? The man hesitated. A hoarse, rusty voice emerged from his throat, as if he hadn't spoken in years, alien and strange. I've forgotten. Shangguan Lingwei was stunned. In this world, there were people who could forget their own names. Soon Shangguan Lingwei was drawn to the man's battered, torn, and strangely patterned clothes. The designs looked odd, like the feathers of a bird, very peculiar. I see feathers embroidered all over your clothes. How about I call you Feather? Shangguan Lingwei pursed her lips and said seriously. You? The man was taken aback. After a moment, he acted as if nothing had happened and resumed playing the zither. What a strange man. Shangguan Lingwei was somewhat annoyed. She had kindly taken him, and yet he kept acting mysterious and aloof. Young master, why not abandon them? These days they've wasted our food and slowed us down. Look at his attitude. Yes. Young master, if the goods aren't delivered on time, how will we answer to our clients? That's right. I feel it's not worth it for you, young master. You care so much for them, yet they repay you with cold indifference. Shangguan Lingwei stood up angrily, and several escorts gathered again, urging her to abandon the pair to avoid further delay. Enough. Whoever dares to speak such words again, beware of my sword, Shangguan Lingwei shouted. She had built her reputation on trust. Since she agreed to take them in, she would see it through. Since I promised to shelter them, I will see it through to the end. Otherwise, what will people think of me? Yes. The escorts, having been rebuffed, stepped back awkwardly, their dissatisfaction evident. "Pack up! We move out now!" Shangguanlingwei ordered loudly. "Yes!" The escorts turned to prepare. "Trouble! Trouble! Young master, something terrible has happened!" Just as the escorts were about to turn and prepare for departure, a shout rang out from the forest. In the next instant, a swift escort leaped out from the thicket. With a sickening squelch, the escort's body was still midair when a gray figure leaped out from the thicket. It opened a massive sharp beak and bit the escort clean in half. Blood and entrails splattered everywhere. This is... Oh no, it's a Silvermoon wolf! Everyone on guard! It's a pack! Counterattack! The scene immediately descended into chaos. This... Shangguanling's face turned pale. She knew the terror of Silvermoon wolves. They lived in packs, and each wolf possessed the strength of a third-tier beast. What did a third-tier beast mean? Put simply, the power of a third-tier beast rivaled that of a peak mortal realm expert. And Shangguanlingwei had only just broken through to the peak mortal realm last month. In other words, every Silvermoon wolf here was at least her equal. Worse, it was entirely possible that the pack harbored the legendary Silver Wolf King. Roar! The Silvermoon wolf that had killed the escort tossed the corpse aside, lifted its head, and let out a hoarse howl. Swish, swish! Whoosh! The forest erupted in sounds from all directions. Footsteps pattered continuously. "Everyone gather together! Fight as one!" Shangguanlingwei screamed hoarsely. Whoosh! As her words faded, massive wolves leaped out from the forest, charging straight at the crowd. One Silvermoon wolf lunged directly at her. Ah! Splat! Shangguanlingwei felt as if she had been hit by a carriage, her body flying backward uncontrollably, blood gushing from her mouth. Worse still, as she flew, the Silvermoon wolf opened its jaws to bite her head. Shangguanlingwei knew she was about to die. The gap in power was too vast. Even though she was a peak mortal realm expert, the difference against a third-tier Silvermoon wolf was insurmountable. But, just as she saw death, and was certain of her end, she heard a strange sound. It was a note from the zither. Unlike before, it was no longer faltering and awkward. It was forceful, even radiating an intangible aura of slaughter. Then she witnessed the most unforgettable sight of her life. She saw her own sword begin to tremble. Not only hers, but also those of every escort, the ones that had fallen to the ground, and even the batch of swords they were transporting. All of them trembled. Then visibly the swords came to life, one by one, slowly rising from their original positions, floating into the air. Not only Shangguanlingwei, but all the panicked escorts were stunned by the scene before them. Swish, swish! Splat! Splat! Roar! In the midst of their shock, all the swords charged forward, like wild horses breaking free. Blood, flesh, and entrails flew through the air. The ferocious Silvermoon wolves that had charged so boldly, every last one of them, were reduced to mangled remains scattered on the ground. Blood dyed the entire forest red, the thick scent of gore spreading everywhere. The swords returned to their original places, as if nothing had happened. Only the awkward, unmelodious zither music continued to echo. In the depths of the dark forest inside a huge canyon, a large pack of Silvermoon wolves were carrying beast corpses and human corpses, digging out spirit cores from these bodies, and walking toward a cave in the canyon. Inside the canyon, piled up spirit cores formed a mountain, and in the center of the spirit cores coiled a huge Silvermoon wolf over 30 meters long. This Silvermoon wolf differed slightly from others in that its silver fur showed threads of blood red. On the Hanwu continent, everyone knew that when any beast's fur turned blood red, it meant it had stepped into the heavenly being realm. In other words, the Silvermoon wolf was already halfway to becoming a heavenly being, and was now breaking through to that realm. A faint wong sound resonated. At the moment when the Silvermoon Wolf King was striving to break through, a vivid and lifelike sound of a zither rang out, echoing far and wide in the dark forest. The melody was not loud, even appearing somewhat plain. However, the instant the sound rang out, the Silvermoon Wolf King, who was in the midst of breaking through, opened its eyes, sharper than human eyes, and slowly widened them. A surge of arrogant and domineering aura erupted from the Wolf King's body. With a roar, the Silvermoon Wolf King swiftly burst out of the cave, leaped onto the cliff, and opened its throat to roar in the direction of the zither sound. Under this roar from all directions, thousands of silver moon wolves prostrated on the ground trembling. At this moment, if one looked closely, they would notice that from the silver moon wolf king's eyes streams of blood were flowing. With a whoosh beneath the prostration of thousands of silver moon wolves, the silver moon wolf king's body, like a hurricane, plunged into the forest, speeding swiftly into the depths of the woods. The human world. On an ordinary field, an old man, who appeared to be in his 80s, looking extremely aged, was walking with a hoe on his back.
Grandpa Jean going to the fields?
Yes.
There are many weeds off to hoe them. Let me help you. You're getting on in years. No need, you go about your business. This old man is still strong.
As the old man walked on the field, several young people kindly came to help, but they were all refused by him.
1.
As the old man bid farewell to the young people and walked toward his own land, a sound of a zither came from the direction of the great wilderness. This seemingly insignificant melody seemed to pull at the very space, causing the old man's body to tremble. His aged face gradually flushed, his eyes slowly widened, and hot tears seeped from his turbid pupils. His dry, wrinkled lips trembled slightly.
Ma! Master!
The old man uttered the two words with difficulty and stiffness. Then the hoe fell to the ground, and his body vanished from the spot.
Strange, where is Grandpa Jean? He was here just now, how did he suddenly disappear? Right. The hoe is still here, but he's gone.
When the two young lads looked over, they found that old man Jean had vanished as if he had disappeared into thin air. At the same time, in a sunless abyss filled with lava and death everywhere, a fire snake, whose body was like molten lava, coiled in the magma, cultivating. At this moment, the fire snake's eyes opened, its long body trembled, and in the blink of an eye it vanished into the abyss. Elsewhere in the noble and magnificent imperial palace, inside a secluded forbidden ground, an old man dressed in imperial robes was sitting cross-legged in cultivation. At this moment his eyes widened, and his gaze turned toward the direction of the great wilderness in the west.
3,000 years, a full 3,000 years, ha ha ha!
The old man burst into laughter, rose up, like a madman, rushed out of the palace, and dashed toward the great wilderness. Silence. Not ordinary silence. And it was terrifyingly quiet. Under this terrifying silence, all the escort guards trembled, their faces pale, as if they had encountered something more dreadful than meeting silver moon wolves. Almost instinctively, whether it was Shangwan Lingua or the guards, they all turned their heads with difficulty toward the towering tree behind them, looking at the inconspicuous man playing the zither under it. After clearly seeing the man's appearance again, their hearts surged with turmoil. After what had just happened, even a fool could connect the dots to understand what was going on. With a single note of the zither, thousands of swords flew simultaneously. What cultivation, what power was this? But they had taken this man for a burden, a liability. If this man took offense and held those words against them, even 100 of their lives wouldn't be enough to survive.
How is this possible?
Shangwan Lingu's face alternated between red and pale, uncertain whether it was due to severe injury or the shock of the scene before her. She knew well the terror of a third-level silver moon wolf. Even she could not withstand a single blow from one. But just now, what had she witnessed? More than 60 silver moon wolves had been annihilated in an instant. Everyone knew that beasts had 5 times the defense of humans. That meant the defense of over 60 silver moon wolves equaled that of over 300 same-level experts. Yet those swords had killed them all without hesitation. Even more terrifying, those swords seemed to have no external force controlling them. They had come alive, as if by themselves, obeying the zither melody. What did this mean? It meant that the person controlling these swords had reached an extremely terrifying realm, one that even transcended the scope of power.
Could it be? He is a heavenly being.
Shangwan Lingu's voice trembled, and a thought emerged in her mind. On the Han-Wu continent, the division of power was into 3 realms: human, earth, and heaven, each with 3 levels. Human-level experts were as numerous as hairs on the Han-Wu continent. However, the gap between human and earth realms was a huge watershed. Those who crossed it would shake the continent, dominate a region, and become targets for recruitment by major powers. But once entered the earth realm, every step forward was harder than ascending to heaven. As for the higher realm of heavenly being, it existed only in legends. Yet, after witnessing this man's power, Shangwan Lingua couldn't help but associate it with that seemingly unattainable realm.
Dong!
In the midst of the dead silence, the man stopped playing the zither, slung the ancient instrument behind his back, took a little girl's hand, stood up from the ground,
and walked toward the other end of the woods. Before leaving, he dropped a sentence.
"If you don't want to die, leave this place quickly."
His voice was still hoarse and rough, so strange when spoken. After a long pause, Shang Wanlingwa came back to her senses. Her voice trembling, she looked at the receding back with difficulty and asked,
You? You are a heavenly being. Heavenly being. Such a distant term.
The man was taken aback, then shook his head with a bitter smile, and continued walking with the little girl toward the other side of the woods. Shang Wanlingwa was stunned again. What did he mean by
such a distant term?
What exactly did his words imply?
Young master, we.
Only after the man's back had disappeared did the guards snap out of their shock, one by one, looking at Shang Wanlingwa with uneasy, fearful, and terrified eyes.
Pack up and leave here quickly. Also, let no one speak of today's events, understand?
Shang Wanlingwa's body and mind trembled as she gave the stern reminder.
Yes, yes.
The guards nodded, trembling, then each went to pack their belongings. Barely half an hour after Shang Wanlingwa and the escorts had left the forest, dozens of figures descended from the heavens, some human, some demonic beasts. Each exuded an aura of terrifying power. Any single one of them, if placed in the mortal world, would undoubtedly shake the entire realm. Yet upon landing, and casting their gazes upon the carnage before them, their faces turned pale.
You sensed it too.
A woman who appeared to be in her 30s, her cheeks flushed, turned to the others and asked,
Indeed, it is the Master's aura. The Master has returned. He has truly returned.
The face of the elder in the imperial robe alternated between flushed and pale. Whether it was excitement or fear that gripped him was unclear, but his voice trembled as he cried out.
3,000 years. 3 full millennia.
Old man Zhang had also shed his usual composure, his aged face burning a deep crimson. They had lost count of the years they had waited, forgotten how long they had lived in obscurity for the sake of that promise. Today the man they had always guarded, the man they revered as a god, had finally returned.
Silvermoon, what is the meaning of this? Where is the Master?
The imperial-robed elder reigned in his excitement, glared at the wolf carcass on the ground, and turned his furious gaze upon the Silvermoon Wolf King.
Roar!
The Silvermoon Wolf King let out a hoarse roar, as if trying to explain. Before the Silvermoon Wolf King could even begin, a flame serpent burst from the jungle, lunging at it. The serpent and the wolf became entangled in a fierce struggle.
Enough, all of you!
Old man Zhang bellowed. An aura long hidden within his body erupted forth, like a sleeping tiger that had finally awakened after years of slumber. The Silvermoon Wolf and the flame serpent trembled in fear.
If the Master wishes to avoid us, we could search for an eternity and never find him. But by doing this, he shows he is willing to see us.
Old man Zhang declared with authority. The moment he spoke, both humans and beasts fell silent.
Let's go!
The imperial-robed elder fell silent for a moment, then swept his robe and vanished from the spot. One by one the others, whether human or beast, also disappeared into the forest. Though the sun and moon had shifted, though the era had changed, their hearts remained anchored in the past, forever loyal to that insurmountable man. In Ghost Rain City, the Carefree Manor, a saying had long circulated across the Hanwu continent.
The world's geniuses hail from Ghost Rain, ask who is first, and they point to Carefree.
3,000 years ago, the first master of the Carefree Manor, Xiaoyao Wentian, wielded a bronze sword, ventured forth from the great wasteland, and consecutively challenged over 110 sects without a single defeat. After his final battle, he settled in the wilderness, founded Ghost Rain City, and established the Carefree Manor. Over the following 3 millennia, the Carefree Manor produced 18 Earth Realm Masters, 7 of whom reached the peak of the Earth Realm, and 1 who stood only a step away from the Heavenly Realm. In every era, every Earth Realm Master shook the world, hailed as the protagonist of their time. The current young master of the Carefree family, Xiaoyao Zhan, surpassed any of his ancestors, rivaling even Xiaoyao Wentian himself. Xiaoyao Zhan began cultivating at 6. By 8, he was already a first-grade human realm master. At 12, he stepped into the Earth Realm. At 15, he reached the second grade of the Earth Realm. By 18, he had achieved the great perfection of the Earth Realm. Now, at 20, he had already half-stepped into the Heavenly Realm, hailed as the strongest under the Heavenly Realm. Some even claimed that Xiaoyao Zhan would become the youngest Heavenly Realm Master in the history of the Hanwu continent, his achievements potentially surpassing those of his ancestor Xiaoyao Wentian. 4. Xiaoyao Wentian was already 60 when he entered the heavenly realm. But Xiaoyao Zhan was merely 20. Yet today the entire Carefree Manor, and indeed all of Ghost Rain City, was alive with celebration. Lanterns and festoons adorned every corner, and the air was filled with the clamor of drums and gongs. For today was Xiaoyao Zhan's wedding day. It was said that the bride was Yi Buhui, the eldest daughter of the Yi family, the premier clan of the ancient Shang Empire on the Han-Wu continent. Yi Buhui was an extraordinary woman, her fame rivaling that of Xiaoyao Zhan. Not only was she exceptionally gifted, but she was also incredibly intelligent. Orphaned at a young age, her family had declined, and she was oppressed by various powerful forces. Yet at just 8 years old, she assumed the position of family head amidst the exclusion of those very forces. In only 2 years, she annihilated all the factions that had been oppressing the Yi family. In 3 years, she transformed the nearly extinct Yi family into the foremost clan of the empire. Today, the union of the Yi family and the Carefree Manor signaled the potential rise of the greatest power on the Han-Wu continent. For everyone knew that Yi Buhui was the last of her line. Once she married into the Carefree family, the Yi family would merge with them. With the two families united, who in the world could stand against them?
Father, you summon me.
Xiaoyao Zhan, clad in his groom's red wedding attire, entered the rear hall and came into a study addressing a man who appeared to be around 40.
Jeanne, today is your wedding day. I did not wish to bring this up, but for safety's sake I must give you a warning.
Xiaoyao Long rose from his chair, his steady gaze fixed on his son.
Please speak, father.
Xiaoyao Zhan was taken aback. The ceremony was about to begin, yet his father had called him in with such a grave tone. He was deeply puzzled.
Do you still remember the roar from the great wasteland yesterday evening?
Xiaoyao Long asked.
Of course I do. That roar drove all the demonic beasts from the edge of the dark forest, destroying no fewer than 10 villages and causing countless casualties. It's a mercy that Father personally led the campaign to quell the beast tide, or the losses would have been far greater.
Xiaoyao Zhan nodded thoughtfully.
The ancestor's prophecy has come true.
Xiaoyao Long took a deep breath.
What?
At these words, Xiaoyao Zhan's expression changed.
Jeanne, this wedding should not be taking place.
Xiaoyao Long let out a heavy sigh.
It must be held, father. If disaster is to come, let me Xiaoyao Zhan bear it alone.
Xiaoyao Zhan's voice was filled with murderous resolve.
You?
Hearing his son's words, Xiaoyao Long sighed again. He wanted to say more but stopped.
Father, I am grown. I know what I should and should not do.
Xiaoyao Zhan clasped his hands in a salute, then turned and left. For millennia, the Carefree family had lived in the shadow of Xiaoyao Wentian, never able to step out from it. And Xiaoyao Zhan's lifelong ambition was to surpass that unassailable legend.
Alas!
Xiaoyao Zhan sighed, and did not continue.
Kong Sanqian, the first blade under Heaven Iron Jun, the Cloud Rain Sword Saint, and Hua Bai, the Prairie Dragon King. Truly worthy of the Ghost Rain Carefree Manor, a single wedding draws such a gathering of the realm's heroes. Such grandeur belongs only to their house.
Within the bustling Carefree Manor, firecrackers and the clamor of drums and gongs resounded. Two women walked one behind the other through the surging crowd. The leader was dressed as a refined scholar, holding a folding fan, her demeanor commanding and heroic as she pointed out and identified the guests within the manor. Behind her followed a woman who bore an eightfold resemblance to her, carrying a treasured sword and clad in martial attire. Yet this woman's brows were furrowed as if weighed down by thought.
What's wrong, Lingua? Are you the one who always begged me to bring you to Carefree Manor? Now that we're here with a chance to meet the realm's masters, why so glum?
Shangguan Lingrua paused, waving her fan as she turned to ask the woman behind her.
Sister, do you believe there are celestial beings in this world?
Shangguan Lingua lifted her head, gazing at her sister. These days, Shangguan Linggua's mind was perpetually haunted by that day's events, and that figure unable to fade from her thoughts.
Why not? Wasn't the first master of Carefree Manor, Carefree, ask Heaven, a celestial being? And the great sacrificer of the ancient merchant empire, wasn't he one too? Since the laws of heaven and earth are fixed, celestial beings must exist. By the way, why do you ask so suddenly?
Shangguan Lingrua replied, then looked at her sister curiously.
Nothing. Just curious.
Shangguan Lingua shook her head. Perhaps she was merely a passerby in his life.
Curious.
Shang Wanlingruo shook her head with a smile. She knew her sister too well, forever the relentless pursuer of cultivation.
The groom and bride enter the hall. The wedding ceremony is about to begin.
Amid the lively manner, a sharp cry from the ritual official drew the gaze of every guest. A woman in a red bridal gown, her face hidden beneath a red veil, emerged from the back hall led by a matchmaker. On the other side stood Xiao Zhan, a large red flower pinned to his chest. His face beamed with spring breeze, surrounded by blessings that made him radiate heroism.
Truly the foremost prodigy under heaven, claiming the realm's premier beauty as his own,
Shang Wanlingruo remarked with a smile, fanning herself.
Yet I've heard that Yi Buhui is in no way inferior to Xiao Zhan in wit or cultivation talent. More importantly, she inherited her Yi family's unique art of divination. With that art she could sway the world invincible. Such an extraordinary woman, along with her entire Yi clan, has married into the Xiao family. Truly a pity.
Shang Wanlingruo sighed.
Mutual exploitation, nothing more.
Shang Wanlingruo saw through Yi Bui's intent.
Exploitation.
Shang Wanlingruo was startled, looking at her sister in surprise.
Groom and bride step forward. The ceremony is about to begin.
The ritual official's voice rang out again. The firecrackers, drums, and swanas grew even more fervent. The sisters Shang Wanlingruo and Shang Wanlingruo turned their gaze toward the groom and bride.
First bow to heaven and earth.
At the ritual official's resonant command, the bride, supported by the matchmaker, turned with Xiao Zhan and bowed toward the door. Seeing the beauty bend, Xiao Zhan's heart surged with exhilaration. For he knew that from this moment, this peerless woman belonged to him. Not only he, but every gaze around was filled with envy, especially Shang Wanlingruo's, her eyes brimming with envy, jealousy, and a hint of loss. She was shrewd, known as the female Zhuge. Over the years, countless suitors had sought her, yet none had caught her eye. The reason was simple: her future man must be towering and world-shaking. The only one who met that condition was Xiao Zhan. Yet today that man belonged to another.
Dong.
Just as the bride and groom were about to bow, sealing their fate, a plain, lingering, and raw note of a zither sounded. Ordinarily it would have gone unnoticed. But at this moment, it was jarringly conspicuous. More importantly, the note carried a desolate chill that struck the heart, pulling everyone immersed in the wedding back to reality.
This is...
The once joyous manner fell silent in an instant. Smiles froze on faces, even the firecrackers, swanas, and drums ceased. Almost instinctively, every gaze turned toward the source of the sound. In the midst of the wedding vows, a bone-chilling zither note had suddenly emerged, enveloping the entire manor.
It's him! It's him!
Shang Wanlingruo trembled, her face paling. Too familiar. That zither note was far too familiar. She knew he had come. It had to be him. Only he could play such a melody. Yet she couldn't fathom why he would play this mournful tune at Xiao Zhan's wedding.
What do you mean by him?
Shang Wanlingruo looked at her sister in surprise. Shang Wanlingruo offered no explanation, but stepped out of the room to look outside. There on a rooftop sat a man cross-legged. His hair was disheveled, his clothes tattered and filthy. Between his knees rested an ancient zither, which he plucked as the melody rose, as if he were one with it. If one looked closely, they would notice that the tendons in both his wrists had been severed, leaving deep visible scars. Beside the man sat a little girl of merely 2, holding a candied hawthorn stick, eating, as if oblivious to the world.
It's him, it really is him!
Shang Wanlingruo's heart churned with both excitement and fear as she recognized his face. Here in this place, at this occasion, seeing him, what did he intend? And from the melody and the setting it was clear he came with ill intent.
Who is this man? On the day of the carefree young master's wedding to play such a desolate tune is nothing but sheer absurdity. Exactly right, get him down at once, he's ruining the atmosphere. Causing trouble at the carefree manor, he's courting death. So it's just a worthless cripple, his sinews severed, yet he climbs so high to spoil the mood. In my view, this man is merely using the carefree manor's joyous occasion to beg for a bowl of wine. Utterly ridiculous.
As the crowd discerned the man on the eaves, some grew angry, others mocked, and the entire atmosphere within the carefree manor became oppressively tense.
May I ask who you are, sir? Why do you play the zither in my carefree manor?
Amidst countless astonished gazes and murmurs, Xiao Zhan stepped forward, with a cold snort, clasped his fist towards the man on the eaves, and inquired with an icy tone. Ordinarily, he would have already drawn his sword. But today was different, it was his wedding day, and he had to swallow this bitter rage.
Chess of the world beneath the heavens, the jade moon over the vast sky. To inquire of the celestial secrets only Makon knows.
The man did not answer, but uttered these cryptic words. After speaking, he continued to play the zither, as if everything was natural and unrelated to him.
The
man's words immediately silenced those in the carefree manner, who were utterly baffled by their meaning.
What exactly does he intend to do?
Shangguan Lingyu's expression shifted, her ominous premonition growing stronger. Though this man was strong, the carefree manner was the foremost family in the land. Causing trouble here was no different from seeking death.
To inquire of the celestial secrets only Makon knows. Could he mean to?
Shangguan Lingruo's face flushed, her eyes widening, as she vaguely understood. At the same moment, she quickly looked towards the bride.
May I ask who you are, sir? What business do you have with me?
The bride lifted her veil, revealing a face of exquisite beauty to the air. Before seeing her face, her figure, her aura, her bearing, and her gait all suggested a celestial beauty. The moment she lifted her veil, her beauty even eclipsed the sun, shrouding it in clouds. This person was Yi Buhui, the most beautiful woman under heaven, the head of the Yi family, a peerless prodigy who had elevated her clan to glory.
Whoosh!
Yi Buhui, removing her veil and stepping forward, caused a stir among the onlookers. It was well known that a bride's veil could only be lifted by the groom in the bridal chamber. Yet now she had lifted it herself. More importantly, the words of the man on the eaves seemed directed at Yi Buhui. Could it be that this man's intention was for the bride? Amidst this tense atmosphere, no one noticed Xiaoyao Zhan clenching his fists, his murderous aura rising to the heavens.
He is not worthy of you. Come with me.
The man spoke no further, uttering only these simple words. These words plunged the carefree manor into utter silence. Even Yi Buhui, who had been about to speak, fell silent. Her beautiful eyes narrowed as she coldly regarded the man on the eaves. He is not worthy of you, come with me. What did these words mean? They meant simply, I am here to take you. I am stronger, more outstanding. You must come with me. If this were elsewhere, if it were a different person, if you were a strong cultivator, I could accept such words. But the question is, where are we? This is the carefree manor. The groom is Xiaoyao Zhan, a prodigy seen once in 10,000 years. The bride is the world's extraordinary woman, Yi Buhui. Yet a cripple dares to come here to steal the bride, and utter such insolent words.
Ha ha. Good, very good, he is not worthy of you. Come with me. Ha ha.
As the carefree manor fell silent, a wild, arrogant laugh burst from Xiaoyao Zhan's lips. He strode out from the hall, and the moment he emerged, an incredibly terrifying aura erupted from his body. Always, whether in public or private, Xiaoyao Zhan had controlled his aura well, rarely revealing his full power. But now his patience had run out. Who was he? He was Xiaoyao Zhan. On his wedding day, for an insignificant ant to speak such arrogant words. If he didn't kill this man, how could he, Xiaoyao Zhan, preserve his face?
What a powerful aura. Is this the strength of the carefree young master? Terrifying. Too dreadful, truly the number one under the celestial being. This man is doomed. Exactly right, this man must die. Today is the carefree young master's auspicious day, and for this man to be so insolent, isn't it the same as seeking death? As Xiaoyao Zhan spoke and his aura spread, the guests' expressions changed drastically, and they scattered to the left and right. Not good.
Shangguan Lingyu's expression grew even more troubled. Although she knew this man was strong, Xiaoyao Zhan was stronger. Moreover, this was the carefree manor. Uttering such words was no different from seeking death.
Come with me.
The man, ignoring everything around him, continued to play the zither and spoke calmly. Though he addressed no one, any fool would understand that his words were for Yi Buhui. His tone was resolute, showing no regard for anyone. Yi Buhui was startled, looking at the man in astonishment. She truly couldn't understand why he was so persistent. Didn't he grasp the gravity of this occasion? With his status and ability, trying to take her away was no different from seeking death.
Insolent.
Xiaoyao Zhan was utterly enraged.
Boy, today is my auspicious day. I wish to avoid bloodshed, but since you seek death, do not blame me for being merciless.
His fury ignited completely. The world knew him as the number one under the celestial being, but they didn't know he had already grasped the power of a celestial being. How could a cultivator who wielded the power of a celestial being endure such humiliation.
Boom!
Xiao Zhan's wedding robe exploded, unleashing a celestial being's momentum. Simultaneously, he condensed a massive fist shadow infused with celestial power, hurtling towards the man on the eaves.
What? This is the power of a celestial being. Indeed, this is definitely celestial power. He is already a celestial being. A celestial being at 20. Impossible. Combining celestial power with the Carefree family's ultimate technique, the Annihilation Demon Fist, does he intend to destroy the entire Carefree Manor?
Under Xiao Zhan's invincible momentum and the fist shadow, the entire Carefree Manor erupted.
So, this is his true strength.
Yi Buhui was utterly shocked. She knew Xiao Zhan was powerful, but she never imagined he was this formidable. At 20 years old. To step into the celestial realm at 20, how terrifying was that? How domineering.
Run!
As everyone was captivated by Xiao Zhan's power and technique, Shang Wanlingwa rushed forward, her face red, and screamed loudly. By the time she tried to intervene, it was too late. The fist infused with celestial power had already struck the man.
A firefly's light dares to vie with the brilliance of the moon.
Just as Shang Wanlingwa watched the man seemingly perish under the fist, he did not move, nor did he pay any attention to his 2-year-old daughter. Instead, he continued to play the zither. As he played, a hoarse, calm, and utterly unremarkable voice emanated from his lips. The moment this voice sounded, the man made a strange move. His obscure eyes flashed sharp as a blade carrying a cutting momentum that swept out.
Twang!
Then a single finger plucked a zither string, producing a firm, piercing note that trembled through the air. Though the sound seemed simple, the moment it arose, everyone present felt their internal organs tighten, their breath catch, as if the entire world had frozen. Even the Annihilation Demon Fist slowed. But then an unbelievable scene unfolded. A shadow like a man and a sword emerged from the ancient zither, carrying a world-shattering momentum, and swept towards Xiao Zhan.
No!
As this scene appeared, and that overwhelming momentum descended, Xiao Zhan's expression drastically changed. Death, death, yes, it was death, and an unprecedented death at that. This deathly sensation plunged his soul into an inescapable hell. Since his emergence, Xiao Zhan had been invincible, undefeated, hailed as the foremost genius of the world. It was this unshakable inner conviction and faith that had kept him undefeated. But today, that steadfast heart of his was utterly shattered.
Boom! Ah!
Xiao Zhan's only thought was to flee, but it was too late. The Annihilation Demon Fist crumbled like dust. An incredibly terrifying force formed, a myriad of blade-like rays madly descending. The invincible celestial power emanating from him was scattered in an instant. Then his body, as if struck by 1,000 armies, was uncontrollably flung backward.
Boom!
Xiao Zhan's body hit the ground, sending rocks flying. A trench 3 meters deep was gouged and the earth splattered with blood. When his body came to a halt in the bloody trench, he was covered in gore, his hands crippled, blood gushing from his wrists. His entire frame trembled violently, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief. Silence. The entire wedding scene was enveloped in stillness. And beneath this stillness lurked a killing momentum of death. Whether guests, renowned experts, Yi Buhui, Shang Wanlingwa, Shang Wanlingyue, or others, all were terrifyingly quiet. Their hearts trembled, as if petrified, their faces devoid of any expression, standing motionless. Who was Xiao Zhan? He was the number one under the celestial being. Moreover, he had grasped celestial power, and would soon enter the celestial realm, achieving supreme dominance and ushering in a new era. And he had cultivated the Carefree family's ultimate art, the Annihilation Demon Fist. How formidable was such an art! But what had just happened? Such a prodigy, such an invincible being had been defeated by this man whose hands were crippled, who was powerless, who could only spend his days playing the zither. Not only was he defeated, but he couldn't even withstand a single move from this man. Who could tell them what had happened? What was that scene just now?
Impossible, this. This is absolutely impossible.
Blood seeped from Xiao Zhan's mouth. Feeling his body turn to pulp and his hands destroyed, he uttered a difficult, incredulous voice. He knew his own strength too well. Even a true celestial being would find him undefeated, let alone the so-called number one under the celestial realm. But what had just happened? He had used almost all his power to deliver a lethal blow to this man. The result? The man merely moved a finger, merely plucked a zither string, and his celestial power and annihilation demon fists were broken. Not only that, but all his proud cultivation was completely crippled. Was this still a human? This man was definitely not a celestial being. No, that's right, he was definitely not a celestial being.
Defeated. How could he be defeated? That was celestial power, that was the annihilation demon fist. How many in the world could withstand such a blow? Yet, he was defeated. Who is this man? Who exactly is he? With a single pluck of the zither, a single glance of his eyes, he crippled the foremost genius of the world. Within the Gusong Empire, only three could threaten Xiao Zhan, the Grand Priest of the Gusong Empire, the Carefree family's ancestor Xiao Wentian, and the old Imperial Lord of the ancient dynasty. But the latter two had long vanished from the world. Only the Grand Priest remained, yet the Grand Priest was a woman. So who is this man? Who exactly is he? Amidst the profound silence, a trembling, fearful, incredulous voice arose from the crowd. The words seemed to be a soliloquy, yet they were filled with shock. Xiao Zhan had been renowned for years, and was the young master of the Carefree Manor. His status and prestige were unmatched. Yet today, he was defeated at the hands of a mysterious stranger. How shocking was that? More terrifyingly, they seemed to belong to different worlds. So, this is the real him.
The one most shocked was undoubtedly Shangguan Lingwe. The battle in the forest had given her a new understanding of this world. But the battle just now gave her a new understanding of this man. Perhaps this was his true strength. Using the zither to command a sword was merely his small trick. This was his real power. As Shangguan Lingwe murmured these words to herself, she completely failed to notice the look in Shangguan Lingruo's eyes. From the moment this man appeared, Shangguan Lingruo had been watching her sister's every move. Initially, she thought it was her sister's kindness, fearing that Xiao Zhan would harm the little girl beside the man. But now she truly realized she was wrong, and terribly so. They clearly had an unusual relationship. At the same time, she finally understood the meaning of her sister's words. The celestial being she had inquired about was not Xiao Wentian nor the Grand Priest, but this man before her.
Come with me, he is not worthy of you. Come with me, he is not worthy of you. Not worthy of you.
These words echoed repeatedly in Yi Bui's mind, relentlessly battering her consciousness, turning her face pale, and her eyes vacant. Since childhood, Yi Buhui had been exceptionally intelligent and quick-witted. Whether in cultivation talent or strategic prowess, she was unparalleled in the world. She also wielded the esoteric arts of the Yi family, allowing her to rule the realm with none daring to defy her. In her mind, the man destined for her was a peerless hero, one who would eventually shatter the heavens and attain transcendence. Thus, from a very young age, she was crowned as the fiancée of the world's foremost prodigy, Xiao Zhan. Over time, she grew accustomed to this title. Yet just as everything was falling perfectly into place, on the very brink of becoming Xiao Zhan's wife, someone came to disrupt the wedding. The intruder was a man with severed tendons, looking no better than a beggar, and he even had a little girl in tow. Upon learning his intent, Yi Buhui felt deeply humiliated. It was as if a beggar had stormed into the wedding hall and declared to the bride,
"Come with me. He is unworthy of you, only I can match your worth."
Any proud woman would surely be enraged by such words. Yet the outcome was utterly unexpected. He defeated that peerless genius the man hailed as the brightest star in the heavens, and did so with the effortless ease of crushing an ant. Xiao Zhan was half-step transcendent, wielding celestial power, and on the verge of becoming a true celestial being. But in his hands, he couldn't withstand even a single blow.
"Let's go!"
The man retrieved his zither, slung it over his back, and rose unhurriedly from the rooftop, not even glancing at Yi Buhui as he uttered the simple words. These words struck Yi Bui's mind like divine music, jolting her from her shock. As she came to her senses, her heart trembled. Her face flushed to the deepest crimson. Was she truly being taken away like this?
"You possess remarkable audacity, sir. You ruined the Xiaoyao family's wedding, cripple our pillar, and now seek to abduct the future matriarch of our house. How will others perceive the Xiaoyao family after today?"
Just as Yi Buhui hesitated, a commanding, domineering, and invincible voice echoed through the Xiaoyao estate. The sound seemed to emanate from nowhere yet resonated directly in everyone's mind, leaving their thoughts blank.
That voice is...
As the voice rang out, the stunned waiting guests widened their eyes, their faces flushed, and they began searching frantically for its source.
It's Senior Xiaoyao, the voice of Senior Xiaoyao. Indeed, that's Senior Xiaoyao's voice. Though I've never seen him, the wordless mantra in Ghost Rain City carries this very tone. Senior Xiaoyao is not dead, he has always been in the Xiaoyao mansion. Senior Xiaoyao has emerged from seclusion. The young master of the Xiaoyao family, a prodigy unseen in 10,000 years, has been crippled. How could Senior Xiaoyao remain hidden?
Precisely. As the aged voice sounded, the previously despairing atmosphere ignited with fervor. Many had never seen Xiao Wentian, who had lived for millennia. Yet the wordless mantra he left at Ghost Rain City's founding had endured for 1,000 years, so they were absolutely certain the voice belonged to him.
Xiaoyao Wentian.
Yi Bui's heart quivered again. The man who shook the 9 continents 3,000 years ago, wielding a single sword and undefeated across heaven and earth, was still alive. Now he appeared before them. Not only Yi Buhui, but also the sister Shangwan Lingwe and Shangwan Lingrua, their hearts trembling, their eyes wide, and their faces flushed as they searched around.
Oh! Xiaoyao Wentian.
Amid the crowd's uproar and astonishment, the man on the rooftop about to depart paused slightly, and cast a sinister glance in one direction. As his gaze followed a figure clad in white robes, hands clasped behind his back, with snow-white hair yet a face resembling a man in his 30s, walked steadily toward him.
Senior Xiaoyao Wentian, it's truly him. It matches the portrait exactly. So powerful, such a terrifying aura. Is this the legendary Xiaoyao Wentian? Wait, do you notice? Senior Xiaoyao walks on air as if on solid ground. Could it be that he has already surpassed the celestial realm? Indeed, legend says only those above the celestial realm can tread the void. Has he truly broken through in these 3,000 years? Broken through. He has truly broken through to the realm beyond celestial. This.
Xiaoyao Wentian's appearance, especially the moment he stepped into the void, ignited a frenzy. An indelible legend existed on the Hanwu continent. All below the celestial realm were mere, and those above it could tread the void. Xiaoyao Wentian's void walking signified what? It meant he had surpassed the celestial realm.
Above the celestial realm.
Yi Buhui stared blankly at the 2 men on the rooftop and in the void. What had happened today? On her wedding day, her husband was crippled, and now 2 legendary figures had appeared at once. One with an unknown cultivation and origin, the other a being beyond the celestial realm.
Not good.
Shangwan Lingruo's expression suddenly changed.
Sister, what's wrong?
Shangwan Lingwe asked her sister curiously.
Xiaoyao Wentian rose to fame 3,000 years ago. His ability to tread the void means he is beyond the celestial realm, wielding powers derived from heaven and earth. Your friend, though formidable, is but a mortal with mere celestial force. He cannot contend with Xiaoyao Wentian. If they clash, he will meet his doom.
Shangwan Lingrua said with a grim expression.
What? Above the celestial realm.
Shangwan Lingyu's body trembled. Celestials were already invincible. Now another being beyond that realm had appeared. Was he truly destined to perish here today?
Ancestor Zhan is the rarest prodigy our Xiaoyao family has seen in a millennium. Our family's future rests on his shoulders, yet on his wedding night, this villain has harmed him. I beg you, Ancestor, avenge Zhan.
Amid the murmurs, a weeping voice emerged from within the hall. Xiaoyao Long, the family head, knelt and cried out in anguish.
Please, Patriarch, seek justice for the young master. Please, Elder Xiuyao, seek justice for Master Xiaoyao. Please, Senior Xiaoyao.
As Xiaoyao Long spoke from every direction, be it kin or friends, one by one, they stepped forward to plead for Xiaoyao Zhan. Yet none noticed that within the deep pit the immobilized Xiaoyao Zhan's expression turned grim upon hearing these words. He wished to speak, to voice his thoughts, but found himself utterly unable.
You, sir, have gone too far in your bullying. Do you not owe this old man an explanation?
Xiaoyao Wentian, elevated by the clamor of the crowd, showed no sign of agitation. Instead, he paused in his steps and calmly addressed the man standing on the eaves opposite him. As he spoke, an intangible aura radiated from him, causing the very heavens and earth to shift as if they had become his domain.
An explanation.
The man frowned and replied coldly.
I wish only to take her away. Whoever blocks my path shall die.
The moment the word die left his lips, the very fabric of space trembled, rippling outward like waves. The altered heavens and earth began to warp and twist.
What? This?
Xiaoyao Wenqian's face turned ashen. A cultivator above the heavenly human realm possessed their own domain within which they were invincible. Yet now, with a single glance and a mere syllable, this man had shattered his domain.
No! Tui!
Xiao Wenqian roared, channeling all his domain's power to shield himself, but blood uncontrollably spewed from his mouth. He fell to his knees, creating a crater half a meter deep in the ground. His face flushed crimson, his eyes brimming with terror, as blood continued to gush from his lips. His once proud frame trembled uncontrollably. Silence fell once more, this time even more profound and chilling. If the instant defeat of Xiaoyao Zhan had merely stunned them, what of this? Could it even be described as shock? Before them stood Xiaoyao Wenqian, a supreme being beyond the heavenly human realm, one who could stride through the void. And yet now, he was vanquished by a single look and a single word from this man. A single glance, a single syllable had defeated an invincible existence above the heavenly human realm. Just how powerful was this man? What manner of monster was he?
No! Impossible. What? What am I seeing? This is absolutely impossible, absolutely.
The same Xiaoyao Manor folk who had been so boastful moments ago now fell to their knees, uncontrollably trembling, their eyes filled with terror. The last shred of their dignity and hope was utterly shattered. Xiaoyao Zhan's defeat they could comprehend. But Xiaoyao Wenqian, the invincible being above the heavenly human realm, defeated by a single glance. How could they understand? How could they accept it?
It cannot be, it cannot be.
Xiaoyao Long's bulky frame collapsed to the ground, despair flooding his eyes. His son had been so outstanding, so prodigious, yet now he was ruined like this, stripped even of the right to seek revenge. None noticed the 2 streaks of clear tears trickling from the corners of Xiaoyao Zhan's eyes, for he had long known this would be the outcome. From the moment that man appeared, the history of the Han-Wu continent had been altered.
Xiaoyao Wenqian defeated. What is happening? What just occurred?
Shangguan Lingyu's face alternated between red and pale. Had they not said he was like an ant before Xiaoyao Wenqian? That they were on entirely different levels? Then how could a single word and a single glance from him have so utterly crushed Xiaoyao Wenqian's pride?
Lingyue, your sister begs a favor of you.
Shangguan Lingyue grasped her sister's hand, staring blankly at the sky, speaking as if to herself. Shangguan Lingyue was taken aback.
I care not what your relationship is with this friend of yours. From today onward, even if you become his concubine or his lover, you must befriend this man. He can ensure the prosperity of our Dragon Tiger Escort Agency for 1,000 years.
Shangguan Lingyue spoke with utter seriousness. Shangguan Lingyue opened her mouth, but could not utter a single word. Indeed, a man such as this, with such cultivation, was unmatched in the world beyond all mortal beings. But could she truly befriend him?
Aye.
Yi Buhui felt as though she had been dealt a heavy blow. Her wedding had been ruined by this man, her future husband had been crippled by him. She had barely glimpsed a faint hope when Xiaoyao Wenqian appeared. Yet now even Xiaoyao Wenqian had been defeated by him, and with a mere glance. Who was he? What kind of man was he? Why was he doing this? Was it simply because Xiaoyao Zhan was unworthy of her, so he came to destroy the Xiaoyao family and leave them eternally disgraced? Was she to be eternally disgraced along with them?
Let us go!
The man did not even glance at Xiaoyao Wenqian. Instead, he took the little girl's hand and walked toward the direction beneath the eaves. Those simple words made Yi Buhui shudder. They felt like a profound humiliation. Yet she had no choice but to go. She knew that if she did not, this place would be bathed in blood. Reluctantly, she finally stepped forward and walked out of Xiaoyao Manor.
You? Who exactly are you? In all my years since I began my path, I have never heard of your name.
As the man was about to descend from the eaves, Xiaoyao Wenqian, his face flushed and voice trembling, spoke.
Feathers soar through the sky, seas turn to mulberry fields.
All under heaven is white, only I am black.
The man uttered these simple words. The moment they left his lips, he and the little girl vanished from the eaves.
But upon hearing those words, Xiaoyao Wenqian trembled violently, his eyes bulging, his face growing ever redder.
M.O.U.
Despite his disbelief, the name escaped his lips. At the same time a vision surfaced in his mind, an era of heavy snowfall, an old man, and a young boy standing in the snow. The elder instructed the child.
Boy, once you inherit my legacy, you may roam the world invincible. But you must never provoke one person, a man named Mo, given name you. Why?
The young boy was deeply puzzled at the time.
Because he is not human. Or rather, he has transcended the bounds of humanity. His radiance rivals the stars, and his power stands shoulder to shoulder with the gods of the firmament.
These were the elder's final words of warning. That warning echoed in the young boy's mind for the rest of his life.
Thank you for your teaching, senior. From this day forth the carefree pavilion shall seal its gates and withdraw from the world.
Xiao Wintian kowtowed 3 times on the ground, proclaiming loudly. A wave of murmurs swept through the entire assembly at Xiao Wintian's words and actions. Had the invincible carefree pavilion truly fallen? Was the invincible Xiao Wintian announcing its seclusion, never to intervene again? Could it be that after this battle the carefree pavilion was utterly vanquished? Who was that man? Who exactly was he? How could he be so formidable, making even Xiao Wintian appear as insignificant as an ant before him?
Mou. Is that his name?
Yi Buhui smiled bitterly. Her life had been extraordinary. Perhaps from this moment on the path ahead would be even more magnificent. Without further thought, she shed her bridal gown and walked out of the carefree pavilion. A man could captivate a woman with a single word or glance.
Mou. His name is Mou. I only thought of you. Why didn't I think of Mo? From this moment, perhaps, this name will shake the world.
Shangwan Lingyu's fists clenched and unclenched, her heart uncertain whether to be thrilled or honored. Though she had only met him twice, the shock he had given her was immense.
I finally know who he is.
Shangwan Lingruo's eyes flickered, a faint smile gracing her lips. Perhaps at this moment only 2 people here knew who that man truly was.
Lingyu, let's go.
Without waiting for Shangwan Lingrua to react, Shangwan Lingrua took her sister's hand and left. Yet throughout the carefree pavilion sighs of grief and indignation echoed. The name of the carefree pavilion had once shaken the world, but today it was destined to fall, never to rise again.
Have you heard? The carefree pavilion has declared its closure, never to interfere again.
In a certain city inside a tavern, a few drinkers gathered to chat.
Brother, you mustn't speak such nonsense. If the carefree pavilion finds out, you're as good as dead.
A burly man beside him made a hushing gesture, whispering.
I wouldn't dare spread such rumors recklessly. Let me tell you, not only that, but several major events occurred at the carefree pavilion today. Do you know what they were?
The lean man spoke with a mysterious, fervent expression.
What major events?
The surrounding drinkers also drew closer.
Heh heh. Today was the wedding day of Xiao Zhan, the young master of the carefree pavilion. Can you guess what happened next?
The monkey-faced man grew even more mysterious, a sly smile on his lips.
What happened? Just say it. Don't keep us in suspense. Exactly.
The few around him grew impatient at the suspense.
Let me tell you, at Xiao Zhan's wedding a man appeared to steal the bride. He was most peculiar. His tendons had been severed, he carried an ancient zither on his back, and he led a little girl of only 2 years old.
Right in front of all the guests, he said to the bride, he is unworthy of you.
Come with me. The monkey-faced youth said excitedly. What? That man must be courting death, daring to say such a thing. Indeed. Wait, monkey, what did you just say? He led a 2-year-old girl and said to the bride, he is unworthy of you. Come with me.
As Monkey finished speaking, the crowd erupted in indignation. One fat man stood up as if he had misheard.
That's right, that's what he said.
Monkey nodded.
Do you know who the bride is? Let me tell you, she is Yi Buhui, the head of the Yi family of the ancient merchant empire.
The fat man exclaimed.
Yi Buhui. Could it be? That child is from Yi Buhui, and that man. Yes.
The fat man's words sparked wild speculation among the crowd.
Whether the child is from Yi Buhui and that man I do not know. But I only know one thing, Xiao Zhan was enraged by this man. And after his rage, guess what Xiao Zhan did? Let me tell you, he had already reached the transcendent human realm. He unleashed his transcendent power to kill this man, but the man merely flicked his finger and plucked a string on the zither. Not only was Xiao Zhan defeated, but he was also crippled.
Monkey took a sip of water, speaking excitedly.
What? Xiaoyao Zhan. Crippled. This.
Monkey's words clearly met with disbelief from those around. For Xiaoyao Zhan's reputation was too great, how could he possibly be crippled?
And that's not all. After Xiaoyao Zhan was crippled, the Carefree Pavilion's ancestor Xiaoyao Wentian appeared. But when he tried to strike, the man said only one thing: I only wish to take her away. Whoever dares to stop me, I will kill.
Monkey paused, a mysterious smile playing on his lips.
Guess what happened after he said that? Of course they would kill him. Who is Xiaoyao Wentian? How could he tolerate such an insult? Besides, Xiaoyao Zhan had been crippled. Exactly, that man must have died a miserable death.
The crowd grew larger, their chatter overlapping.
No, you're all wrong. After the man spoke, Xiaoyao Wentian was struck down as if by divine punishment, severely wounded, kneeling with a horrifying expression.
Monkey described it vividly.
This.
The patrons were visibly stunned. Xiaoyao Zhan was crippled and Xiaoyao Wentian was gravely wounded without even a fight. Wasn't that too absurd?
Before the man left, Xiaoyao Wentian asked him, "Who are you? Why have I never heard your name?" The man replied, "Feathers soar above the azure sky, seas shift and continents lie. All the world is white, I alone am dark."
Monkey stood up, excitedly slapping the table with a serious smile.
"Feathers soar above the azure sky, seas shift and continents lie. All the world is white, I alone am dark." Could it be?
Those around Monkey did not grasp the meaning of his words. But by the window, a mysterious man in a bamboo hat drinking wine widened his eyes in shock at these words, his face instantly turning red. With a crack, the cup fell, and the mysterious man vanished. Yet the tavern remained lively, as patrons almost simultaneously moved toward Monkey.
"Monkey, what does that mean?" "Yes, why can't I understand? To be honest, I don't understand its meaning either. But I heard that after hearing this, Xiaoyao Wentian cowed out 3 times and declared that the Carefree Pavilion would seal its gates and withdraw from the world."
Monkey's words left the crowd's faces alternating between red and pale. Though they did not know if this was true, they all sensed that the Carefree Pavilion was in trouble, and from this day forth it had officially fallen. The cause of it all? A mysterious man.
"You have something to ask me."
Mou held the little girl's hand and walked ahead, with Yi Buhui following behind. They kept a distance between them, and all along the way Mou did not speak, nor did Yi Buhui. Yi Buhui remained silent, lifting her head to gaze at Mou's back. She did indeed have questions, but she dared not voice them. The reason was simple: she feared this man.
"You must be curious about who I really am. Why I destroyed your happiness, ruined your husband's family, and tarnished your reputation."
Mou chuckled softly, speaking to himself as he walked. Yi Buhui still said nothing, continuing to follow. But then Mou halted, his eyes shifting sideways to look at her. Yi Buhui froze, quickly stopping in her tracks, her face flushed as she looked at Mou.
"Because he was not worthy of you. Your life is destined to be anything but ordinary."
These words, though simple, caused Yi Buhui to tremble all over when they left Mou's lips. For she did not doubt his words in the slightest.
"I have a question."
Yi Buhui gritted her teeth, finally summoning her courage.
"Speak."
Mou continued walking forward.
"What is my worth?"
Yi Buhui asked.
"I absolutely refuse to believe that you coveted my beauty, snatched me from the Xiaoyao Manor, and then forged a new life for me."
Yi Buhui was sharp-witted. From childhood to adulthood, her life had been a cycle of using and being used. Even her marriage to Xiaoyao Zhan had been a transaction.
"Worth?"
Hearing this, Mou laughed a self-mocking laugh. After a moment's pause, he said,
"Your worth can reshape heaven and earth. Your worth can bring blessings to a realm. Your worth can establish a grand dynasty. Your worth will make you a female emperor unlike any seen from antiquity to the present." "Enough."
Yi Buhui was at a loss for words. Reshape heaven and earth. Bring blessings to a realm. Establish a grand dynasty. Become a female emperor unseen in history. If anyone else had spoken such words, she would have deemed them mad. Yet coming from this man's mouth, she dared not doubt. Could it be? Could it be that her life was truly so extraordinary?
"Remember this: never underestimate yourself at any time."
Mou offered a faint reminder. Yi Buhui blushed, bit her lip, and clenched her fists. She felt her inner resolve strengthen several-fold. Indeed, if she were ordinary, if her destiny ended merely As the head of the Yi family, would this man have gone to such lengths to cripple a half-step transcendent? Would he have gravely wounded the ancient legend Xiaoyao Wentian? No, he would not, for no one would be so foolish. With his strength and status, what could he not obtain? Yet he had done such earth-shattering deeds for her sake. This meant she possessed something extraordinary. At the very least, that extraordinariness had drawn him in.
Here will do.
Mou stopped in front of an inn called the Wanfu Tower.
Wanfu Tower. The premier inn of Tianlong City.
Yi Buhui lifted her head to look at the inn before them, speaking a single sentence.
2 guests here for a meal. Or lodging.
The attendant at the door walked out with a smile, but instead of addressing Mou, he looked at Yi Buhui. He completely ignored Mou's attire, but Yi Buhui behind him was clearly no ordinary person. Whether in beauty or aura, she was unmatched.
A private booking.
Just as Yi Buhui was about to speak, Mou interjected. As he spoke, he produced a black token and placed it in the attendant's hand. Then, holding the little girl's hand, he walked toward the Wanfu Tower. The attendant was stunned. Not only the attendant, but even Yi Buhui was taken aback. A private booking. She was utterly baffled as to why Mou would want to book the entire place.
Miss this.
The attendant was instantly at a loss. Not just the attendant, Yi Buhui was also at a loss. To book the entire Wanfu Tower would cost hundreds of millions of gold coins. Having just fled the wedding, she had nowhere near that much money.
Roar.
Just as Yi Buhui was floundering, the roar of beasts echoed.
Make way. Everyone clear the way.
Yi Buhui and the attendant turned to see a cavalry of beast riders charging toward the Wanfu Tower. Each mount was a rare lionhead vulture. In the Gushang Empire, only one group was entitled to ride such beasts, the Polu army. Every soldier in this army was a super warrior who had emerged from the brink of death. Their weakest members were at the peak of the Earth realm, and their leader was a half-step transcendent. This army was stationed in the imperial palace, guarding the royal family around the clock. Rumor had it that as long as this army stood, the empire would never fall. Yet now this army had arrived in Tianlong City.
Is that the Polo army? His Majesty's Polo army. It truly is. They're heading toward the Wanfu Tower. Could His Majesty be coming to the Wanfu Tower? What? The Emperor is coming here. How? How is that possible? How could it be false? The Polo army never leaves His Majesty's side. Wherever the Emperor goes, they follow.
The appearance of the Polo army sparked a flurry of discussion among the townsfolk. The Empire's invincible army in Tianlong City was both an honor and a shock, and it meant one thing: the Emperor had come as well.
The Polo army. Why are they here?
Yi Buhui was also stunned.
Surround the Wanfu Tower and clear out all bystanders.
The commander of the Polo army, mounted on a lionhead vulture, announced loudly in the street. Behind him, the formidable vulture cavalry began to encircle the Wanfu Tower.
Screech!
Before Yi Buhui could recover, another piercing bird cry rang out. A blaze of crimson filled the sky, and within that fiery glow a massive flame bird descended from the heavens.
A fire phoenix! Is that the Grand Priest's fire phoenix? The Grand Priest has come too. What? The Grand Priest is here too? How? How is that possible? The Emperor has come, and the Grand Priest as well. They.
The sight of the flame phoenix in the sky ignited even greater fervor among the townsfolk.
The Grand Priest. The guardian deity of the Gushang Empire. The Grand Priest.
Yi Bui's heart trembled as she gazed incredulously at the woman seated cross-legged atop the fire phoenix, regal as an empress. This woman was the idol of countless females, a lifelong aspiration. They dreamed of one day becoming a celestial among women just like her. Yet today Yi Buhui had laid eyes on this icon among women, the Empire's guardian, the Grand Priest. A roar echoed as the fire phoenix circled. 9 dragon roars resounded across the sky. After these 9 roars, golden light radiated from the west, where 9 golden dragons appeared, pulling a massive dragon chariot as they sped forth.
9 dragons pulling a chariot. What? 9 dragons pulling a chariot. Could it be that this is the divine emperor from the west? The divine emperor of the west. The greatest empire of the west, the land of the gods. Indeed, it is him. What is happening today? So many great figures gathering in Tianlong City. Madness, utter madness.
The moment the nine-dragon chariot appeared, Tianlong City erupted in chaos. Each figure that emerged was more formidable and astonishing than the last. The emperor of the ancient merchant empire had already appeared, the mysterious high priest had also arrived, and now even the divine emperor from the land of the gods in the west had come. What an extraordinary event this was! A roar sounded again, but this was not the end. Two streaks of light, one silver, one crimson, shot across the sky at incredible speed, weaving through the heavens before landing before the 10,000 Blessings Pavilion. They were a colossal silver and crimson moon wolf over 10 meters long and a flame serpent that seemed to have emerged from molten lava.
The flame abyss lord, the flame serpent king. The forest lord, the silver moon wolf king. This. The two overlords of the beast realm have also come. What is the purpose of this? Could it be that Tianlong City harbors some treasure, drawing the mighty from across the Hanwu continent? No. If they came for treasure, battle would have erupted by now. I feel they have come specifically to pay homage. Homage? Are you mad? These great figures are all celestial beings. Whom would they need to pay homage to?
The arrival of the Flame Serpent King and the Silver Moon Wolf King silenced the crowd around the 10,000 Blessings Pavilion, forcing them into deep speculation. After all, they could understand the presence of human experts, but the arrival of Beast Realm overlords was utterly baffling. A swish sound followed, and an even more astonishing scene unfolded. The Flame Serpent King, the Silver Moon Wolf King, the High Priest, the Divine Emperor of the Western Land of the Gods, and the Emperor of the Ancient Merchant Empire all descended from the sky, landing before the 10,000 Blessings Pavilion. They lined up in 2 rows and knelt at the entrance. Indeed, they did not stand. They knelt as if welcoming their sovereign lord with utmost sincerity.
This.
Not only the onlookers, but also Yi Buhui was stunned by the sight. The Emperor of the Ancient Merchant Empire, the High Priest, the Divine Emperor of the Land of the Gods, the Silver Moon Wolf King, and the Flame Serpent King. Who were these people? And now they had not only gathered here, but were kneeling before the 10,000 Blessings Pavilion. What was happening? A swish sound broke the silence before Yi Buhui could comprehend. 3 beams of light appeared in the sky and descended to the entrance of the 10,000 Blessings Pavilion, transforming into 3 figures. 2 men and 1 woman. The men were an old man in a tattered imperial robe and another in plain peasant attire. The woman, seemingly in her 30s, wore a purple robe exuding the aura of a sect leader, striking and beautiful. As they appeared, an aura of supreme nobility radiated from them. The surrounding commoners dared not even look directly at these 3, as if celestial gods had descended, making mortals fear to gaze upon them. When Yi Buhui looked at these 3, she was utterly certain they were the leaders of the kneeling figures before the 10,000 Blessings Pavilion. Their noble bearing, their presence, made it impossible to cross or even glance at them.
They are the 3 saints. I have seen them in the 3 saints temple. The 3 saints. Which 3 saints? Which else? The Hunyuan 3 saints, of course. What? The Hunyuan 3 saints? How is that possible? Weren't they sages from 10,000 years ago? They are enshrined in the ancestral temples of all empires. And they are still alive. Indeed, it is them. If I am not mistaken, the old man in the imperial robe is the Emperor's saint. The one in peasant attire is the Cloud Saint. As for the woman in purple, she is the Violet Luo Saint. What? The 3 saints. Truly the 3 saints. They are not dead, and now they appear at the 10,000 Blessings Pavilion in Tianlong City. What are they planning?
As the 3 landed, someone finally recognized them. The moment of recognition sent the commoners and gathered experts into a frenzy. Pale-faced, they murmured incessantly, and some even knelt to kowtow.
The 3 saints.
Yi Bui's face flushed crimson, and she swallowed hard several times. If she was unfamiliar with the Emperor of the Ancient Merchant Empire, the High Priest, the Divine Emperor, the Silver Moon Wolf King, and the Flame Serpent King, she knew the 3 saints all too well. Since ancient times, every parent's first lesson to their children was to emulate the sages. Those sages were the Hunyuan 3 saints. But now what was she seeing? The legendary Hunyuan 3 saints stood before her eyes. Yet an even more shocking scene was about to unfold.
Little Jade. Iron Egg. Second Dog. We beg to see our master.
As Yibui's heart trembled with awe, the three saints knelt before the 10,000 Blessings Pavilion, each uttering their childhood names, and respectfully addressed the interior. Silence. Not ordinary silence. It was a silence, so profound it was terrifying, chilling to the bone. The legendary Hunyuan three saints knelt at the entrance of the 10,000 Blessings Pavilion, calling someone inside their master. Could it be that within the 10,000 Blessings Pavilion, the sound and the gesture struck the crowd like lightning, leaving them numb and disbelieving?
Master!
Yibuihui trembled all over, slowly turning her face toward the 10,000 Blessings Pavilion. The pavilion had been cleared earlier, with most guests driven out. Only 2 people remained inside, and they were.
Buihui, let them in.
Just as this thought struck her, a man's voice, familiar yet strange, rang out from within the 10,000 Blessings Pavilion. This seemingly simple voice made Yibuihui shudder, nearly fainting. Let them in. What did that mean? What was the implication? Could it be that these people had come to the 10,000 Blessings Pavilion to pay homage to him? As this realization flooded her mind, Yibui's thoughts went blank. The world suddenly felt unreal, as if she had stepped into a dream. She had barely come to terms with the fact that this man had ruined her future husband, shattered her wedding, and gravely wounded the ancient powerhouse Xiaoyao Wentian. But what was happening now? 5 celestials and 3 saints had gathered at the 10,000 Blessings Pavilion, and they were here to pay homage to him. Who was he? What kind of person was he? Just how terrifying was his strength? At the moment he defeated Xiaoyao Wentian, she was absolutely certain he was a transcendent being above the celestial realm. But now? What now? The moment 3 saints called him master, what kind of existence would he be? At this point Yibuihui dared not think further. At this point Yibuihui finally understood all the questions in her heart. With celestials as servants and saints as attendants, what could he not accomplish?
Esteemed guests, the master requests your presence.
With immense difficulty Yibuihui took a deep breath, suppressed her emotions, stepped aside, and made a gesture of invitation.
Thank you, master.
The 3 saints kowtowed 3 more times, then rose, and walked toward the 10,000 Blessings Pavilion, while the 5 celestials on either side respectfully stood and followed, entering the pavilion together. Though Yibuihui was terrified, and could hardly believe this was real, she still mustered the courage to follow, because from this moment on her wavering heart was completely subdued. If before she had entertained thoughts of leaving now she dared not even think in that direction. Because this man was not someone who could be betrayed.
What happened? Can someone tell me what happened? The saints are paying homage. Who are they paying homage to? Can someone tell me what's happening inside the 10,000 Blessings Pavilion? What kind of terrifying existence is inside the 10,000 Blessings Pavilion to have 5 celestials as guardians and 3 saints paying homage? Waiter, what's happening in your pavilion? Who is inside?
The moment the 5 celestials and 3 saints walked toward the 10,000 Blessings Pavilion, everyone outside lost their composure, anxiously discussing among themselves. Saints were the spiritual pillars of countless martial artists, yet now, the saints in their hearts, their role models, were here paying homage. Then, who was the person inside? What virtue and ability did he possess to make the saints bow so low?
I don't know. But there's still one person inside who hasn't come out. Before entering he said he was buying out the place and gave me this.
Surrounded by the crowd, the waiter slowly came to his senses, and in utter shock, he pulled a black token from inside his clothes.
This is.
When the token was revealed, many didn't recognize it, but a few highly respected experts turned pale the moment they saw it clearly. Then their first instinct was to kneel to the ground. As the first person knelt, a second, a third, and thousands upon thousands followed in prostration. After kneeling, they prostrated themselves on the ground, slowly retreating backward, with the utmost sincerity in their expressions.
The
waiter was completely dumbfounded by the scene, then involuntarily looked at the seemingly insignificant token in his hand. Though he was not well educated, even a fool could understand what was happening under such circumstances. At a table laden with food and a jug of fine wine sat 2 people, a seemingly unremarkable man, and a little girl of only 2 or 3 years old. Kneeling before the table were 6 people and 2 beasts, and beside them stood the strikingly beautiful Yibuihui. Despite the turmoil within her she maintained her composure.
All here.
Mo, you did not look at those kneeling but continued eating and savoring his wine. Times had changed and hearts had shifted, but that will remained. Simple words, a simple tone, as if commanding the entire world.
In answer to you, Master, over these 3,000 years, many have passed away in meditation, and a few others could not arrive due to the great distance. Only the 8 of us have come.
Yunsheng spoke with respect.
3,000 years. Indeed. A long time through countless cycles of sun and moon. A person's heart of persons will have long been eroded in the river of time. It is no easy feat that you have not forgotten your origins and came to see me. Rise.
Mo sighed deeply and waved his hand.
Yes, Master.
They all responded respectfully, rose from the ground, yet still stood reverently to one side.
Shaoyue, how have you fared with the task I entrusted to you?
Mo turned his gaze to Luo Sheng and asked.
In answer to you, Master, over these 3,000 years, Shaoyue has never forgotten your instructions, dedicating heart and soul to establishing a sect. Now the Zilio Immortal Sect has become the foremost sect on the Hanwu continent, with over 1 billion disciples. The power of faith can sustain the starry eye for 500 years without fading.
Luo Sheng knelt respectfully to report.
In answer to you, Master, this old servant completed the construction of the 9-dragon celestial array 300 years ago. This array has gathered the essence and spirit of heaven and earth, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, and has now gained sentience. With 88 Han-Gu dragon generals guarding it, the spirit has taken form, awaiting only your command.
Yunsheng also knelt to report.
In answer to you, Master, this old servant spent 1,000 years capturing exactly 1,000 star people exiled from the rifts in the void, another 1,000 years taming them, and another 1,000 years having them cultivate the supreme techniques of the Hanwu continent. Now each star person has reached the celestial realm.
Sheng knelt as well, cupping his fists respectfully.
The starry eye. The 9-dragon celestial array. Star people.
As the 3 saints knelt to report, Yubui's eyes widened. When she was young, her grandfather had told her that the Hanwu continent possessed 3 divine artifacts: the starry eye, the 9-dragon celestial array, and the myriad source 3 life stone. The starry eye, when activated, could peer into any world beyond the Hanwu continent. The 9-dragon celestial array, when activated, could ferry one to the celestial star realm beyond the 9 heavens. The myriad source 3 life stone was even more fearsome, a mysterious stone that required the blood of countless star people from star realms to activate. Only then could the 9-dragon celestial array be initiated to overcome the star tribulation and ascend to the star realm. But now what was she seeing? All 3 divine artifacts were in the hands of the 3 saints, and they were merely safeguarding them for Mou.
You have done well. I am very satisfied. This is my reward for you.
Mou smiled, faintly nodded in approval, and flicked his fingers. 3 seals flew out and entered the bodies of the 3 saints.
Whoosh!
The moment the 3 beams of light entered the saints, 3 powerful auras surged from their bodies, piercing into the clouds above. These 3 beams of light burst forth from the 10,000 blessings pavilion, shooting straight into the clouds, like 3 sacred pillars supporting the heavens and the earth. At the same moment, an exceedingly terrifying aura swept across dark clouds, gathered thunder, and lightning crackled, and the sky changed color, as if the 3 beams of light had provoked the wrath of heaven.
What is that? What is that? Coming from the 10,000 blessings pavilion. That is sacred energy that defies the heavens. What? Sacred energy defying the heavens. Could someone be about to achieve sainthood? No, this is not the omen of sainthood. Achieving sainthood cannot stir such celestial wrath. Could it be? Could it be a sacred crystal? A sacred crystal. What is a sacred crystal? A sacred crystal, in other words, is formed when a saint steps into the realm of supreme sainthood, condensing a natal sacred crystal within their body. As long as the heavens and earth endure, they shall not die. What? Do you mean to say that 3 saints are condensing their crystals right now? Indeed, it seems someone is orchestrating this from behind. Otherwise, why would they all choose this very moment to condense their crystals together? This.
As the 3 beams of light pierced the clouds, everyone in Tianlong City gazed up at the sky. Especially those with high cultivation and a modicum of understanding about saints. They were utterly shaken to their core. What astonished them was not that 3 saints were simultaneously condensing their crystals, but rather the terrifying existence of the one who had compelled these 3 saints to do so. One must understand that a saint is already an invincible being within the heavens and earth, appearing once in a million years. Once one attains sainthood, they reign supreme over all creation. But even saints can die, for they too were once mortals, who advance step by step. However, once a saint condenses their crystal, they achieve a lifespan as long as the heavens, and an age as enduring as the earth. As long as the heavens do not perish, the supreme saint shall not fall. Yet now there appears someone who can aid 3 saints in condensing their crystals. The very thought of what kind of being this person is, those present dare not even imagine. Within an ancient clan. This clan seemed unremarkable, having long dwelled deep within the mountains. For millennia, its members seldom ventured out save for a few servants, who went to purchase supplies, lending the ancient clan an air of profound mystery. At that moment, within a small courtyard of the ancient clan, an old man was instructing a group of children in boxing techniques.
Hum! Boom!
Suddenly a vast and mighty aura spread across the heavens and earth. An extremely terrifying current of energy reversed direction while dark clouds churned and the sky changed color.
This.
The old man's expression shifted. He swiftly left the courtyard, leaping atop a mountain peak, and gazed eastward. What met his eyes were 3 sacred pillars. After discerning the nature of the 3 pillars, his aged face turned grim.
Grandfather, what's wrong?
Just then a young man rushed over and stopped beside the old man.
He has returned.
The old man's face flushed crimson, sweat streaming down his forehead, as he tremblingly uttered 4 words.
Who has returned?
The young man did not understand.
Do you see those 3 pillars of light? They are formed by the sacred power of saints.
The old man pointed toward the sacred pillars ahead.
What? Sacred power forming sacred pillars. Grandfather, do you mean someone is condensing a sacred crystal?
Though the young man was no saint, his grandfather was one. Hearing his grandfather's words, he was immediately stunned.
It is 3 people, and they are condensing their sacred crystal simultaneously.
The old man let out a heavy sigh as if he had aged decades.
3 people condensing sacred crystals at the same time. That means all 3 will share the same lifespan as the heavens. This is impossible.
The young man shook his head in disbelief. A single saint was already an invincible existence, let alone a supreme saint who had condensed a crystal. And now 3 had appeared at once.
He is the force behind this, or rather it is a reward.
The old man smiled bitterly.
A reward? Grandfather, do you mean that person? That person has returned.
The young man's entire body trembled. His grandfather's explanation was so clear that even a fool would understand.
Alas! I suppose it is time for me to leave the mountains.
The old man sighed and leaped down the mountain. The young man stood frozen, his face flushed to the tips of his ears. Long ago, he had heard his grandfather tell a story. Many years ago, when his grandfather was only 7, he was a cowherd. One rainy day, because the rain was so heavy, the cowherd had to take shelter under a large tree. At that time, a man who looked like a beggar was sitting under the tree, and the rain had already soaked through his clothes, yet he showed no signs of waking. Moved by compassion, the cowherd took off his own clothes to shield the beggar from the rain. When the rain stopped, the beggar awoke, but the cowherd had fallen ill. Seeing the cowherd's condition, the beggar spoke to him, saying,
"Good deeds bring good rewards."
Then he patted the cowherd on the head and left. After returning home, a miracle occurred. The cowherd recovered from his illness, and his cultivation advanced without a teacher. In 5 years, he became an earth-level expert. In 50 years, he reached the heavenly realm. Then 500 years later, he stepped into sainthood. At the moment of his ascension, he finally understood everything, that this fortune was no coincidence, but the work of that beggar. Could it be? Could his grandfather spoke of, be that beggar from so long ago?
The times are about to change. Indeed. The times are indeed about to change. Emperor St. Cloud City and Violet Luo Saint have all entered supreme sainthood, condensing their sacred crystals. This matter is no trivial affair.
Inside an ancient cave, 2 figures sat cross-legged, one with white hair, the other with black hair. Yet they looked identical, even their auras were similar.
Brother, it has been 3,000 years. What? What should we do?
The black-haired man looked at the white-haired man anxiously.
What else can we do? He is reminding us that he distinguishes clearly between kindness and grievance.
A trace of pain flickered across the white-haired man's face.
Time can change everything. It can change a person's heart, but it cannot change a person's loyalty.
Those were the words the man left behind before he departed. Now that he has returned, he is merely fulfilling that promise.
But I am unwilling. We brothers struggled to become saints only to become his driven servants once more. I cannot accept this.
The black-haired man roared in resentment.
Unwilling. Why be unwilling? Everything we have was given by him. What he can give, he can also take away.
The white-haired man said,
Let us emerge from seclusion. We missed our chance once, we cannot miss it again. For he will always be our master. Brother.
The black-haired man was deeply reluctant. But the white-haired man said no more, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing from the cave. The black-haired man sighed and followed.
Boom!
3 beams of holy light pierced the sky, converging into a divine tribulation thunderbolt that descended from the discolored clouds, striking down upon the 3 saints within the 10,000 blessings pavilion.
What? This is bad.
As the divine thunderbolt descended, the 3 saints, the 5 celestials, and even Yibuhue all wore expressions of extreme dismay. The condensation of a saint's crystal inherently attracts immense heavenly might. Only through such might can one successfully crystallize and attain unity with the heavens. Failure means utter annihilation. Now, with 3 saints crystallizing simultaneously, the resulting heavenly might was terrifyingly vast, a force beyond the resistance of the 3 saints alone.
Humph. Such petty heavenly might dares to intrude upon my presence. How utterly presumptuous!
Mou snorted coldly, pinched a single peanut between his fingers, and flicked it into the void.
Boom!
The descending divine tribulation thunderbolt met its nemesis. The vast heavenly might and thunderous flames exploded in midair, dissipating into nothingness. Simultaneously, the dark clouds scattered, and the currents and heavenly power receded like ebbing tides, restoring the sky to a tranquil stillness. At the same time, the 3 beams of holy light abruptly retracted, plunging back into the bodies of the 3 saints. Upon their withdrawal, 3 faintly floating crystals appeared above their heads. These were the saint crystals. This signified unity with the heavens. A profound silence fell over the entire scene. The 5 celestials, the 3 saints, and Yibuhue were all frozen in utter stillness. Their astonishment stemmed not from the successful crystallization of the 3 saints, but from the power of that single peanut. A peanut that had obliterated a divine tribulation thunderbolt beyond the endurance of 3 saints. What terrifying force must it contain? Yibuhue realized she had been mistaken again. The strength of the man before her was far more terrifying than she had ever imagined. What were celestials? What were saints? Perhaps in his eyes they were less than ants. With a wave of his hand, 3 saints crystallized successfully. With a flick, a peanut shattered the divine tribulation thunderbolt. Such boldness! Who in the world could rival it?
Thank you, Master, for your blessing.
Snapping back to reality, the 3 saints quickly secured their saint crystals and knelt reverently, their eyes reddened with gratitude. They knew their own talents well in this life. They had never even qualified to face the descent of heavenly might, let alone crystallize into saints. Yet now, in the blink of an eye, their master had enabled them to crystallize, successfully stepping into sainthood and achieving eternal life with the heavens.
Rise! This is what you deserve.
Mou waved his hand and spoke indifferently.
Thank you, Master.
The 3 saints rose together, wiping their tears, and stood respectfully to one side.
Allow me to introduce you. This is Yibuhue.
Mou stood up, his gaze shifting to Yibuhue. When Mou looked at Yibuhue, she felt at a loss. Amid such towering figures, she was utterly insignificant. Was she truly worthy of a personal introduction from Mou? The crowd turned their eyes to her, filled with doubt, curiosity, and confusion. In their eyes, aside from her appearance, this girl was far too unremarkable. Yet, since the master had brought her here and introduced her, it surely meant she possessed extraordinary qualities.
She is a remarkable woman, gifted with exceptional talent and aptitude, skilled in esoteric arts, capable of governing the world without defeat. I intend for her to preside over the upcoming starry path.
Mou walked over to Yibuhue and addressed the assembly.
What? This?
At Mou's words, everyone present changed countenance drastically.
Master, the presider of the starry path must possess profound cultivation as strong while surpassing ordinary people, and unwavering loyalty to you. But how old is this woman? How long has she known you? If she were to preside, and something should befall you, how would we handle it? We implore you to reconsider.
Emperor Saint was the first to kneel, begging Mo.U to retract his decision.
We implore you to reconsider.
The others knelt down as well, their resolve unwavering.
Reconsider.
Mo.U let out a self-deprecating laugh.
3,000 years ago, I already reconsidered this.
At his words, everyone's faces contorted in shock, their bodies trembling. Indeed, 3,000 years ago, he had reconsidered. And that reconsideration had caused his grand ambitions to flow away like water. Now that he had finally returned to ask him to reconsider again, could he bear to do so?
Buhui, can you do it?
Mo.U's gaze shifted to Yi Buhui.
I can.
Yi Buhui clenched her fists and nodded firmly. Though she did not know what Mo.U wanted her to do, the fact that he had chosen her meant she possessed abilities others lacked.
Then it is settled.
Mo.U nodded with a faint smile.
From today onward, my life is in your hands.
As Mo.U finished speaking, a stone flew out from within his body, soaring into Yi Bui's hand. The stone appeared simple, yet it pulsed with an overwhelming power.
The primordial source Tri-Life Stone.
Yi Buhui stared at the stone in her hand in disbelief. The foremost of the 3 divine artifacts in the world, and now it had fallen into her hands. And what did his words mean? From today onward, my life is in your hands. What did that truly imply?
In 3 days we shall revisit the starry path.
Mo.U simply uttered these words, took the hand of the little girl eating at the table, and rose to leave.
Yes, Master.
The 3 saints and 5 celestials knelt together, responding respectfully. Only after Mo.U's figure vanished did they slowly rise, their gazes finally settling on Yi Buhui. Even now, they could not accept that their master had chosen this woman as the presider, and had even personally entrusted her with the primordial source Tri-Life Stone. They knew that this stone held the key to their master's very life force. If it were destroyed or met with misfortune, their master could perish at any moment. Yet such a vital object had been handed over to this woman.
Gentlemen, I take my leave.
Yi Buhui glanced fearfully at the crowd, then grabbed the primordial source Tri-Life Stone and hurried after Mo.U.
The master is too hasty. How could he entrust such a precious item to this woman?
Cloud Saint voiced his concern.
Indeed, the starry path is fraught with peril. To appoint a woman of such low cultivation as its presider, what is the master planning?
Emperor Saint's face also showed a trace of pain.
Yes. Perhaps we should beg the master again. Yes, make him change his mind.
The other celestials strongly concurred.
Do not forget the incident 3,000 years ago.
Violet Luo Saint, who had remained silent, interrupted them. At his words, everyone turned to look at him.
The master is still the same master, but we have changed.
Violet Luo Saint added with a sigh, then walked out of the 10,000 Blessings Pavilion. Everyone fell silent, each lost in deep contemplation. The interplay of the 5 elements, and the 8 trigrams, the Earth's dome reaching for the heavens, the dim blue moon over the rugged peaks, and the ethereal will of the celestial spirit, all these elements coalesced to form a natural terrestrial formation nurtured over millions of years. Shrouded in mist, it exuded an unparalleled sense of mystery. This place was known as the Mystic Dragon Land, a perilous terrain teeming with venomous insects and ferocious beasts. On ordinary days, even the most accomplished masters rarely ventured here, let alone common folk. Moreover, according to legend, this Mystic Dragon Land was guarded by 88 monsters, and any who dared approach faced a near certain death. At that moment 2 steeds trotted unhurriedly into the depths of the Mystic Dragon Land. The horses were one white and one red. On the red horse sat a man adorned in resplendent robes, carrying an ancient zither on his back, with a little girl of about 2 years old nestled in his arms. The girl munched on snacks without a care, as if the world around her held no interest. On the white horse sat a maiden of 18 or 19 dressed in youthful attire. She was breathtakingly beautiful, like a celestial being, and the verdant foliage only enhanced her ethereal aura. Yet this divine maiden regarded the man ahead with profound reverence, her eyes occasionally gleaming with admiration as she gazed at him. Ordinarily, any intruder would be swarmed by the beasts and venomous creatures of this land. But now, whether insects or wild animals, they all bowed their noble heads and prostrated themselves in respect, as if awaiting the arrival of their sovereign.
Master, look!
As the two steeds advanced, the maiden on the white horse pointed ahead in astonishment. Before them on a winding path knelt a multitude of people. Their auras and strengths were formidable, at least at the heavenly being level, and some even at the saint level. Yet they knelt earnestly welcoming the approaching figure.
Pay them no heed.
Mou acted as if he hadn't seen them, continuing forward on his steed.
Yes, master.
Yi Buhui wiped a bead of sweat, her eyes darting nervously around. After witnessing the three saints, Yi Buhui had believed that they were the only ones to have achieved sainthood. But seeing the crowd kneeling before her today, she realized how mistaken she was. The world was not devoid of saints, they simply attained sainthood without anyone's knowledge.
I know why you have come, and you should also know my purpose.
Mou did not glance at the heavenly beings and saints on either side. He continued riding forward, but his voice echoed with a mysterious and enigmatic tone.
Master!
All present bowed their heads even lower, not daring to breathe. Mou did not respond. He rode calmly onward toward the heart of the forest. There stood 88 stone pillars resembling mountain peaks, seemingly alive, with faint breathing sounds emanating from them. Between these pillars lay a massive altar radiating an eerie light, the light of the stars. Mou dismounted just before the altar, holding the little girl as he set her down. Yi Buhui also descended from her horse. Without a word, Mou took the little girl's hand and walked toward the altar. Upon closer inspection, a giant cauldron stood at the center of the altar, filled with blood. The blood seemed to flow through grooves in the altar, spreading outward.
Buhui, do you know where this is?
Mou asked lightly, his back to Yi Buhui, a faint smile in his voice.
The Nine-Dragon Celestial Array.
Yi Buhui hesitated before answering.
What is the Nine-Dragon Celestial Array?
Mou pressed further.
According to the esoteric arts, dragons gave birth to 9 distinct lineages, each exiled to the mortal realm to pursue their own paths. To ascend to the heavens, one must harness the power of the 9 dragons. Thus, later generations established the Nine-Dragon Celestial Array.
Yi Buhui explained.
It seems you have fully comprehended the myriad origins 3 life stone.
Mou nodded approvingly.
Yes.
Yi Buhui saluted respectfully.
But times have changed. The laws have reversed, and the dragon's power is fading. We must rely on external forces.
Mou sighed deeply.
External forces.
Yi Bui's brow furrowed. Suddenly the 88 stone pillars trembled, and the grass and rocks upon them crumbled away, revealing 88 giants. They were hideous, each with a single eye, a horn on their heads, and a mouth that took up half their face, radiating a fearsome aura.
The ancient Hangdu dragon clan.
Yi Buhui gasped in shock. Legend has it that, after the creation of the world, the dragon clan dominated the continent, waging endless wars. To pacify the land, the ruling dragons created a new life form based on their own abilities, the ancient Hangdu dragon clan. This race possessed all the traits and powers of divine dragons, but they were hideously ugly and of low intelligence. In ancient times, they served as mere war machines. After the ancient wars ended and humanity triumphed, the dragons were exiled, and the ancient Hangdu dragon clan vanished from the world, never to reappear, until now. Yet here Yi Buhui saw 88 Hangdu dragon beings.
Master!
The 88 Hangdu dragon warriors knelt on one knee, their voices thunderous like grinding steel. As they knelt, Yi Buhui looked around and beheld a shocking sight. Centered on the altar where she stood, the surrounding mountains and rivers formed a grand formation, the 9-dragon celestial array.
Such a magnificent design! Using the Hangdu dragon clan as formation eyes to keep the array's fire eternal and connecting it to the starry sky. This.
Had she not seen it with her own eyes, Yi Buhui would never have dreamed formations could be utilized in such a way.
What do you think of this array?
Mou smiled at Yi Buhui.
A peerless formation rarely seen in millennia.
Yi Bui's heart raced with excitement. She had cultivated the esoteric arts and was well versed in formations, but she had never encountered anything like this before.
How confident are you now?
Mou looked at Yi Buhui.
80%.
Yi Buhui declared confidently.
That is enough.
Mou smiled with assurance.
Bring them out.
A roar echoed as he spoke. In the sky above, thousands of massive cages appeared, each holding strange beings. They stood 5 meters tall with muscular bodies of a starry blue hue, exuding an incredibly formidable aura. Above these cages, however, hovered a violet eye radiating an overwhelming purple light that enveloped all the cages, as if the violet eye were a hand carrying the cages as it flew. With a swish, all the cages floated evenly around the altar, while the violet eye transformed into a pillar of light, landing precisely upon the altar. As the violet light enveloped the altar, Yibuhue felt as if she had arrived in a starry sky, where brilliant constellations blazed vividly before her eyes. Master. At this moment, the 5 celestials and 3 sages appeared together, each taking their positions around the altar, forming a protective formation. Today the starry path opens once more. Those who succeed shall transcend the mortal world and become star gods. Those who fail shall perish. Mou swept his robe imposingly, his words brimming with dominance. Yes. The 5 celestials and 3 sages responded in unison. You wish to atone for your sins. Very well, today I shall grant you a chance for redemption. As Mou spoke, his eyes flickered swiftly, glancing toward the celestials and sages kneeling in the grove at the altar's entrance. Then, with a casual wave of his hand, he beckoned. No. Mercy, Master, no. No. I don't want to die, I don't. Aya. Hundreds of celestials and sages cried out in agony, their bodies utterly losing control, flying into the air, as the celestial and sage power within them drained, like flowing water surging rapidly toward Mou. With a splatter, thousands of celestials and sages dissolved into ashes and vanished, while their power coalesced into a luminous sphere of energy suspended above Mou's palm. Silence. A silence so profound it was terrifying enough to make the heavens tremble. The 5 celestials, 3 sages, the star people, the 88 Hangyu dragon generals, and even the star eyes themselves quaked. Yibuhue, however, stared wide-eyed, frozen, like a fool, utterly senseless, as she watched Mou. Hundreds of celestials and sages, just like ants, had turned to dust and vanished, and before this man, they hadn't even possessed the will to resist. How terrifying! Such power, such boldness, it was simply too dreadful. Yibuhue had no doubt that this man's strength could utterly annihilate heaven and earth. I once said I gave it to you, and I can take it back. Mou glanced indifferently at the drifting ashes, speaking coldly. With a swish, Mou waved his hand, and the sphere of power plunged into Yibuhue's body. The moment the power entered, it formed an incredibly fearsome impact. With a hum, as the power merged, Yibuhue's entire body trembled. Then visibly her strength, her aura, and her cultivation underwent a cataclysmic transformation. With a swish, a holy pillar shot into the clouds, causing heaven and earth to shift, with thunder rumbling and lightning flashing. But unlike before, this time, as it stirred the cosmos, the divine thunder of heavenly might did not descend. Instead, it dissipated after a moment. As the clouds cleared, a crystal formed above Yibuhue's head, the sage crystal. Witnessing this, not only Yibuhue, but also the 3 sages and others were stunned. Yibuhue, a mere earth-level expert, had in the blink of an eye ascended directly to Supreme Sage. Too terrifying, truly too terrifying. If you pushed a sage to Supreme Sage, we could accept it, but elevating an earth-level cultivator straight to Supreme Sage, how could we possibly comprehend that? What is a Supreme Sage? A Supreme Sage is the supreme existence of heaven and earth, an invincible powerhouse coexisting with the cosmos. And earth-level. One could even say it's merely an entry-level cultivator. Yet now you pushed a beginner to the pinnacle of the world. How immense must one's power be to achieve this? Is this man even human? Star journey, reversing fate, my life is death, 10,000 immortals perish. As everyone stood stunned, Mou spread his arms and roared. With this cry, the entire 9 dragons' heavenly passage array activated. Centered on the altar, a starlight radiance spread over 100 kilometers, surging into the clouds, transforming the azure sky into a brilliant starry expanse. Once the starry sky formed, the 88 Hangyu dragon generals leaped from the ground, landing on 88 stellar positions to guard their domains, while the 5 celestials and 3 sages selected 8 different directions. Together, they wielded the star eyes, ensuring the eternal light of faith from the star eyes never dimmed. Tread the earth, eternal and immortal. Mou slowly withdrew his hands, and before the altar a narrow, elongated starry path appeared. Little girl, let us go. Mou took the little girl's hand and stepped onto the starry path. 10,000 origins, 3 lives deciding fate. The moment Mou set foot on the starry path, Yibuhue shouted, gripping the stone of 10,000 origins and 3 lives, channeling her sage power into it. Instantly a brilliant starlight radiance erupted from the stone, sweeping outward. With a roar, the star people in the 1,000 cages struggled and howled violently, but visibly the blood drained from their bodies sucked into the blood chisel on the altar. With a splatter, all the star people dissolved into ashes, and with the addition of the star blood, the originally starlit starry path turned blood-red, supported by boundless power. With a rumble, after the star blood of the star people merged, the entire starry sky trembled violently. Chaotic energy currents twisted, forming a terrifying storm of destruction that surged and devoured toward Mou. "Are you afraid?" Mou continued walking forward, speaking calmly. The little girl shook her head, her eyes resolute, completely devoid of her former childishness. At this moment, she resembled a deity descending upon the world. "I am not afraid either, because this is our only path. Only by breaking through this road can we step into the stars and become eternal," Mou declared with unwavering determination. He had waited for this day for 3,000 years. 3,000 years ago, he failed. 3,000 years later, he must succeed. Shatter the cosmos, slay the heavens, and vanquish the gods. With a thunderous boom, a bolt of profound starlight lightning descended from the heavens, carrying an earth-shattering force, striking directly at Mou and the little girl on the starry path. In the blink of an eye, the two were engulfed in the lightning, and then a torrential flood of thunderous currents surged forth, like a tidal wave, sweeping everything away. "Ah!" A torrent of stellar lightning swept forth, sending the 88 hanged dragon generals, the 5 celestials, and the 3 sages flying backward, blood gushing from their mouths. Simultaneously, the starry eyes gradually dimmed, flickering unsteadily. "How could this be?" Yi Buhui continued to preside over the Wanyuan Sansheng stone, her face flushed crimson, as blood incessantly seeped from her lips, her voice crying out in unwillingness. "Master! Master! The Master's aura has vanished. Quickly dissolve the formation, quickly. We cannot dissolve it, we cannot. If we don't, the Master will die." The 3 sages and 5 celestials all shouted in unison. They were well aware of the terror unleashed by the opening of the stellar path. If the formation were not dissolved, the might of the stars would descend once more, and their master would surely perish. "No, this is wrong." Yi Bui's expression drastically changed at that moment. The vanished aura had now coalesced once again, and it was immensely powerful. "The Master is not dead, the Master is not dead," Yi Buhui let out a shrill cry, and an unbelievable thought surged into her consciousness. Boom! Before Yi Buhui could finish the thought, a more terrifying stellar cloud gathered in the starry sky, within which coalesced stellar lightning of all elements: wind, fire, thunder, water, earth, light, darkness, and more. Moreover, this stellar lightning was at least 100 times more powerful than before. "What? This?" The 3 sages and 5 celestials were utterly shocked. Not only had the stellar force in the sky not dissipated, but the gathered stellar lightning was now even stronger than before. "No!" The 3 sages widened their eyes, and roared, charging toward their master's direction. But it was too late, the stellar lightning had already descended. "Break!" Just as the stellar lightning was about to strike Mou's position, a deafening, domineering voice rang out. Whoosh! On the shattered stellar path, a man in tattered clothes, holding a little girl's hand, pointed his finger at the descending stellar lightning above. Boom! A massive explosion resounded in the starry sky. Then, the stellar lightning shattered into countless fragments, dispersing like sand. Simultaneously, the starlight within the entire Tontian geolome array vanished. The array visibly destroyed mountains, collapsing one after another level to the ground. Ah! Yi Buhui, the charging 3 sages, the 5 celestials, and the 88 hanged dragon generals all spat blood and were sent flying backward. After they landed, it took them a long time to awaken from the shock. When they came to, the stars in the sky had dissipated, and a gate appeared in the heavens formed by starlight, seemingly leading to another world. Beneath this gate stood 2 figures, a man and a little girl barely 2 years old. It worked, it worked! The stellar gate has opened. The Master succeeded, the Master succeeded. It worked, it truly worked. Congratulations, Master. Congratulations on your successful transcendence, stepping into the stars eternal and immortal. The 3 sages and 5 celestials scrambled to their knees, prostrating themselves before Mou with loud salutations. He truly succeeded. Yi Buhui stared blankly at the man's back, uncertain whether to rejoice or grieve. Rejoice, for he had succeeded, and she had fulfilled her duty. Grieve, for it meant he would leave, perhaps never to be seen again.
Little one, do you remember what I said?
Mou paid no heed to the words or gazes behind him. He turned his attention to the little girl. The girl said nothing, her eyes brimming with tears filled with reluctance and despair.
I said one day a person must learn to grow up and venture into the world, not forever cling to their parents' embrace.
Mou looked at the little girl earnestly.
Wah!
The little girl cried out loudly, tears streaming down, as if venting her inner resentment and unwillingness to part. The commotion finally caught the attention of Yibuhue, the 3 sages, and the 5 celestials. They lifted their heads and looked over in astonishment. As they looked, they sensed something amiss. Mou's words and actions were too strange.
Go on. This path belongs to you.
Mou smiled at the little girl and released her hand. Once released, the little girl wiped her tears with her small hands and ran toward the gate.
Remember, from today onward your name is Yin Shui. I hope that by the day we meet again your name will shake the cosmos.
Mou called out loudly to the girl running toward the stellar gate.
Father!
Yin Shui stopped, tears streaming as she shouted to Mou. But as she cried out, the radiant starlight pulled her in and absorbed her into the stellar gate. Then along with the gate she vanished from the world, leaving heaven and earth tranquil and serene once more. Everything returned to normal. Mou remained where he stood, but everyone behind him was stunned into silence. The stellar gate had been opened, yet he did not enter. Instead, he let the silent, unnoticed little girl go through. Why? Why did he do this? Thousands of years of effort, thousands of years of cultivation, and he gave up this chance. Did he not realize that once this opportunity was lost, starting over would be incredibly difficult?
He didn't leave.
Yi Bui's heart trembled, uncertain whether to be happy or worried. Happy that he stayed, worried about what he intended to do.
Master Yu!
Cloud Sage, Violet Luo Sage, and Imperial Sage stood up together, their trembling gazes fixed on Mou. Mou raised his hand to stop them.
This path was never meant for me, but for Yin Shui.
Mou let out a deep sigh. The 3 sages were stunned, still unable to comprehend their master's words.
3 sages, hear my command!
Mou roared.
Your servant is here!
The 3 knelt together.
From this day forth you 3 shall assist Yibuhue in ascending to the throne, pacifying the universe, shaking the 9 continents, and becoming the first empress in history.
Mou commanded the 3 sages with authority. The 3 sages, 5 celestials, and even Yibuhue were shocked, all looking at Mou in disbelief. Assist Yibuhue in becoming empress and conquering the entire Hanwu continent. What? What exactly did he intend to do?
Also prepare a new identity for me.
Mou smiled. As he spoke, he slowly turned around, and a total of 81 sacred crystals flew out from within his body.
Master Yu!
Mou's actions made everyone's faces change dramatically.
81 sacred crystals. This is impossible.
Yibuhue stared in disbelief at the 81 sacred crystals. 1 sacred crystal represented a single paragon saint. 81 sacred crystals meant 81 paragon saints. But now a total of 81 sacred crystals had flown out from within his body. This could only mean one thing: this man had become a paragon saint 81 times, and each time the power he cultivated was different.
81 times attaining paragon sainthood, 81 types of paragon saint power.
Terrifying, utterly terrifying.
At this moment, Yibuhue finally understood why those hundreds of celestials and saints were no better than ants in his hands, and why he could shatter the starry sky thunder with a single finger.
With such boldness and such terrifying power, was there anything he could not accomplish?
We were wrong. All of us were wrong.
Mou shook his head bitterly, then waved his hand. Instantly the 81 sacred crystals turned to ashes, forming 81 beams of holy light that shot into the sky. In that very moment, all the power within Mou's body along with that supreme majesty receded, like a tide dissipating into the heavens.
No! Master! No! Master!
Upon witnessing this, the 5 celestials and 3 saints wailed, as if facing a cataclysm, rushing over with tearful cries.
Boom! Boom!
At the same time, the 81 beams of holy light surged into the sky, and a massive wave of sacred power radiated in all directions. The once barren and dim Hanwu continent, now infused with the 81 sacred pillars, was reborn with newfound vitality and vigor. New laws and powers were added to the world. Those who could not break through found new opportunities, and those unable to cultivate were now granted a path to practice. Earthly beings no longer feared the celestials, and celestials no longer feared the saints. Such was the birth of a new law. Within a forest, at this moment 2 figures were dashing swiftly, one in white, one in black. Known as the Black and White Saints, their mission was simple: the 9 heavens dragon array. They had to arrive before the array was activated, so they pressed on without a moment's rest. Boom! Boom! Just then the pitch-black forest was bathed in resplendent holy light. A total of 81 sacred pillars shot into the sky, followed by an overwhelming wave of sacred power spreading, like a tidal wave, across the heavens and earth. The Black and White Saints stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they saw. 81 sacred pillars. 81 sacred crystals. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible, absolutely not. White Saint's face turned pale, his entire body trembling. Having followed their master for so many years, how could he not know his master's power? Now, with 81 sacred crystals merging into the world, what did it mean? It meant that their master had already... Dead, he's finally dead. This journey on the starry path not only failed but cost him his life. Freedom, I Black Saint am free, Black Saint threw his head back, laughing in exhilaration. With that man dead, he was finally free, no longer bound to obey his every command. Master! White Saint fell to his knees, wailing in anguish. Brother, why are you crying? You should be happy. With him dead, we are free. From now on, this world belongs to us, Black Saint grabbed his brother's arm, his face twisted in a snarl. White Saint did not rise, but lay prostrate weeping. He could not forget the pair of beggars bullied daily, who were given a bun by a man who taught them not to be pushed around. It was he who taught them cultivation, who led them step by step from weakness to strength. And more unforgettably, it was he who taught them how to be human. But before they could repay him, before they could see that man one last time, he had already vanished from this world. An overwhelming pain racked White Saint's heart as he wept bitterly. He remembered when he and his brother were nearly starving to death, a man gave them a bun and told them to live well, to grow up, and become upright, honorable men. At that moment, both White Saint and his brother were deeply moved. White Saint had asked brother, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" His brother replied, "I want to be an upright, honorable man and repay uncle." From that moment, those words became White Saint's lifelong goal, his personal motto. But as time passed, those words gradually faded from memory. There were times when uncle appeared before them teaching and guiding them, yet they dismissed it as a joke. There were times when their strides grew longer, their power greater, no longer bound by heaven or anyone's commands. Those words had long sunk into the sea of memory. Until this moment, those words and that memory resurfaced, stabbing his heart like a knife, so painful, so agonizing. How many chances had they had to repay him? How many times could they have said, "Uncle, thank you"? But they did not. Now when they wanted to say those words to repay him, it was too late. Big brother! Black Saint's smile froze. Seeing his brother's grief, pain also crept onto his face, and he too fell to his knees. For he knew why his brother wept. Hurry! Grandfather, I'm already going as fast as I can't keep up. On the other side of the forest, an old man and a young man were running swiftly. The old man, his face flushed, urged them on, while the young man followed closely, fast, but always lagging behind. Boom! Boom! Suddenly the world trembled. 81 sacred pillars shot into the sky, piercing the clouds. The sacred power within them spread across the Hanwu continent, filling the tide-pleated land with vitality once more. Schwa! The old man halted. His eyes widened, his face flushed to an extreme in the darkness. Grandfather, why have we stopped? The young man approached, curious. Master! The old man did not speak, but wept bitterly, falling to his knees, tears streaming down his aged face. Grandfather, you! The young man's expression changed. His grandfather kneeling and calling master. Could it be? That person was dead. Master, your disciple came too late. Why? Why couldn't you wait for me? I was wrong, truly wrong. The old man kowtowed repeatedly, tears flowing uncontrollably. Grandfather! Seeing his grandfather like this, the young man rushed to support him. The dead cannot be revived,
and the cycle of heaven's laws is unchangeable. Master!
The old man ignored the advice, weeping even more sorrowfully. How he had longed to call him master just once, but never had the chance. Now that he finally summoned the courage, it was too late.
The world is about to change.
Within a colossal immortal sect atop a lofty structure stood a middle-aged man. He gazed at the sacred pillars soaring into the sky on the horizon and let out a deep sigh.
Your meaning, sect leader?
Behind the middle-aged man, a refined scholar had appeared without a sound.
That person has died,
the middle-aged man murmured.
That person? Who?
The refined scholar was taken aback, utterly puzzled by the middle-aged man's words.
The man who shaped this world.
The middle-aged man took a deep breath and said,
81 sacred pillars, 81 sacred crystals, 81 cycles of supreme sanctity. How many years of cultivation? In the end, it all turned into a handful of golden sand returning to the earth.
The refined scholar shuddered, staring in disbelief at the 81 pillars before him. Now he understood the sect leader's meaning.
Then what are your intentions, sect leader?
The refined scholar's face flushed slightly.
This is a perfect opportunity to enter the Hanwu continent, isn't it?
The middle-aged man gave a sinister smile.
Sect leader intends to.
The refined scholar trembled, now fully grasping the implication.
Issue the order. From tomorrow, our Tianqin sect shall officially enter the world.
The middle-aged man waved his hand with overbearing authority, then turned and vanished from the rooftop.
An era of contention among heroes is upon us again. Who knows how many will rise to prominence, and how many will turn to dust?
The refined scholar knew that a great age was descending once more. This era would be even more splendid. For this era had been suppressed for far too long. With a whoosh, all power drained from Mo's body. As his strength ebbed away, the once proud and immortal-like Mou grew as feeble as an ant collapsing toward the ground.
Master!
The 5 celestials and 3 sages cried out in unison, rushing to support him. They did not understand. They could not comprehend in 1,000 lifetimes. After so many years of cultivation, having finally reached such a state, why? Why did he abandon all his cultivation and return his primal power to the heavens? What did he intend to do?
Do not come near!
Mou stopped him. Though he had lost his former supreme might, Mou's divine presence remained. A simple command, a simple tone, was enough to halt the 8 of them.
Master!
The 8 stopped, yet their tearful eyes still fixed on Mou.
Remember what I told you. Assist Yi Buhui in achieving her grand ambition.
Mou did not look at them. After uttering these words with profound depth, he took faltering steps toward the forest's edge, his departure steeped in desolation. Once, he was the supreme overlord, radiating elegance and majesty, commanding the world with invincible might. Yet today he had annihilated the 81 sacred crystals cultivated over millennia, and he departed in silence.
Master, how can I find you?
Yi Buhui could no longer contain herself. She knelt and cried out toward Mou's retreating figure. From the moment that man appeared, she had followed him with hatred in her heart. For he had destroyed everything she had, shattering her maiden dream of a wedding. Yet, gradually she realized she should not hate him. She had no reason to. Because, as he had said, Xiaoyao Zhan was unworthy of her. Her path was longer. She should carve out a truly brilliant journey. Just as she came to understand everything, this man abandoned it all and chose to leave alone. From the once proud and peerless figure to the now desolate silhouette, it all felt like sharp daggers stabbing deep into Yi Bui's mind, causing unbearable pain. Perhaps only one could feel it. She hated this man, but no one would ever imagine that, unbeknownst to even herself, she had fallen in love with him. For it was he who fulfilled her true dream, who gave her a brand new opportunity.
When the time is ripe, I will come to you. Do not let me down.
Mou spoke these words lightly and simply, then gradually disappeared into the woods.
Master!
Yi Buhui collapsed to the ground, weeping bitterly. After an unknown length of time, the 5 celestials and 3 sages sighed and approached.
Miss Yi, please rise quickly. Our master has departed. We should follow his instructions. We shall assist you in ascending the throne, pacifying the realm, and dominating the world.
Emperor Sage came over and said to Yi Buhui. Yi Buhui wiped her tears and stood up, speaking earnestly.
Everyone, please come to my residence. I have something to say. Please.
They all made a gesture together.
Please.
With that they transformed into streaks of light and vanished into the forest. Yet in that fleeting moment of their disappearance a crimson light surged from the center of the altar. It sped after the direction you had vanished, moving too swiftly for anyone to perceive. Jialua's city. Though the day was still early, the city had already come alive. Crowds of people and carriages flowed through the streets, creating a bustling scene. For today was the annual enrollment day of Jialua Academy. As the premier academy on the Hanwu continent, each year's enrollment attracted students from all corners. If you possess talent or unique abilities, the academy would accept you unconditionally. This unwritten rule ensured that countless experts graduated from Jialua Academy every year. Thus enrollment day also became a gathering point for future elites.
Lingyue, let me explain the rules of Jialua Academy's enrollment. There are 3 ways to enter. First, by paying a large tuition fee to become a probationary student. Most of these are those with poor talent sent by their families to coast through and network with promising individuals. The second way is for those with some talent and a decent cultivation level but not exceptional. They must pay standard tuition and follow the academy's normal training. Upon graduation, they will surely command respect in their region. The third way is for prodigies, those with astonishing talent or unique skills destined to become renowned. They require no tuition and can even access abundant academy resources for cultivation. Inside a carriage, Shang Wanlingru once again instructed her younger sister, sternly reminding her, "I don't expect you to be the third type, but you must become the second type, understand?" "I understand, sister,"
Shang Wanlingru replied, her gaze somewhat vacant.
"Good. Let me also tell you what to be mindful of when entering Jialua Academy."
Before entering Jialua Academy, every student must undergo 2 tests. The first is cultivation level, and the second is talent. Those with high cultivation but low talent shall not be admitted. Those with high cultivation and high talent who exceed 20 years of age shall also be denied entry. Today marked the start of the academic year at Jialua Academy, so Shengguan Lingruo personally escorted her younger sister to the school. Her father had no sons, and her own talent for cultivation was mediocre, limiting her to managing the escort agency's internal affairs. All external hopes rested upon her sister Shengguan Lingwe. To elevate the escort agency's standing as a woman, the sole path was to augment her strength. Entering Jialua Academy was the optimal course of action. Now, to ensure a smooth entry for her sister, Shengguan Lingruo began to meticulously explain the academy's regulations.
"Have you heard? Among this batch of new students, there's one with a 5-star talent at the mid-earth stage." "What? 5-star talent mid-earth stage? Are you joking? Would I lie to you? I'm telling you, this new student has already been summoned by the dean and directly assigned to the genius class." "No way, really? 5-star talent means this newcomer can match the talent of that freak in the academy." "No doubt about it. Looks like this batch of freshmen will be interesting. A prodigy was recruited on the very first day. Ha ha. Let's wait and see. Look, the line stretches outside the city. Who knows how many geniuses are among these people?"
Shangguan Lingruo and Shangguan Lingwei descended from the carriage and joined the queue. Several senior students walked past them, heading into the academy while chatting.
5-star talent.
Shangguan Lingwei was deeply astonished. On the Hanwu continent, a cultivator's talent was rated from 1 to 10 stars. A 1-star talent could barely cultivate, but would be forever stuck at the earth stage, unable to reach the heaven stage. A 2-star talent had a chance to reach the transcendent human realm, but the prospects were limited. A 3-star talent had a 50% chance of reaching transcendent human. A 4-star talent had a sure path to transcendent human, and even a fair chance of striving for sainthood. What about a 5-star talent? Legend said it offered a slim possibility of reaching the saint realm. Though the chance was minuscule for a cultivator, it represented a chance for rebirth. As for talents of 6, 7, 8, or even 10 stars, they existed only in legends. None had ever appeared, or if they had, they never revealed themselves to the world. This was why the emergence of a 5-star talent caused such a stir.
"I never thought Jialua Academy would recruit a 5-star talent this time. It seems another transcendent human is about to be born,"
Shangguan Lingruo said with a wry smile.
"Transcendent human."
Shangguan Lingwei was startled by the term, and a figure surfaced in her mind once more. But she quickly gave a bitter smile. For days, she had been inquiring about that person, yet everything concerning him seemed to be shrouded in silence. Anyone she mentioned him to would clam up. Suddenly at the front of the line on the talent testing platform at Jiaolu Academy's gate, 5 pillars of light shot into the sky, radiating a terrifying surge of primal energy.
This is a 5-star talent, and at the peak Earth stage cultivation. What? Another 5-star talent has appeared. How is this possible? What kind of day is this? 2 5-star prodigies have emerged. Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. Another 5-star talent.
The scene ignited the entire area around Jiaolu Academy's gate. The long queue of new students stirred, their expressions shifting to awe, envy, and shock.
Another 5-star talent. This.
Shangwan Lingwei and Shangwan Lingruo stared wide-eyed. One 5-star talent was astonishing enough, but now there were 2. And both appearing on the same day. In the midst of their shock, several aged figures from within the academy materialized at the entrance. 15 elders appeared together, their auras all at the peak Earth stage, with some even showing signs of a breakthrough to transcendent human.
Ha ha. What a blessing for our Jiaolu Academy. 2 5-star talents in a single day, ha ha. Indeed. Young lady, I am the elder of the martial arts hall. Would you be willing to take me as your master? Young lady, don't listen to this old man. Take me as your master instead. I am the elder of the cultivation hall. Under my tutelage, you will have endless cultivation resources.
As they appeared, the elders rushed towards the testing platform, greeting a petite, seemingly fragile young girl with smiles. The girl appeared weak and unremarkable, but her eyes were exceptionally bright. Surrounded by the elders vying for her attention, the girl didn't agree immediately. Instead, she politely walked towards the academy's interior, with the elders trailing behind. They knew they had no chance of reaching transcendent human in their own lifetimes. But if they could have a disciple who became a transcendent human, their lives would be without regret.
Is this the treatment for a 5-star talent? Elders are fighting over her. Isn't it? If only I were a 5-star talent too. Dream on. 5-star talents are rare once in a century. Having 2 appear today is already a miracle. True.
The girl being courted by the elders ignited envy among countless new students.
Lingyue, don't be discouraged. Believe in yourself. You can do it too.
Shangwan Lingruo withdrew her gaze and patted her sister's shoulder in comfort. Shangwan Lingwei was self-aware. Her talent was not exceptional, but it was far from poor.
Keep it up.
Seeing her sister's expression, Shangwan Lingruo winked to encourage her. Next. As they chatted, the referee's voice rang out again. Shangwan Lingwei and Shangwan Lingruo lifted their heads to look ahead once more. As the 2 sisters looked forward, a tremendous explosion sounded ahead. Then an incredibly terrifying wave of primal energy surged into the sky. This colossal energy stirred the heavens, causing dark clouds to gather, lightning to flash, and wind and rain to lash down, as if the end of the world had arrived. Within the Jiaolu Academy. At the pinnacle of the Jiaolu Heavenly Tower, inside a vast office. At that moment, a woman around 30 years old, clad in purple-brown robes, and exuding an air of immense authority, sat upon a chair. Her eyes held a look of satisfaction and approval as she gazed upon a tall, imposing man standing before her. The man stood with a commanding presence, radiating an aura of dominance.
You are Sun Tianjun?
Zi Qianwei asked with a faint smile.
Yes, Dean.
Sun Tianjun replied, respectfully clasping his hands in salute.
You are quite remarkable. It has been 5 years since our academy has enrolled a prodigy of 5-star talent. With diligent effort, you will surely attain the celestial realm like me, or even surpass it to achieve sagehood.
Zi Qianwei rose to her feet as she spoke. Everyone knew that the Jiaolu Academy's status as the premier institution under heaven was not solely due to its gathering of geniuses, but more importantly because of its celestial realm dean. There were even rumors that Zi Qianwei was on the verge of breaking through to the sage realm.
Yes, Dean.
Sun Tianjun's eyes gleamed. Had he not come to Jiaolu Academy precisely to attain the celestial realm?
I see that the cultivation art you practice and the path you walk are remarkably similar to my own. Would you be willing to become my disciple?
Zi Qianwei asked with a solemn expression. From the moment she had laid eyes on this youth, she had been exceedingly satisfied with him. With her meticulous guidance, he would surely achieve the celestial realm.
Master!
Sun Tianjun's eyes lit up, and he immediately clasped his fists and knelt down.
Boom!
Just as Sun Tianjun was about to kneel and formally take her, as his master, a tremendous explosion erupted. Following this, a pillar of light shot into the sky. Terrifying chaotic currents swirled, and the once clear blue sky quickly darkened. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, wind and rain raged, as if the apocalypse had arrived.
This is...
Zi Qianyu's expression changed, and her gaze swiftly shifted towards the academy gate.
Whoosh!
In the next instant, Zi Qianyue vanished, leaving only a gust of wind in the office.
Master!
Sun Tianjun's expression also shifted. His dismay was not due to the external changes, but because his ceremony to take a master had been interrupted. In another part of the Jiao Lu Academy, within the elders' chamber of the secret sect. Here gathered 8 elders, all former deans of the academy. More importantly, each of them had reached the peak of the celestial realm, only a single step away from entering the sage realm. But because they could never find the right opportunity, they spent their days in deep meditation.
Fifth brother, I hear several major events have occurred in the outside world recently.
The oldest elder spoke.
Indeed. I heard that the starry path opened once more. 72 celestial realm experts and 36 sage realm experts became its sacrifices. And that person, having failed in his attempt to ascend, vanished into smoke and ashes. His 81 saint crystals have now merged with heaven and earth, creating new laws and vitality.
A slightly younger elder replied.
Fortunately, we did not go to join the spectacle, or we too would have perished. Indeed.
The other elders shook their heads and sighed. The mere mention of this event filled them with dread.
Boom!
Just as their hearts were pounding with fear, a loud crash interrupted them. In the next moment, the sky outside became shrouded in dark clouds, and the entire heavens grew dim.
This is such a terrifying aura of talent. This is definitely an aura above 5-star talent, and it has even stirred the heavens, arousing the jealousy of the gods above. What? Arousing the jealousy of the gods? Could it be? Let's go see.
Startled by this aura, the elders quickly rushed out of the academy, heading towards the outside.
Whoosh! Whoosh!
The sight of the secret sect elders and Dean Zi Qian were rushing towards the academy gate drew the attention of the teachers and students within the academy.
What's happening? Why has the sky changed? Look, a pillar of light has shot into the sky. A pillar of light. Could another new student with 5-star talent have appeared? Impossible, this isn't 5-star talent. Don't you see? The dean and the secret sect elders are all heading to the academy gate. What? Even the secret sect elders are stirred. Let's check it out too.
The students inside the academy also began to run swiftly towards the direction of the academy gate.
Boom!
A pillar of light shot into the sky. Dark clouds rolled, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled, and a hurricane and torrential rain poured down. Yet no one sought shelter from the rain. Instead, everyone stared in shock at the testing platform. On the platform stood a young man, seemingly 17 or 18 years old. His hair was simply tied back, revealing a cold yet handsome face. His eyes held a depth of vicissitudes, as if they contained an entire world. His hand rested simply on the testing sphere for talent and cultivation level on the platform. What was unbelievable was that the cultivation testing sphere on the youth's left was dim and lifeless, while the talent testing sphere on his right emitted a pillar of primal energy that stirred the very heavens. If one looked closely, they would notice that this pillar of primal energy was composed of 10 smaller pillars of primal energy. This meant that this person possessed 10-star talent.
1, 2, 3, 4. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. How could there be a person with 10-star talent in this world? It's utterly impossible. I also think it's impossible, but what about those 10 pillars of primal energy? And what about this change in heaven and earth? Can anyone tell me? Fake to fake. 10 stars. Does 10-star talent truly exist in this world? This is not fake, nor is it a dream. It's real. Do you see? The cultivation sphere on his left is dim and without light. This means that before today this person had never cultivated at all, and today is his first time testing his talent. Even if he wanted to cheat, it would be impossible. What? The cultivation sphere showed no reaction. He has never cultivated. This.
Both the new students at the academy gate and the elders conducting the tests were stunned. Everyone's body trembled as if they had fallen into a dream. A person with 5-star talent was already a miracle. But today two had appeared at once. And now, a 10-star talent had emerged, and even the heavens were jealous when he tested his talent. Was this truly real? Was this not a dream?
This.
The group of elders, who had been escorting the 5-star talented young lady into the academy surrounded by a throng of admirers, all came to a halt. Their aged faces flushed red as they looked behind them in disbelief at the testing platform, and then at the sky shrouded in dark clouds. They had spent their entire lives in the Jiaolu Academy weathering countless storms, and encountering every kind of genius imaginable. But today, what exactly had they witnessed? They actually witnessed a new student with a 10-star talent, and what was even more terrifying was that this 10-star talent had never cultivated before. In other words, he was a pure uncontaminated 10-star talent. What did an uncontaminated 10-star talent mean? It meant that he could directly start cultivating high-level techniques, completely avoiding the contamination of low-level ones, giving him a head start several times greater than others.
10-star talent?
The 5-star talent girl covered her mouth with her hand. In her eyes, she was a proud daughter of heaven, yet, after seeing this man before her, she felt a sense of inferiority. If she with her 5-star talent had 100% certainty of reaching the transcendent realm, then what about someone with 10-star talent? What realm would they attain? The 5-star talent girl dared not even imagine the potential of this man, or what kind of figure he would become in the future.
It's him! I can feel it must be him, it must be!
Shang Wanlingyu's eyes widened, her face flushed, her whole body trembling violently, as she stared at the man standing on the testing platform. Although his back seemed much smaller, his aura had changed, and he had lost that kingly presence. But Shang Wanlingui was certain that he was Mou. Yet, she couldn't understand. This man who once commanded the world with unmatched dominance, to whom even the supreme beings beyond the transcendent realm were mere ants, now stood before her. But now why had he lost all his cultivation, turned into an 18 or 19-year-old youth? His appearance drastically changed, and even taking a talent test here. What had happened? The more Shang Wanlingui thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. Seeing this man here meant something must have gone wrong.
Lingyue, what do you mean by him? Do you know this 10-star talent prodigy?
Shang Wanlingrua looked at her sister curiously. Although the appearance of this 10-star talent youth shocked her greatly, her sister's words were even more startling. From her tone, it seemed she was very familiar with this youth.
No!
Interrupted by her sister's words, Shang Wanlingui quickly shook her head. Although she was absolutely certain this person was Mou, she dared not tell anyone. Because this was a secret.
No! Then why were you shouting?
Shang Wanlingru rolled her eyes.
But today I've really broadened my horizons. I never thought such a prodigy could exist in this world.
As she spoke, Shang Wanlingruo's eyes burned with excitement as she looked at the youth. She knew that from this moment on a future peerless powerhouse had been born. Shang Wanlingui didn't answer her sister. Instead, her heart trembled, her pulse raced, and her breath quickened. These past days, that silhouette had lingered in her mind unforgettable. She thought she would never have the chance to see that man again in this life. Who would have thought that today she would see him again, and in such a manner? But when she saw him again, he was no longer the invincible man who shook the world, no longer the peerless powerhouse, whose very eyes radiated kingly authority. Instead, he had lost all his cultivation, and turned into a mere 17 or 18-year-old youth. But Shang Wanlingui didn't care. Because at least she could see him, at least she could live under the same roof as him. That was enough. At that moment, Shang Wanlingyu's heart finally had a new goal. With a swoosh, the 15 Secret Realm Elders along with Dean Zi Qianyue and others landed at the school gate, their faces flushed and eyes wide, as they stared at the seemingly aloof 17 or 18-year-old youth on the testing platform.
A 10-star talent, truly a 10-star talent, and without any cultivation never developed before. A prodigy, a true prodigy of heaven and earth. Our Jiaolu Academy has finally welcomed a peerless prodigy. From now on, our academy will surely flourish and expand. Heaven has opened its eyes. No, I must select a heaven-grade technique for him, personally guide him, and ensure he reaches the transcendent, or even the saint realm within 10 years.
The Secret Realm Elders laughed excitedly.
Such terrifying talent!
Zi Qianyue took a deep breath. A 10-star talent. How terrifying was that? Such talent had never even appeared in legends, yet today she had witnessed it with her own eyes. To think a person with one-star talent could within a year go from having no cultivation to the human realm, reach the peak of human realm in 5 years, and enter the earth realm in 10 years. So what about a 10-star talent? Enter the human realm within a month, or within a week, or perhaps reach the earth realm in 10 days. Zi Qianwei couldn't even predict such an outcome because a person with this kind of talent was absolutely unique in the world.
Is it done?
Mou cast a faint glance at the examiner.
Yes.
The examiner jolted from his thoughts, trembled, and replied dazedly. Mou said nothing more, but walked down from the testing platform to a giant sword beside it. The sword was a full foot wide, 3 centimeters thick, and 1.5 meters long, embedded in the rock like a towering mountain standing in silent majesty. Ignoring every gaze around him, Mou lifted the giant sword, slung it on his back, and strode toward the interior of Jiaolu Academy.
Please wait.
After Mou had walked a full 5 meters, a secret realm elder snapped back to reality and called out anxiously, then hurried toward him.
Something wrong?
Mou paused and asked.
Young man, your talent is astonishing. The Academy has decided to enroll you in the genius class, and you may choose any heaven-grade technique from the Academy,
the elder said excitedly. He also wanted to add that from today onward, he would receive personal instruction from the secret realm elders.
No need.
Before the elder could finish, Mou interrupted him and continued walking, saying,
I came to cultivate, not to enjoy privileges. You?
Mou's words left the elder stunned, as if he had misheard.
We offer you an advantage because of your 10-star talent, yet you not only refuse, but also speak such insolent words. Do you know that anyone else would be overjoyed by such an offer? How can you be so ungrateful? Elder Hong, let him go.
Zi Qianwei interrupted Elder Hong, instead revealing a mysterious smile. She had cultivated step by step herself, and understood well what a powerhouse needed to experience to grow. If this man, like others, relied on his innate talent and easily obtained resources, even if he grew strong, he would at best become a mediocrity. But if he chose to go against the grain and walk an unconventional path, the outcome would be entirely different. Because, since ancient times, the Han-Mu continent had passed down this saying, only by defying heaven can one attain sainthood.
Dean, what do you mean?
Elder Hong was interrupted by Zi Qianyu's words, and immediately looked over. Such an excellent seedling, yet the dean said to let him go. What exactly did those words mean?
Rather than forcing growth, I would rather see
him thrive against adversity.
Zi Qianwei smiled with relief.
Issue the order, from today onward no one in the academy shall disturb this student. Having said that, Zi Qianwei stepped forward and walked into the academy. The secret elders fell silent. After a moment, several elders stroked their beards and laughed heartily as they walked into the academy. Only a few secret elders still seemed dazed, and after a long while they too followed with bitter smiles.
Who is that person? How could he act like that? Indeed, a 10-star talent.
What a terrifying talent. The secret elders invited him to join the genius class, and even allowed him to pick any heaven-grade technique from the academy, yet he refused.
Is this man mad, or is he too arrogant? Refusing to join the genius class is one thing, but he also refused to pick a heaven-grade technique. Such an opportunity, others would beg for it, yet he turned it down.
It's infuriating. Indeed, if I could join the genius class, becoming a future celestial would be guaranteed.
So what if he has a 10-star talent? With such arrogance, I'm curious to see how far he can go.
Well said. Mou's words and his arrogant actions stirred a wave of anger among the new and old students alike. You possess such a powerful talent, which already makes others envious beyond measure, yet you not only fail to use this advantage, but also act arrogantly here, not only refusing to join the genius class, but also turning down the heaven-grade technique from the secret elders. Aren't you deliberately provoking hatred?
Truly a fine man, choosing to defy the heavens instead of taking the easy path.
Interesting.
Shang Wanlingruo's pupils involuntarily constricted, her beautiful eyes gazing with slight interest at the aloof, proud back. Watching that back, she felt an indescribable sensation. Sis, I'm going for the assessment. You go back first.
Shang Wanlingruo's cheeks flushed slightly. She bit her lip, cast a determined look at her sister, then walked toward the testing platform ahead. Shang Wanlingrua did not stop her sister, but watched her with a strange expression, sensing something amiss about her.
Testing continues.
Next. After a long while, the examiner's resonant voice rang out again, and the new students resumed their tests.
Whoosh!
Ziqianyu's figure flickered as she returned to her dean's office. She went to her seat, picked up her pen, and began writing in a notebook.
Dean.
As Ziqianyu wrote, a voice sounded beside her. It was Sun Tianjun approaching respectfully.
You're still here. I'm busy now. Leave for now. Someone will arrange your accommodation in class.
Ziqianyu didn't even glance at him, continuing to write.
Dean, about the apprenticeship.
Sun Tianjun did not leave immediately, but interrupted Ziqianyu again, his voice filled with anxiety. Arranging accommodation and class was trivial in his eyes. The real matter was becoming her disciple. If he became the dean's personal disciple, he could do as he pleased in the academy.
Leave now. We'll discuss this another time.
Ziqianyu said coldly.
Aye.
Sun Tianjun's face changed. Just moments ago, the dean had been chatting cheerfully with him, but now her demeanor had shifted. She didn't even want to mention the apprenticeship anymore.
Then I'll take my leave.
Sun Tianjun suppressed his displeasure and departed respectfully. He was a tactful person. The dean's change surely had a reason. So he dared not add fuel to the fire. Thus, while Ziqianyu busied herself, he withdrew from the dean's office and headed downstairs.
It's absolutely shocking. Indeed. This is the most astonishing thing I've ever seen. A 10-star talent. What terrifying talent is that? Exactly, a 10-star talent. Even legends don't speak of such. Today it appeared in our academy. But then again, that person is too arrogant. Relying on his 10-star talent, he dared to act so insolently before the dean and the secret elders. Not only did he refuse to join the genius class, but he also turned down the chance to pick a heaven-grade technique. Indeed.
He's truly arrogant, but I have to admit one thing: his future achievements will definitely surpass those of the Academy's 4 heavenly kings and the few 5-star talents.
No need to say that. He's a 10-star talent after all. Ha.
At first, I thought the appearance of a 5-star talent in our academy was a miracle, but then 2 5-star talents showed up, and now a 10-star talent monster has emerged. As Sun Tianjun walked through the academy, he overheard several passing students discussing.
10-star talent.
Sun Tianjun's face changed. Could it be that pillar of yuan force from earlier was triggered by that 10-star talent freshman? Is that why the dean changed her mind, all because of this person? At this thought, Sun Tianjun's face turned pale. He had thought that upon arriving at Jiaolu Academy, he would become a prodigy, a personal disciple of the dean revered by thousands, and smoothly ascend to become a celestial. But now someone with even greater talent had appeared, a 10-star talent monster. No wonder the dean changed her mind, no wonder she turned her heart away. Now he finally understood.
Come quick!
A duel. Someone's dueling. Who's dueling? Who's fighting whom? Fang Tianba. Someone's challenging Fang Tianba.
What? Someone's challenging Fang Tianba. Who's challenging him? I heard it's a freshman, that so-called 10-star talent. What? The 10-star talent is challenging Fang Tianba. Wasn't it said that the 10-star talent has no cultivation? Indeed.
This person is simply too arrogant. Absolutely arrogant. Let's go check it out.
Let's go!
Just as Sun Tianjun was brooding discontentedly, the campus suddenly erupted in excitement as dozens of students rushed in one direction.
The 10-star talent challenging Fang Tianba.
Sun Tianjun was stunned. These words had clearly piqued his interest. Fang Tianba was one of the Academy's 4 heavenly kings, his overlord sword unmatched. Yet now, that untrained 10-star talent was actually challenging Fang Tianba. Where did he get the confidence to challenge Fang Tianba? No matter how strong your talent, before absolute power you are but an ant. Nevertheless, this only heightened Sun Tianjun's interest, for he was eager to see just who this 10-star talent was.
Senior Lingyue, let me introduce you to this side, which is the girls' dormitory, and over here is the boys' dormitory, and this is the cafeteria. If you need any help in the future, just let me know. My name is Len Tang.
Upon entering Jialu Academy, an upperclassman helped her with her luggage and introduced her to the happenings of the academy. Shangguan Lingwei did not refuse or pay much attention. Instead, she looked around, enjoying the environment of the academy. At home, she faced battles and training every day. Now that she had arrived at the academy, she needed to adapt to a new environment.
Senior Lingyue, what kind of boy do you like?
Lin Tang, seeing Shangguan Lingyu's fairy-like profile, blushed and asked innocently. There was a rule in the academy that boys of the same grade were not allowed to disturb the girls of the same grade, as those girls were meant for the upperclassmen to pursue, so Lin Tang followed the rules diligently. Today marked the beginning of the school year, and Lin Tang had finally reached the status of upperclassman, thus commencing his voluntary reception duties with other upperclassmen. Originally, he came here with a stroke of luck, and unexpectedly, he encountered a super beautiful girl.
What kind of boy do I like?
Shangguan Lingwei was taken aback, pondering, her face turning slightly red. After a moment, she replied,
I like cold, majestic men who can dictate the world with a single word, domineering and invincible.
In her mind, two figures emerged again. Although they were distinct, she knew they were undoubtedly the same person.
Really? Senior Lingyue, I am exactly the kind of boy you described.
Lin Tang's eyes lit up as he excitedly said. Shangguan Lingwei was taken aback, glanced at Lin Tang briefly, then shook her head without saying anything. Compared to that man, Lin Tang was far too inconspicuous.
A duel is about to commence. Who is dueling? The 10-star genius freshman challenging Fang Tianba. Really or not? Am I joking? Come, let's go take a look. Let's go!
At that moment, a commotion erupted within the academy. Upon hearing these words, Shangguan Lingwei halted her steps, her face immediately flushing as she looked towards the group of people talking.
The 10-star genius freshman is challenging Fang Tianba. Are you kidding? Fang Tianba is one of the 4 great kings of the academy, a peak Earth-level master. No matter how talented he is, what difference does it make? Challenging Fang Tianba is akin to seeking death.
Hearing this, Lin Tang couldn't help but laugh as if he had seen a huge joke.
Senior Lingwei.
Lin Tang looked aside only to find that Shangguan Lingwei was already nowhere to be seen.
So it turns out Senior Lingwei is also interested in this.
Lin Tang's eyes brightened, and he immediately followed her. Jialu Academy. Martial Arts Arena. In the center of the plaza, Mou stood with a giant sword plunged into the ground, standing coldly. At this moment, a group of people approached from another direction, and the students and mentors surrounding the plaza also gathered.
Kid, are you the one who sent out the challenge?
A slender individual stepped forward, arrogantly addressing Mou.
Are you Fang Tianba?
Mou replied indifferently.
Fang Tianba is my elder brother. Do you think you can meet him just because you want to?
The slender man shouted with a flushed face.
Get lost.
Mou simply responded with a single word, yet that word carried an unmatched dominance, making the atmosphere feel as if a cold wind had swept through.
You?
The slender man was even angrier upon hearing this, wanting to step forward and fight.
Monkey, step back.
A calm and imposing voice stopped him. As this commanding voice rang out, everyone around turned to look towards its source. A man dressed simply, appearing to be in his 20s, standing at least 6 feet tall with a muscular build, walked over, exuding both dominance and strength.
King Fang. It's King Fang. King Fang is here. King Fang really came. Isn't that so?
King Fang is one of the 4 great kings, and his cultivation level has already reached the peak of Earth level. Moreover, with his domineering sword in hand, even celestial beings would not dare to underestimate him. A 10-star genius who just entered school and has no cultivation challenging him is nothing short of seeking death. Isn't that right? However, I am quite looking forward to this battle.
Looking forward to what? To see a joke. Ha ha.
As Fang Tianba stepped out, the students surrounding the plaza erupted in excitement, each filled with laughter and gossiping about the spectacle.
Elder brother.
The monkey and his group of followers walked over, each with an unsightly expression. Fang Tianba did not respond to them, but waved his hand to silence them.
Are you the 10-star genius who just enrolled today?
He looked at Mou with a faint smile, asking contemptuously. At Jialu Academy, there is an unwritten rule: you can challenge others, but never challenge the 4 great kings, because their power exceeds your imagination. But today, what did Fang Tianba see? A new student actually dared to challenge one of the 4 great kings. What was even more ridiculous was that this person was a 10-star genius without any cultivation.
That's right, it's me. Are you Fang Tianba?
Mou did not waste time, but directly asked the question.
Indeed.
Fang Tianba's pupils contracted as he coldly replied. The expression and actions of this person had already enraged him. No matter how talented he was as a 10-star genius, offending him was akin to seeking death.
3 moves. If I cannot defeat you in 3 moves, I concede defeat,
Mou said simply.
Wow!
This statement caused an uproar throughout the entire plaza. 3 moves. If you can't defeat Fang Tianba in 3 moves, you concede defeat. If this were 10 years later, or even 5 years later, we might believe it, because with your talent 3 to 5 years would indeed qualify you to defeat Fang Tianba. But the problem is you don't have any cultivation at all, yet you dare to say you can defeat Fang Tianba in 3 moves.
Preposterous kid, do you know who you are talking to? How ridiculous to insult the boss like this. You're doomed. We must teach him a lesson, otherwise who would respect the 4 great kings in the future? That's right, if we don't teach him properly, who will take us old students seriously in the future?
After Mou finished speaking, Fang Tianba's subordinates were the first to stand up, angrily responding.
Ha ha ha!
However, amidst all the voices, a burst of arrogant laughter erupted from Fang Tianba. As Fang Tianba's arrogant laughter echoed, his underlings fell silent, watching nervously, for they knew their leader well. When he laughed in such a tone, it meant he was angry, furious in fact.
3 moves. You'll defeat me in 3 moves. And if you fail, you'll concede? I must say you're the first to speak to me like this. For that alone, I accept your challenge. But on one condition, no holds barred, life or death.
Fang Tianba's face twisted into a savage grimace. Though he knew the dean and the secret sect elders would protect such a prodigy, still, since he had uttered such words, he must pay a price. Otherwise, who would ever respect Fang Tianba again?
Agreed.
Mou accepted.
You're asking for death.
Fang Tianba's fury intensified. A violent aura erupted from his body. He clenched his hand in the air, and a massive sword flew into his grasp. The blade was 1.3 meters in length, 1 foot wide, and 2 centimeters thick. Layers of sanguine fiery mist, as if possessed by a soul, slithered across its surface, a demonic sight.
Is that the soul-suppressing sword? Indeed, it is the soul-suppressing sword. I never thought the heavenly King Fang would resort to it. This man is doomed. Legend says that once the soul-suppressing sword is drawn, it must taste blood. With such provocation, not even the dean can save him now. Yes, yes. What a pity for a 10-star talent to die like this. What's there to pity? This is the price of arrogance.
The appearance of Fang Tianba's soul-suppressing sword sent shockwaves through the crowd. The reason the 4 heavenly kings held their thrones as the top experts of Jiaolu Academy was their extraordinary talents and the heaven-defying artifacts in their possession. And Fang Tianba's heaven-defying treasure was none other than the soul-suppressing sword. Legend had it that the sword had birthed its own soul. It either remained sheathed, or once drawn it would inevitably taste blood and devour souls.
Boy, this is the soul-suppressing sword. It either stays in its scabbard, or once unsheathed it takes a life.
Fang Tianba coldly gripped his sword, advancing step by step toward Mou. The drawing of the soul-suppressing sword meant the boy was as good as dead.
So much nonsense,
Mou said coldly. The moment he spoke, Mou moved. His sword was in hand, his figure vanished from the spot, and a shadow of the blade blanketed the square.
You're seeking death.
Fang Tianba moved as well, his soul-suppressing sword carrying an invincible momentum, like a grinding wheel slicing through space, surging toward Mou.
Hum! Crack!
In that instant, the sword's hum rang out, followed by the sound of a blade snapping and blood spraying. When the sounds faded, Mou now stood where Fang Tianba had been. The great sword was back on his back as if nothing had happened. He casually tossed a remark and walked forward.
Boring.
Yes, that was all Mou said before turning away indifferently. Behind Mou, in the center of the square, Fang Tianba remained frozen in the posture of swinging the soul-suppressing sword. His eyes were white, his face flushed, his gaze filled with disbelief. If one looked closely, his entire body was trembling.
Impossible, impossible, this absolutely cannot be. No. No.
Fang Tianba suddenly roared at the top of his lungs.
Boom! Boom! Crack!
His clothes burst apart, and from all over his body columns of blood spurted out. At the same time, the soul-suppressing sword in his hand snapped in two. He collapsed along with it, blood spilling across the square. He had lost, and utterly so. Fang Tianbo, one of the 4 heavenly kings, the Jiaolu Academy wielder of the soul-suppressing sword, had been defeated by a newly enrolled student with no cultivation. What's more, it was an instant kill. Yes, an instant kill. No elemental energy, no aura of power, just pure brute force, and one strike sealed the victory. Silence. The entire square fell into a hushed stillness. Whether it was the students watching the instructors, or even Fang Tianbo underlings. All were left dumbfounded, their faces pale with shock. They knew Fang Tianbo's strength all too well. Yet now, he had been defeated without even a chance to unleash his full power. Defeated just like that. And by an instant kill. By someone with no cultivation at all.
This isn't real. It can't be real. How could the boss lose? I can't accept this. He's one of the 4 heavenly kings. Wielding the soul-suppressing sword, he was invincible across the academy. No one could beat him. How could he lose to a freshman with no cultivation? Fake, it's too fake. What did I just witness? The heavenly King Fang has fallen and his soul-suppressing sword is broken. How? How did this man do it? I saw no elemental energy. He used only brute force. Brute force destroyed the soul-suppressing sword and defeated Fang Tianbo. This is unbelievable. Indeed. How much brute force would that require? I think it's not that simple. Definitely not that simple. This man doesn't seem like someone with no cultivation. I agree. He must have cultivated some other technique that hides his elemental energy and cultivation level. If that's the case, then this man is utterly terrifying. The power of that single strike must have been divine. Divine power. As Fang Tianbo fell, and Mo.U turned away, the square erupted in a frenzy. The more they talked, the more they discussed, the more terrifying it seemed. At first, they all believed this 10-star talent had no cultivation. Now that seemed like a joke. Would someone with a 10-star talent leave it unused? Obviously not. He had simply been hiding it all along. So, this is the power of a 10-star talent. Sun Tianjin's heart trembled, and a wave of fear engulfed him. Earlier, because the dean had gone back on his word, he had transferred all his resentment onto this 10-star talent, even harboring murderous intent. Now thinking back, he felt a chill of terror. Thank goodness, he hadn't acted rashly. Otherwise the one lying on the ground would have been him, not Fang Tianbo. This. Shang Wanlingwa ran over, having just witnessed the scene. Once again, she was utterly stunned. Having lost his cultivation and everything as an ordinary mortal, he had defeated Fang Tianbo, a master of heavy swords, with a single strike. And Fang Tianbo wielded the invincible soul-suppressing sword. How had he done it? His cultivation was crippled, but his talent remained. Shouldn't he have to start over? Yet he was still so powerful. At that moment, Shang Wanling's curiosity about Mo.U deepened, making her heart tremble. How is this possible? He possesses not a shred of cultivation nor any yuan power, yet he defeated Fang Tianbo with sheer brute force, and even destroyed his soul-suppressing sword. Lin Tang, standing beside Shang Wanlingua, was utterly shaken, a sense of disbelief overwhelming him. The laws of heaven and earth had remained unchanging since time immemorial, with clear hierarchies. Yet today, what had he just witnessed? A man without cultivation wielding a single sword strike had defeated a peak Earth stage expert armed with a living spirit artifact like the soul-suppressing sword. Could this truly be real? Could a mortal actually accomplish such a feat? How could someone like you ever hope to comprehend his existence? Shang Wanlingwa uttered these words indifferently before striding forward. Lin Tang was stunned, utterly at a loss. What did she mean by how could someone like you ever hope to comprehend his existence? Why did those words sound so peculiar? Junior Lingua, wait. I don't understand what you mean by that. Junior Lingua. Baffled, Lin Tang hastily grabbed her luggage and chased after her. On a rooftop stood 2 women. One was Zi Qinyue, while the other, more imposing and seemingly of higher status, stood beside her. What a terrifying talent! This boy is no ordinary individual. The majestic woman in the red robe gazed down at Mo.U in the square below her eyes, as sharp as an eagle's. Honored one, have you discerned his origins?
Zi Qianwei inquired of the woman in red.
His dantian is shattered, his meridians are completely severed, he lacks spiritual roots, and there is not even a trace of yuan power fluctuations emanating from him. In other words, he is nothing more than a useless waste beyond redemption.
Hong Yu furrowed her brow and sighed, as if speaking to herself. If she had not witnessed it with her own eyes, she herself would never have believed those words had come from her own lips.
Impossible. Half an hour ago, he participated in the talent assessment, and his talent was a 10-star level unseen in tens of thousands of years. You claim his dantian is destroyed. That is absolutely impossible.
Zi Qianyu's expression shifted drastically as she interrupted Hong Yu, emphasizing her point.
That is precisely what baffles me.
Hong Yu frowned, looking at Zi Qianwei.
This.
Zi Qianwei fell into contemplative silence.
Just now, did you notice anything unusual?
Hong Yu continued to gaze at Mo Yu below her, expression impassive.
Unusual? You mean that single sword strike of his defeated Fang Tianba and destroyed the soul-suppressing sword?
Zi Qianwei asked in astonishment.
He did not use brute force.
Hong Yu added the final remark.
What?
Zi Qianwei was taken aback once more. Everyone present had clearly seen that Mo Yu's sword strike contained no yuan power fluctuations. He had relied on sheer strength. Yet Hong Yu claimed he had not used brute force.
He was comprehending the sword.
Hong Yu clenched her fist, forcing out these difficult words, for even she found it hard to believe. Zi Qianwei opened her mouth, but could not utter a single word. She fully understood the profound meaning behind comprehending the sword. If what Hong Yu said was true, then she finally understood why this man had refused to join the elite class and rejected the heaven-grade cultivation techniques.
Remember this, no matter what happens, never restrain this man.
With that, Hong Yu turned and departed.
Yes.
Zi Qianwei wiped the sweat from her brow and nodded.
What kind of monster is he?
Zi Qianwei glanced down at the courtyard, her face flushed as she murmured to herself. She realized that she found that man increasingly unfathomable.
Student, this is your academy card. It records your meals, access to the academy dormitory, and identity. And this is your dormitory key. Your room is equipped with bedding and personal toiletries. All right, thank you.
After collecting his supplies from the distribution point, Mo Yu headed toward the male dormitory. Parting ways with Yi Buhui and the others, Mo Yu embarked on a new path, one that began at the Jiaolu Academy.
Hello, I'm Wang Jie, also a freshman this year.
When Mo Yu arrived at his assigned dormitory, 5 people were already there chatting together. As he pushed open the door, all 5 turned to look at him. The chubby boy nearest the door immediately stood up with a smile and introduced himself. After all, as freshmen who would live together for the next few years, it was wise to build good relationships early.
Mo
Yu stated his name as well.
Mo. Brother, your surname is quite unique, but I like it. Am Zhang Xiongfeng, young master of the Zhang Merchant Guild. This is Ma Xiaojuan, and that's Wen Hongtao. As for this one, he's no ordinary person. He's Long Chung, young master of the Long family. From today on, we're all dorm mates and brothers.
A slightly older youth stepped forward, introducing himself and his companions. From his tone, it was clear he was a very amiable person.
Well said. From now on, we're brothers. If you ever need help, come to me, Long Chung. At Jiaolu Academy, there's nothing I can't accomplish.
The youth named Long Chung stood up, boldly patted Mo Yu on the shoulder, and spoke with a proud expression.
Ha ha. With young master Long saying that, what more can we ask for?
Ma Xiaojun and Wen Hongtao also stood up, smiling.
Ha ha. Well said, well said. How about we swear brotherhood? I think Xiongfeng is the oldest, so he'll be our big brother. Xiaojun is second, so he'll be second brother. Young master Long, you're third, so you'll be third brother. It'll be fourth, and Hongtao will be fifth. As for the youngest who arrived last, that's our little Yu, the sixth brother.
Wang Jie suddenly stepped forward with a suggestion, laughing heartily.
All right, it's settled.
Long Chung was the first to agree.
Good.
The others chimed in together.
Hey, little Yu, you're quiet. You don't have any objections, do you?
While the others were laughing, Zhang Xiongfeng noticed Mo Yu's silence and patted his shoulder with a smile.
No objections.
Mo Yu shook his head.
Ha ha. Great. From today on, we're brothers. I'm telling you, for the next 6 years, we must be loyal to each other.
Long Chung raised his hand and declared boldly.
Good.
Everyone except Mou joined in the laughter.
Today marks the joyous occasion of our six brothers meeting. How about we go out to celebrate and invite my girlfriend and her roommates?
Long Chung winked mischievously as he made the suggestion.
Great third brother, it's settled. Perfect and single, this is a great idea. Come on, let's spruce up. This is our best chance to meet girls at the academy. Little you should dress up too. Look how dirty your clothes are. I'd rather not go. You all go ahead. What do you mean you're not going? We just swore to be loyal to each other. Even if you don't want a girlfriend, you should help your brothers out right.
With Long Cheng's suggestion, the entire dormitory erupted in excitement. Even Mou, who usually disliked crowds, was dragged along by this group.
Lingyue, this is the best chance for our freshman dorm to bond. In the academy we'll inevitably need others' help with cultivation, so we must attend this gathering. You can't come to the academy without making a single friend, can you?
It was already dark. On the campus of Jiaolu Academy, several women surrounded Shangguan Lingyue. One of them, a beautifully dressed girl, spoke to her with a serious expression, trying to persuade her.
But I still have homework to do.
It wasn't that Shangguan Lingyue wanted to disappoint her dorm mates, but she truly disliked such occasions. Attending such events meant simply meeting some male students from the academy, giving them a chance to pursue girls. However, ever since she had met that man, how could Shangguan Lingyue's heart possibly accommodate anyone else?
Homework. Today is the first day of school, there's no homework. Besides, if we don't go out and have some fun now, we might not get another chance. Exactly right, Lingyue. Are you determined to let your sisters down? Aye. Enough, stop hesitating. Don't worry, we'll eat and leave right away. That should be fine, right? What is right? Lingyue, we six sisters promised to share both joy and hardship.
As one girl persuaded, the other four joined in their words, cutting off whatever Shangguan Lingyue wanted to say next.
Duan.
Just as Shangguan Lingyue was about to refuse again, a male voice rang out from the direction of the boys' dormitory. A luxurious carriage drove over, carrying 6 young men. 5 of them were handsomely dressed, sitting on the shafts with smiles on their faces. One of them, however, was dressed rather plainly, holding a book as he sat inside the carriage, reading, as if oblivious to the world. More importantly, this plainly dressed young man exuded a chilling aura that made him hard to approach, almost as if he could be overlooked entirely. But the moment Shangguan Lingyue saw him clearly, her entire body trembled, her heart raced, her eyes widened, and she stared fixedly at him. Because he was none other than the Mou she had been longing for day and night. How could he be here? And with Duan's boyfriend? Could they be dorm mates? The moment she recognized him, Shangguan Lingyue's mind began to race with wild thoughts. Because she was nervous, she was shy. This was their third meeting, but this time she was exceptionally tense.
Long, you're here.
Duan was the first to greet the handsome young man on the shaft as soon as she spotted him.
Yes, I'm here. These are all your dorm friends, right?
Long Chung jumped down from the shaft and asked his girlfriend Duan.
Yes, they're all my good sisters from the dorm. Let me introduce you. This is Chenli, don't underestimate her. She's the genius of our dorm. And this seemingly delicate girl is our dorm's enchantress, Yin Cece. Word has it that 5 senior students are already pursuing her since she arrived at the academy.
Duan began introducing them to Long Chung and the others. As she spoke, Wang Jie, Zhang Xiongfeng, Ma Xiaojuan, and Wen Hongtao behind Long Chung all had their eyes light up.
Hey, Sister Duan, that's going too far. What do you mean, enchantress? I call this sexy.
Yin Cece immediately protested, rolling her eyes.
Ha.
Yin Cece's remark drew laughter from everyone.
Fine, sexy it is. As for this one, she's Zhou Dan, this is Li Mushui, and this.
Duan rolled her eyes and continued the introductions. But when she got to Shangguan Lingyue, she paused.
This is the #1 beauty of our dorm, Shangguan Lingyue. Let me tell you, our Lingyue didn't want to join this gathering at first. It took our repeated pleas to convince her to come along,
Duan said with a proud expression. Her introduction not only drew the attention of Zhang Xiongfeng, Wang Jie, Wen Hongtao, and Ma Xiaojuan, but even Long Chung looked over, and all their eyes lit up. If Duan was a beauty of elegance, and Yin Cece was definitely a sexy beauty, then this girl before them was undoubtedly a lofty goddess, untouchable and inviolable. Not looking at her was fine, but once you did, she completely dominated the scene.
Before coming to the academy today, a fortune teller told me that achieving transcendence would be hard in this life, but I'd definitely have a romantic encounter today. I didn't believe it at first, but now I finally do.
Miss Ling Yue am Wang Jia, the fourth in dorm 508. Miss Ling Yue am Zhang Xiongfeng. My family runs a trading firm, and am their leader. Fourth brother leader, that's not how you introduce yourselves. Shouldn't you introduce yourselves to the other girls too?
Exactly.
As soon as Shangguan Lingwei was introduced, Wang Jia was the first to approach and introduce himself, followed closely by Zhang Xiongfeng. Though the other girls were pretty, they paled in comparison to Shangguan Lingwei. They all knew this was the perfect chance to shine. Shangguan Lingwei remained expressionless, ignoring their flattery entirely. She didn't even glance at them, her eyes occasionally drifting toward Mou. But Mou seemed unaware of her, continuing to read his book.
All right, have you all had enough fun? There'll be plenty of time to get to know each other later. Let's find a place to sit down and celebrate our meeting today.
Long Chung interrupted the dorm mate's enthusiasm, stepping forward with a suggestion.
Great. Come on everyone, get on the carriage. Ladies, you take this one. It's spacious, specially arranged for you.
As they finished speaking, an even larger and more luxurious carriage arrived. Zhang Xiongfeng directly invited the girls' dorm to board the big carriage.
Great.
With that, Duan led the girls' dorm as they all boarded the carriage.
Brothers, follow me.
Zhang Xiongfeng was the first to get on. The others followed.
Brothers, let me make this clear. Shangguan Lingwei is my type, so don't try to steal her from me.
As soon as they boarded, Zhang Xiongfeng declared confidently.
Leader, that's not fair. What do you mean she's your type? Isn't she my type too? I tell you, she was looking at me just now.
Ma Xiaojun was the first to object.
Second brother, are you looking for a fight? Who's afraid of whom?
Zhang Xiongfeng and Ma Xiaojun began to bicker. As the saying goes, everyone loves a beauty. Now that they had encountered one that stirred their hearts, how could they not vie for her affection?
Enough. Aren't you too ashamed? You've only just met her, and already you've claimed her as your own. Have you even considered whether she might fancy either of you?
Long Chung rolled his eyes.
How about this? I'll act as your mediator. Since you both like her, go ahead and pursue her. As for who wins her heart, that depends on your own abilities. Third brother's words are only fair. Brothers, this calls for true skill.
Ma Xiaojun said with a smile.
Don't tell me you've all set your sights on Miss Lingwei.
Long Chung deliberately teased.
Uh-huh.
No one answered. Instead, they exchanged mysterious smiles.
Sixth brother, you've been silent all this while. Tell us who has caught your eye.
Long Chung put his arm around Mou's shoulder and asked with a smile.
No one.
Mou shook his head and continued reading the book in his hands.
No way. Sixth brother, there are 6 beauties here. You don't fancy even one.
Wang Jia stood up, deliberately teasing him.
Enough, fatty. Our 6th brother has high standards. Do you think everyone is like you, forgetting who you are the moment you see a pretty face?
When Hongtao rolled his eyes.
Get out of here. I call that emotional intelligence.
Wang Jia waved his hand, displeased.
Ha.
Soon the carriage erupted in a burst of laughter. Inside the girls' carriage, they too began to chatter after boarding.
Tell me, sisters, what do you think of those boys?
As soon as she got on the carriage, Duan asked with a mischievous smile.
Sister Duan, now that you mention it, I recall that Ma Xiaojun. I find him rather adorable.
Zhou Dan said, her cheeks flushed.
Little Dan, don't tell me you've taken a liking to that Ma Xiaojun. Skinny as a rail, and you call that adorable.
Chinli teased.
Sisterly, you're making fun of me. I'm not talking to you anymore.
Zhou Dan rolled her eyes and turned her head away.
Ha. We're not children anymore. It's only natural to have a crush.
Duan comforted her with a laugh.
Hey Chinli, you're making fun of others. Tell us, is there anyone you fancy? Me. Of course there is. Hey, did you notice that handsome guy who kept reading in the carriage? When I saw him, my heart started racing.
Chinli smiled smugly, then quickly grew shy, lowering her head with a sweet grin. At Chinli's word, Shangguan Lingyu's entire body trembled, her face turning pale as she stared in astonishment. She realized that upon hearing Chen Li's words her heart clenched in pain, making it difficult to breathe, a tightness constricting her chest.
Well, well. Sisterly, you've set your sights on someone, yet you still mock me.
Zhou Dan was the first to counterattack.
Ha ha. So little he likes the cool aloof type. I think he's quite aloof too, and very handsome, especially those finely chiseled features.
Duwan also recalled the young man who had been reading in the carriage.
Sister Duwan, I think I prefer his eyes over his features. They look as if they've weathered 10,000 years of vicissitudes, so mature.
Yen Sisi said, looking like a smitten fan.
Hey, hey. Are you done? Let me tell you, don't you dare compete with me. I've never been in love before, and this time I've finally found someone I like. If any of you try to take him from me, he'll have words with you.
Chinli frowned, her expression deadly serious.
Ha ha.
Chinli's words immediately drew a burst of laughter from the girls in the carriage. But they failed to notice that Shangwan Lingyu's face had turned pale, her head lowered, fists clenched tightly, and a faint trace of killing intent gathering in her eyes.
Lingyu, what's wrong?
Li Mushui, who had been silent all along, noticed something amiss with Shangwan Lingwe.
I'm fine.
Those three simple words left Li Mushui stunned. For that voice was brimming with murderous intent, sending chills down one's spine. Soon both carriages came to a halt in front of an entertainment venue called Wanxiang Tower, in the city of Jialua, the largest such establishment in the city. As long as you had money, you could have anything you desired. By nightfall, the place was packed with all sorts of carriages, and its patrons were exclusively the wealthy and the noble. The reason Long Chung could book a table here was solely due to his status and influence as a member of the Long family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stood a chance of bringing friends here for a meal.
This is Wanxiang Tower. They say a meal here costs at least 1,000 gold coins, and you must have a special membership card gifted by the establishment.
Zhang Xiongfeng said excitedly.
Last year my old man offered 20,000 gold coins for a membership card, but a steward from Wanxiang Tower flatly refused. What? 20,000 gold coins for a membership card, and they still wouldn't sell? That's daylight robbery.
Wang Jia's eyes lit up as he spoke.
Fatty, you wouldn't understand. At Wanxiang Tower, you're not paying for the food, you're paying for the experience.
Long Chung cleared his throat, looking immensely proud.
Well?
Wang Jia's face reddened. He felt Long Chung had a point.
You must have spent a fortune here today.
Duwan rolled her eyes.
It's nothing, just 5,000 gold coins. Before you left, my father specifically told me to treat everyone from our dorm, and yours, to a meal.
Long Chung thumped his chest. While Long Cheng's talent and cultivation was mediocre, the Long family was wealthy and influential. He knew he would need friends to help him in the future, so he had to cultivate connections with promising individuals at the academy.
5,000 gold coins. 5,000 gold coins for a single meal. That's way too expensive. Right. My dad only gives me 10 gold coins a month. Young Master Long's family is incredibly wealthy. Indeed.
As soon as Long Chung spoke, the girls from Du Wan's dormitory began chattering excitedly. Ordinarily, they wouldn't even dare to glance at such a place, yet today someone was spending 5,000 gold coins to treat them to a meal. Flattered by the girls' praise, Long Chung grew even more smug.
All right, let's head inside. We can talk more once we're seated.
Long Chung cleared his throat lightly, a smug grin spreading across his face.
Okay.
Everyone nodded in unison and proceeded toward Wanxiang Tower. Mou remained silent throughout, trailing behind the group.
My name is Chinli. What's yours?
As Shangwan Lingwe followed, she saw Chinli walk up to Mou, a hint of shyness in her demeanor, as she softly greeted him. That greeting caused Shangwan Lingyu's face to turn pale once more.
Mou.
Mou didn't stop, nor did his expression change, as he simply stated his name.
Mou. What a cool name. Chinli.
Chinli cheerfully caught up with him. Gazing at those two figures, Shangwan Lingwe bit her lips, standing frozen in place. She felt a pang of sorrow, yes, deep sorrow.
Miss Lingyue, what's wrong? Maybe we should go in together. Yeah. Everyone's already inside, so we.
Zhang Xiongfeng and Ma Xiaojun noticed Shangwan Lingwe had stopped and walked over with a simple, earnest greeting.
I'm fine.
Shangwan Lingwe suppressed her emotions, shook her head without even glancing at them, and continued walking forward.
Boss, I feel like Miss Lingua has something on her mind.
Zhang Xiongfeng sensed something was off.
Indeed she does. Let's go ask Duan later. Their roommate, she should know.
Ma Xiaojun also noticed Shangguan Lingyu's preoccupation. The two brothers had planned to pursue her together, yet she had completely ignored them, leaving them at a loss.
All right.
As they spoke, they headed together into Wanxiang Tower. Wanxiang Tower was indeed magnificent, every corner resplendent and golden, giving the impression that this was a place for the elite. On ordinary days, they wouldn't even dare to dream of dining here, let alone actually coming. Both the cost and the ambience were far beyond what they could afford. Thus, being able to visit such a place was entirely thanks to Long Chung.
All right, that's all for the dishes. Bring them all as soon as possible.
Led by Long Chung, everyone entered a lavish private room. Long Chung and Duan played the role of hosts, ordering a grand feast from the waiter.
Certainly, sir.
The waiter took the menu and promptly left.
Third brother, who is the owner of this Wanxiang Tower. This place is so majestic. I feel like I've stepped into a palace.
Wang Jie, who had been looking around, approached Long Chung with curiosity.
Fatty, that's a good question. But I've only heard rumors. I can't confirm if it's true.
Long Chung smiled with a hint of pride and air of mystery about him. Hearing this, the others turned their attention to him.
Legend has it that the owner of Wanxiang Tower is a woman, a blind girl with a kind heart. Despite her blindness, she used whatever little money she had to do good deeds everywhere. One day, she went to town to sell the cloth she had woven at home. On her way back, she encountered a man lying in an alley drenched in blood. Everyone else avoided him, but the girl out of kindness carried him home. Once home, many urged her to send him away, saying he was a man of misfortune and keeping him would bring disaster. The girl refused to send him away. Instead, she bought medicine to treat his wounds, and the man recovered quickly. However, an inevitable calamity soon followed. A group of soldiers and experts surrounded the village, encircling the girl's home. The man was gravely injured and no match for them, but he showed no fear. He looked at the girl and asked, "Are you afraid?" The girl replied, "I am afraid, but I have no regrets. I cannot stand by and watch someone die. Even if I die, I will have peace of mind."
Long Chung paused for a moment.
What happened next? How did it end?
Wang Jie, Zhang Xiongfeng, and the others leaned in eagerly.
Then the girl stepped out of her home, offering her own life in exchange for the wounded man's. She said, "I am an imperfect person. If my life can save a sound one, it is worth it."
Long Chung sighed, his face etched with bitterness.
How noble. Yes. So touching. Such a person will be rewarded.
Hearing this, the girl's eyes reddened.
After she spoke, the experts and soldiers raised their blades to strike her down. But the girl did not die. Just as the blades were about to fall, the blood-soaked man burst out of the house, charging with a demonic fervor, slaughtering all the experts and soldiers.
Long Chung continued his tale.
Ah!
Everyone held their breath, utterly captivated by the story.
With the soldiers and experts dead, the girl embraced the man and asked, "Why did you do this?" The man replied, "You used your imperfect body to protect me. Why shouldn't I use my cultivation to protect you?"
Long Chung smiled bitterly as he spoke, a touch of melancholy in his voice. The others were stunned, never expecting such an ending.
After saying this, the man left the blind girl. No one knew where he went. But just as the blind girl had lost all hope on her birthday, she received a gift containing two things: a pill that could restore her sight, and this very Wanxiang Tower.
Long Chung smiled.
What? This Wanxiang Tower was a gift to that girl. Could it be from that wounded master?
Ma Xiaojun asked in astonishment.
I don't know if it's true, but there are all sorts of legends. Legend has it that before parting, the wounded master left a cryptic phrase, "All the world is white, only I am black." To this day, no one understands its meaning.
Long Chung shrugged with a wry smile. This casual remark made Shangguan Lingua tremble all over.
All the world is white, only I am black. Could it be? Could it be?
Her face flushed as she turned her shocked gaze toward him. "Oh, you," the young man who sat quietly sipping tea, as if he had heard nothing.
Third brother, so this is an unsolved mystery.
Zhang Xiongfeng said, looking displeased.
It is indeed an unsolved mystery. But I've also heard that not long ago, that mysterious master attained the supreme sagehood and led all sages across the starry sky.
Long Chung spoke with reverence and excitement.
What? Attain sagehood. Cross the stars.
Ma Shan's eyes lit up with awe. For sagehood was a legend, and to advance further one had to traverse the starry sky.
Sagehood. Cross the stars.
Shang Wanlingwei clenched her fists, her palms sweating, her gaze fixed on Mo as he drank his tea. His cultivation was crippled, reduced to such a state. Could it be because he failed to cross the stars? Otherwise, how could he have become like this? At this thought, Shang Wanlingyu's heart ached. In the past, he was invincible, commanding the very mountains and rivers. Yet today he had fallen to such depths.
I've heard of this too. Do you still remember the 81 sacred pillars that shot into the sky half a month ago?
I heard that those 81 sacred pillars were transformed from the 81 sacred crystals left behind by a deceased supreme saint. The sacred power of these 81 crystals all dissolved into elements and merged with heaven and earth, thus giving birth to countless prodigies and enabling numerous powerhouses to break through.
At this point, Yen Cece stepped forward and said,
"What? A supreme saint with 81 sacred crystals? How is that possible? Who has the ability to cultivate 81 sacred crystals?"
Wang Jie exclaimed. For others, reaching the celestial being realm was already a miracle, yet now someone had cultivated 81 sacred crystals. How terrifying was that? 81 sacred crystals.
Shang Wanlingwei was also stunned, and she turned her gaze back to Mo. Previously, she only knew that Mo was powerful, so powerful that she couldn't even fathom his realm. Little did she expect him to be so formidable, not only a supreme saint but one with 81 sacred crystals.
Fourth brother Cece didn't lie. That mysterious expert indeed cultivated 81 sacred crystals.
It is said that on the day he crossed the starry sky path, he gathered over 500 celestial beings and more than 300 saints to assist him. Yet all those celestial beings and saints perished on the starry sky path, and he too met his demise, becoming a legend.
Long Chung said regretfully.
Over 500 celestial beings. Over 300 saints. This.
The entire room fell into silence.
Ordinarily, a single celestial being was a rare sight, yet on that day over 500 celestial beings and over 300 saints gathered only to die together on the starry sky path.
Young Master Long, you mustn't speak such nonsense. Where did you hear this?
Zhang Xiongfeng said, his face flushed and his heart trembling. After all, discussing such matters in the world of powerhouses was highly inappropriate.
Actually, I heard these words from an elder of my Long family.
I heard that the moment the 81 sacred pillars shot into the sky, the mistress of the 10,000 fragrance pavilion wept loudly in the streets. After that day, she fell gravely ill and despite her sickness set up a spirit tablet and personally kept vigil.
Long Chung replied solemnly.
Young Master Long, you're not saying that the mistress of the 10,000 fragrance pavilion is that blind girl, are you?
Yen Cece said with a stunned expression. That's right, it's her.
Long Chung nodded.
It's precisely because of this that many speculate the mysterious supreme saint with 81 sacred crystals was the one who gifted the 10,000 fragrance pavilion to its mistress back then. How romantic, truly romantic. Indeed. If any guy were this romantic to me, I'd definitely marry him. Me too, their story is so touching. They must have been through so much together.
Zhou Danli, Mushui, and Qinli all had red eyes, deeply moved to the point of tears. As for Shang Wanlingyue, she was frozen in thought. No one knew what she was pondering, but one could sense her immense sorrow. A sorrow born perhaps from this story, or perhaps from Mo himself.
No wonder so many geniuses have appeared among the new students in our academy lately. It's all because of the 81 sacred crystals of that supreme saint. I was wondering how so many prodigies emerged at once. After everyone sighed, Wang Jie said enviously.
Exactly. I was also puzzled why during today's academy enrollment, there were several 5-star talent holders, and even a 10-star talent. When Hongtao stepped forward and said with equal envy,
a 10-star talent. That person really exists. It's not just a legend.
Yen Cece leaned in, her eyes lighting up.
Of course it's not a legend. Many people witnessed that 10-star talent triggering a celestial phenomenon today.
Moreover, it's said that after entering the academy, his first act was to challenge Fang Tianba, one of the 4 heavenly kings. And guess what happened? That 10-star talent obliterated Fang Tianba in an instant. Some even say that the reason for his extraordinary prowess is that he obtained one of the sacred crystals from the Supreme Saint with 81 crystals, which made him so heaven-defying.
Seeing the conversation reach this point, Long Chung added a remark. No way. Such luck. Indeed, this luck is too absurd. If he obtained a sacred crystal, doesn't that mean he will become a Supreme Saint?
Long Cheng's words made everyone's eyes sparkle with even greater envy. After all, who wouldn't wish to attain sainthood, let alone supreme sainthood?
If he truly had such a fortuitous encounter, he would have already exploded and died. Why wait until now?
As the room buzzed with fervent discussion, Mo Yu, who had been silently sipping tea, suddenly spoke up. These words drew everyone's attention. Even Shang Wanlingwa looked over in astonishment.
A Supreme Saint's sacred crystal is formed by condensing one's own sacred power through the scrutiny of heavenly might. In other words, once the crystal is formed, he shares the lifespan of heaven and earth. As long as the universe endures, he will not die.
Such an immensely powerful and sacred object, if obtained by another, do you think that person could survive the power of the sacred crystal?
Mo added. This.
Mo's words left everyone stunned. Indeed, even if you obtained a sacred crystal, let alone the impossibility of modifying it, would you even have the life to endure it? While others were perhaps shocked by these words, Shang Wanlingyu's heart was in turmoil. If what Mo Yu said was true, then didn't it mean that his cultivation wasn't crippled on the starry sky path, but rather he had crippled it himself? At this thought, Shang Wanlingwa felt as if she couldn't breathe.
Third brother, how do you know so much?
Long Chung asked awkwardly. The usually silent third brother had suddenly stolen all the spotlight with his words.
Heaven and earth have immutable laws. From the moment one begins cultivation, the laws are already born.
Mo Yu did not elaborate further, but simply uttered a cryptic remark. Mo's words left everyone taken aback. In the end, it was their own shallow knowledge and gullibility that had led to this embarrassment.
If what Mo Yu said is true, does that mean the 10-star talent is a genuine prodigy without relying on any external help?
Yen Cece said, her face flushed with embarrassment.
Probably.
Duwan also agreed.
By the way, Cece, you're so worked up. Tell me honestly, have you taken a liking to that 10-star talent new student?
Chinli teased.
What else could it be? I was born with natural beauty. If I marry, it must be to a peerless genius. Just wait and see.
Watch how I win over that 10-star talent, and then he'll flaunt it in front of you all.
Yen Cece said with confident pride. Ha. Cece, I have faith in you. Cece, go for it.
Duwan and Chinli, far from mocking, instead gave her a thumbs up. However, Shang Wanlingwa clenched her fists once more. They might not know who the 10-star talent was, but she did. With this thought, she glanced at Mo Yu. Regrettably, Mo Yu remained expressionless, not even looking her way.
All right, the food is here. Let's dig in. Duwan, let's go pick out a couple of bottles of wine outside. You all start without us.
With that, as dishes began to arrive, Long Chung beckoned Duwan, and the two left the room together.
Come, let's eat first.
Once Long Chung and Duwan had left, Zhang Xiongfeng urged everyone to begin the meal.
Miss Lingyue, please have some food. Lingyue, lady should eat more of this.
Just as Zhang Xiongfeng invited everyone to eat, Ma Xiaojun and Zhang Xiongfeng simultaneously picked up their chopsticks to serve Shang Wanlingwa.
I don't eat this, thank you.
Shang Wanlingwa quickly moved her bowl away.
This.
Zhang Xiongfeng and Ma Xiaojun were instantly embarrassed, and the entire atmosphere became awkward.
Ha. Everyone just help yourselves to what you like. Don't force others.
Yen Cece was quite tactful, quickly stepping in to smooth things over.
Well, all right then.
Zhang Xiongfeng and Ma Xiaojun sat down awkwardly together, their disappointment growing. They had previously agreed that whichever of them won her heart would have her, but from the looks of it, neither stood a chance.
Mo Yu, I noticed you've been eating this dish. Let me help you.
No sooner had Zhang Xiongfeng and Ma Xiaojun sat down than Chinli stood up directly and placed a serving of food on Mo's plate.
Thank you.
Mo Yu did not refuse. Instead, he picked up the food and ate heartily. The scene stung Shang Wanlingwa, filling her heart with a pang of bitterness.
All right, everyone, please eat up. The food is getting cold.
Yen Cece called out awkwardly, then picked up her own chopsticks and began to eat.
Right, let's eat.
Sensing the tense atmosphere, the others also picked up their chopsticks and started eating.
Bang.
Just as everyone was about to take a bite, the door burst open with great urgency. There stood Duan, her face swollen, like a bun, flushed, red tears streaming from her eyes, as she collapsed sobbing to the floor.
Sister Duan, what happened? Duan.
The moment Duan appeared, everyone in the room's expressions changed drastically. They all rose and rushed toward her.
Something terrible happened. Long Chung is in trouble.
Duan spoke hurriedly through her sobs.
What happened? What's wrong with third brother?
Zhang Xiongfeng demanded loudly.
When we went to buy wine, a man harassed me. Long Chung got angry and fought with him. In the end, that man called over a group and took Long Chung away,
Duan said, weeping. When Long Chung was taken, she was also slapped. The incident happened so suddenly that she lost her composure and ran back to seek help from friends.
Damn it! Anyone who messes with third brother, will fight them to the death. That's right. Let's fight.
Zhang Xiongfeng and Wang Jia were the type who feared nothing. Seeing their brother bullied, fear was the last thing on their minds.
Where were they taken?
Mo, you did not join the uproar. Instead, he asked Duan in a calm tone.
5th floor.
Duan pointed upstairs.
The Supreme Pavilion on the 5th floor.
Mo smiled faintly.
Supreme Pavilion.
At these words, everyone's faces changed color. Although they had never been to the Supreme Pavilion on the 5th floor, they knew what the name implied. Every restaurant and entertainment venue had such a place called the Supreme Pavilion. It was said that each venue would have 10 Supreme Pavilions representing 10 identities, either immense wealth or awe-inspiring power across the region. If even other establishments were like this, what of Wanxiang Tower, the premier establishment in Jiaohua City? One could only imagine the caliber of people who could enter its Supreme Pavilion. And now Long Chung had offended someone qualified to be on the 5th floor Supreme Pavilion.
This.
Hearing the name, the anger on Zhang Xiongfeng and Wang Jia's faces softened, leaving them at a loss. Though their families were wealthy, they were no match for the guests of Wanxiang Tower's Supreme Pavilion.
Come on, let's go up and see.
Mo Yu did not spare a glance at his roommates. He simply uttered 5 words and rose to leave.
6th brother. Mo Yu, wait.
As Mo Yu walked out of the private room, the others snapped back to reality. Wang Jia and Shenli called out to him almost simultaneously, then chased after him. Was Mo Yu going to save someone? This was nothing short of walking into death's embrace.
Let's follow him.
Shangwan Lingwei called out and immediately gave chase.
We.
The others were at a loss.
What we? Follow.
When Hongtao shouted and also joined the pursuit. When they reached the 5th floor, the atmosphere was entirely different. The space was vast with only 10 rooms, each one exuding an aura of grandeur like a palace. One of the rooms had its door open. Kneeling at the entrance was a man, Long Chung. He knelt there, raising his hand to slap his own face repeatedly. From his appearance, he had clearly been beaten. His face and body were covered in wounds, and blood seeped from his mouth, nostrils, and ears.
Brother Long. 3rd brother.
Seeing this, Duan let out a sharp cry, tears flowing anew. Several of the male roommates shouted, and were about to rush forward.
Don't come over.
Long Chung continued, slapping himself, his voice hoarse and pleading. His cry made Duan, Zhang Xiongfeng, and the others freeze in their tracks.
Oh! Young Master Long's friends have arrived. What do you want to say to him?
As Long Cheng's words fell, a mocking laugh echoed from inside the room. Behind a table sat a very imposing young man, eating and drinking. As he spoke, his companions also turned to look with sneers.
Young Master Tai.
Zhang Xiongfeng's family was in business, so he had met many influential figures since childhood. When that voice sounded, his face turned grim. The owner of that voice. Wasn't it young Master Tai?
Young Master Tai? Which young Master Tai?
Ma Xiaojuan, noticing Zhang Xiongfeng's expression, immediately asked.
Tai Hu, the eldest son of the Tai General's mansion, the foremost family in Jiaohua City.
Zhang Xiongfeng's voice trembled. At these words, everyone was stunned. Their faces went from red to pale white, and a wave of fear surged within them. Within the city of Jiaohua, saying had long been passed down, who dares to wield a halberd and charge forth? None but our great General Tai. This saying referred to none other than General Tai, the patriarch of the Tai family. The Tai family had not been established for long, a mere 20 years since its founding. Yet within that very span of 2 decades it had risen to become the foremost clan of Jialawa's city. What was the secret behind its ascent? Indeed, it was unrivaled power and authority. Legend had it that General Tai enlisted in the army at 13, and by 15, he was fighting alongside the reigning emperor of the Tianqin Empire. He participated in no fewer than 100 battles large and small, annihilating over 1 million enemy soldiers. More importantly, he had saved the emperor's life on multiple occasions. Even more astonishingly, in the year of the emperor's coronation, General Tai broke through to the transcendent realm, thereby securing the throne for his sovereign. To put it bluntly, the emperor's ability to hold the realm steady was largely owed to General Tai. Thus, since the new emperor ascended the throne, the General Tai Manor had become the most powerful ministerial house in the land. Not only was General Tai himself a master of profound cultivation, but the number of experts under his command was beyond counting. Let alone Jialawa's city, even across the dozen provinces of the south, no one dared to offend the General Tai Manor. And now, before the very gates of that manor, someone had dared to offend General Tai's eldest son Taihu. Was that not akin to seeking death itself?
I say, young Master Long, have you considered the matter I discussed with you earlier?
Taihu rose from his chair carrying a flagon of wine as he strode toward Long Chung. A mocking smirk played upon his face as he approached.
Ha ha. I say, this Longfellow young Master Tai is doing you a favor by even speaking to you. What do you intend to defy him? Do you even know the consequences of defying young Master Tai?
A gaunt man beside Taihu let out a jeering laugh.
Well said, well said. Young Master Tai, taking a liking to your woman is your goddamn fortune. Be smart about it. Send your woman to the manor tonight, or else tomorrow your Long family will be wiped out.
Another young man stood up and bellowed. Hearing these words, Duan Wang Jie Zhang Xiongfeng and the others turned deathly pale. The meaning was unmistakable. They would trample him underfoot and then take his woman. In circles like this, such games were all too common, an ultimate humiliation for any man.
Young Master Tai, I know I was wrong. I beg you, let her go. She is innocent. If you want to kill or maim someone, take it out on me. I beg you.
Long Chung slapped his own face as he kowtowed to Taihu.
Take it out on you. Who the hell do you think you are? When I treat you like a man, you're a man. When I treat you like a dog, you're worse than a dog. You dare lay a hand on my people. You must be tired of living.
Taihu had been smiling moments before, but at Long Cheng's words his temper exploded. He grabbed the flagon and smashed it down onto Long Cheng's head. The flagon shattered, and wine mingled with blood sprayed across Long Cheng's head.
Ah!
Long Chung let out an agonized cry, collapsing to the ground as he clutched his head, blood gushing forth like water.
Long Chung! Third brother!
Duan wailed even louder, trying to rush forward, while Zhang Xiongfeng and the others had bloodshot eyes, their gazes sharp with killing intent.
Don't come over! All of you get back now!
Long Chung shouted hoarsely from the ground. He knew full well that if these people got involved, they would end up in an even worse state than him. At least, he was the young master of the Long family. No matter how arrogant Taihu was, he wouldn't dare kill him. But the others were different. If one came forward, Taihu would kill one.
Long Chung!
Seeing him in such a state, Duan was reduced to a river of tears. How could she not know that Long Chung was protecting her? But if this continued, he would surely be beaten to death by these men.
What? Feeling sorry for this dog? Fine. Accompany me tonight, and don't let this dog go.
Seeing Duan's expression, Taihu smirked wickedly and taunted her.
Aye. Aye.
Duan's face turned ashen, her entire body trembling.
Duan, leave now. Why won't you listen?
Long Cheng's expression grew even more pained. He turned to Duan and shouted,
Take all of them away now.
Then turning back to Taihu,
Young Master Tai, they don't understand. I beg you, spare them. I kowtow to you.
Long Chung continued to kowtow to Taihu. What could have been resolved simply had now become complicated by their arrival, and he no longer knew how to salvage the situation.
Get up.
Just as Long Chung was about to kowtow again, a hand gripped his shoulder, forcibly preventing him from kneeling.
Sixth brother.
Long Chung turned to see that the person gripping his arm was none other than Mo, their sixth member.
Sixth brother, this has nothing to do with you. Leave now, take Duan with you, hurry.
Long Cheng's face was twisted with despair upon seeing Mou step forward. Was he trying to save him? He was clearly plunging him into an abyss of no return.
I told you to get up.
Mou's face was icy cold as he glared at Long Cheng.
What is there to fear in death? 18 years from now, it'll be a good man again. But you groveling and debasing yourself like this, where is your dignity? Where is the glory of your past? Remember, a man can die standing, but he must not live on his knees. If you fear him, I will kill him for you. If you fear the power behind him, I will exterminate his entire clan.
Mou grabbed Long Cheng by the collar, as he spoke, an unparalleled aura of dominance radiating from his icy words. The words were simple, the tone seemingly ordinary, yet the moment they left Mou's lips, the entire room grew oppressive, suffused with a bloody aura. At his words, Zhang Xiongfeng, Du Wan, and the others were stunned into silence. Even Tai Hu and his men were taken aback by Mou's declaration. For anyone who knew Tai Hu knew the immense power of the Tai family. Yet here was a man daring to utter such words. Only Shang Wanlingwa remained unshaken, though she sensed the bloody aura pressing in upon her. She knew that Mou was truly enraged.
What the hell did you say? Kill me! Wipe out my Tai family! You're asking for death.
Tai Hu snapped back to his senses and strode toward Mou, raising his hand to deliver a slap.
Get lost.
Mou's eyes flashed and a murderous aura erupted, plunging the entire room into an icy abyss. At the same time, he swept his hand backward. Blood sprayed into the air as Tai Hu's body flew backward, crashing into a table that shattered into pieces. He hit the ground, his face swollen, like a bun, blood streaming uncontrollably from his nose and mouth. Silence. The entire hall fell into a profound stillness, one that was eerily terrifying. Zhang Xiongfeng, Ma Xiaojuan, Wen Hongtao, Long Cheng, Wang Jia, and even Du Wan, Chen Li Yin, Cici Li, Mushui, Zhou Dan, including Tai Hu's brothers, were all dumbfounded. What exactly had they witnessed? This man, who was taciturn, disliked speaking, and could easily be overlooked, had actually told young Master Tai to get lost. And he even slapped Tai, sending him reeling back. To put it bluntly, young Master Tai had never been struck like this in his entire life. Yet today, he was beaten, and right here at the Wanxiang Pavilion in Jialhua City.
Old Six, what are you doing? What the hell are you doing? Go get out of here now!
Long Cheng shuddered, and as soon as he came to his senses, he roared at Mou. Wasn't what Mou did akin to seeking death? Didn't he realize that his action would doom everyone?
Old Six, hurry, kneel down, and apologize to young Master Tai.
Zhang Xiongfeng also yelled at Mou. The Tai family was the most influential clan in the Heartless Empire. Would they simply let it go now that their young master had been beaten like this? After all, 2 years ago, the young master of a certain great family had vied with Tai Hu for a woman. The very next day, that family was uprooted, and thousands of its members were slaughtered without exception. Was history about to repeat itself today? Chun-Li's heart trembled. Initially, she had admired Mou's calmness and coldness, but now he seemed like an impulsive fool with no brains. Could she truly find happiness with someone like him?
Ha ha!
As everyone's faces changed, and they shouted at Mou, Tai Hu, who was on the ground, burst into manic laughter.
How exhilarating! How thrilling! Ha ha! To think someone would dare lay a hand on me at this moment. Interesting, very interesting.
Tai Hu slowly rose from the ground, his ferocious laughter and swollen face making him appear even more menacing.
Kid, do you know something? You are the first. For that alone, I've decided to make your life a living hell, to make you wish for death, and to slaughter every single member of your family.
Tai Hu was well aware of his nature. None who dared offend him had escaped a fate worse than death. But today, this youth, more insignificant than an ant, had dared to strike him. Simply killing him would be far too merciful. He wanted this brat to regret his actions today.
You?
Mou stared coldly at Tai Hu.
Kid, what the hell did you say? You hit young Master Tai and still dare to speak such arrogant nonsense. You're dead meat. Damn it, I can't stand guys like him. Let's kill him. If we don't kill him, how can we swallow this anger?
Tai Hu's gang of underlings stood up, indignantly, murderous intent radiating from them, as if they were ready to charge and kill.
Something big is about to happen.
Shang Wanling's face flushed. She sensed that the situation was about to escalate. Although she had only met Mou a few times, she knew his temperament all too well. Given his nature, this matter would not end so easily.
Well said, you men.
Tai Hus's expression grew even more ferocious as he bellowed. Not only had he been struck, but now he was also being verbally humiliated. How could he not vent this fury?
Here,
as Tai Hus's voice fell, a resounding chorus answered.
Clatter. Thud, thud, thud.
Then hurried footsteps echoed. A disciplined troop of soldiers ran up from below the Wanxiang pavilion all the way to the entrance of the room.
This is.
The arrival of this army caused Zhang Xiongfeng, Long Cheng, and the others to turn pale.
The Black Tortoise Army. Is it the Black Tortoise Army? How is that possible? The Black Tortoise Army, the most formidable force of the Heartless Empire. And every soldier in this army has a cultivation base at the peak of the Earth realm. This.
The appearance of this army shocked everyone. 10 years ago, the Heartless Empire was a small chaotic nation where princes fought for power, plunging the people into misery. To seize the throne and consolidate popular support, the current emperor established an invincible army, the Black Tortoise Army. Legend had it that every member of the Black Tortoise Army possessed peak Earth realm cultivation with exceptional discipline and coordination. Once a celestial being offended the Black Tortoise Army, and just 10 of its soldiers killed him within half an instant's time. That incident had made the Black Tortoise Army renowned throughout the land. But now what were they seeing? They were actually seeing the Black Tortoise Army of the Heartless Empire. And this army was at Tai Hus's command.
Old Six, run now. It's the Black Tortoise Army, the Empire's invincible Black Tortoise Army. Run!
Long Cheng snapped out of his daze, trembling, and shouted hoarsely at Mou. A saying circulated within the Heartless Empire: better to offend a celestial being than the Black Tortoise Army. That alone spoke of the army's fearsome reputation. Now that Tai Hu had summoned the Black Tortoise Army, did they stand any chance of survival?
It's too late.
How could Tai Hu let these people leave? Anyone who dared to lay a hand on him or offend him was courting death.
Kid, you asked what gives me the right. Now I'll tell you. It's them. Men. Seize this brat. It'll make him wish he were dead. Yes.
The Black Tortoise Army charged forward with overwhelming momentum. As the soldiers surged, and a glint of murderous intent flashed in Mou's eyes, and a dense killing aura emanated from his gaze.
Old Six. Mou.
Zhang Xiongfeng, Wang Jiechenli, and the others tried to stop them, but it was too late. Since the Black Tortoise Army was hailed as the Empire's invincible legion, their skills were far beyond those of these Jiao Academy students. In that instant, they seemed to envision Mou's death on the spot. Only Shangwan Lingua sighed, for she could smell the scent of killing. Just as everyone thought Mou had fallen into the hands of the Black Tortoise Army, and was about to face a fate worse than death. A sudden sound of blood spraying filled the air. All the Black Tortoise Army soldiers halted, frozen in their lunging postures, their eyes wide with disbelief and terror.
No! Ah!
Every soldier clamped their hands over their throats, letting out unwilling roars. Blood gushed uncontrollably from their necks, and they collapsed to the ground dead. Silence. The entire venue fell silent once more. Not only Long Cheng and his group, but even Tai Hu and his men were stunned. Tai Hu had initially worn a sinister grin, but the sudden turn of events caused his smile to freeze, and a look of terror crept into his eyes. What exactly was happening? What had occurred? Why did the Xuanwu soldiers suddenly spurt blood from their necks and collapse dead? Who could tell him what was going on?
How would you like to deal with him?
As everyone present stood frozen, a cold, furious voice dripping with murderous intent rang out, a woman's voice. At some point behind Mou stood a woman clad in a brown robe, her expression majestic and wrathful like an empress. In her hand, she held a curved blade still dripping with fresh blood. Her words jolted everyone back to reality, especially Long Cheng, Du Wenxinli, Zhang Xiongfeng, and the others, who were filled with disbelief. Because even a fool could understand what had happened. Those Xuanwu soldiers had clearly been killed by this woman. More importantly, after slaughtering them, her opening words were unmistakably directed at Mou.
Lady Xiang.
While the others were stunned, Tai Hus's face flushed as he looked toward the source of the voice. He recognized this woman. She was none other than the mistress of the 10,000 Fragrance Pavilion.
Lady Xiang, what do you think you're doing? Do you intend to meddle in the feud between the Iron General's estate and them? Let me tell you, just because you killed my father's Xuanwu soldiers, this matter is far from over.
Summoning his courage, Taihu pointed at Lady Xiang and bellowed loudly. Lady Xiang did not reply. With a mere flicker of her gaze, she silenced Taihu mid-sentence. Mou turned around, took the blood-dripping curved blade from Lady Xiang, then approached Long Cheng. He pressed the blade into Long Cheng's hand and said coldly,
"Go kill him."
Mou's words made Long Cheng tremble all over. His face flushed even redder, his eyes bulged, and his entire body shook. Their sixth brother was the quietest and most honest in the dormitory, the type who disliked stirring up trouble. In Long Cheng's eyes, the sixth brother would at most become an errand boy for some great family, or a mere follower. From the moment he first met the sixth brother, Long Cheng had even decided that, after graduation, he would take him into his own family and have him work for him. But he soon realized he was wrong. The sixth brother was more ruthless than any of them and more loyal. He did what others feared and dared not do. He even stepped forward to help, going so far as to strike Taihu for his sake. Long Cheng was both moved and terrified by the sixth brother's actions. He knew all too well the power behind Taihu. Playing such games with him was practically suicide. Yet just as he thought he and everyone present would be dragged into this and suffer the consequences, something incredible happened. The Empire's invincible Xuanwu soldiers were dead, their throats slit. The one who killed them was the mistress of the 10,000 Fragrance Pavilion, and even more terrifying, she showed great respect to the sixth brother. At that moment Long Cheng's heart seethed. The son of a general. He dared to strike him. The Xuanwu soldiers. He feared them not. And the mistress of the 10,000 Fragrance Pavilion treated the sixth brother with deference. Now the sixth brother wanted him to take the knife and kill Taihu. Who was he? What kind of power lay behind him? To hold the Iron General's estate in such contempt. At this moment not only Long Cheng, but even Du Wan, Zhang Xiongfeng, and the others stared wide-eyed, utterly dumbfounded. The appearance of the 10,000 Fragrance Pavilion's mistress had already seemed miraculous, and now Mou was telling Long Cheng to kill Taihu.
"Kid, what the hell did you say? Kill me! I tell you, the man who can kill me hasn't been born yet. I'm warning you with those words, not even Lady Xiang can save you."
Taihu's face twisted as he pointed at Mou and roared. Mou seemed not to hear him. He slowly crouched down, grabbed Long Cheng by the shoulders, and said,
"Take this blade, kill him, and steal your resolve. Otherwise you will never break through to the transcendent realm in this lifetime." Clang!
Long Cheng's hand trembled, and the blade clattered to the ground. His face was pale as he stammered,
"Sixth brother, let it go. I'm fine. Let's just drop it. There's no need to escalate things. If this blows up, my Long family will be finished. I can destroy the Tai family for you."
Mou grabbed Long Cheng by the collar and roared,
"And if the Tianqin Empire dares to defy me, he'll raze it to the ground as well."
Mou's outburst stunned Long Cheng and everyone present. They were merely youths of 18 or 19, not even 20. They dared to fight and brawl, but killing. They truly did not dare, especially not the young master of a powerful family. They knew that if Taihu were killed, the consequences would be disastrous.
But a man's Dao heart must never be broken. Today you suffered this great humiliation, and your Dao heart and pride have been gravely wounded. Advancing even half a step in the future will be harder than reaching the heavens. You are nothing but a useless waste, do you understand?
Mou spoke with a ferocious expression. Long Cheng still trembled all over, his face pale and drained of strength. He knew the sixth brother meant well, but could he really bring himself to do it? He couldn't. The Tai family, the sixth brother, could afford to offend them, but he could not.
Huff!
Mou took a deep breath, rose from beside Long Cheng, and said to Lady Xiang,
"Tie them up and throw them off the rooftop. If they survive, they're lucky. If they die, I'll annihilate their entire clan."
With that, Mou did not look back at Long Cheng, nor at his other dormitory brothers, nor even at Shangguan Lingwei. He walked alone out of the room.
"Yes,"
Lady Xiang replied respectfully.
Swish!
Dozens of experts from the 10,000 Fragrance Pavilion appeared at the entrance. Without a word, they strode toward Taihu and his men, seizing them one by one.
"What are you doing?" "Lady Xiang, I am the son of General Tai. I am Taihu. What are you doing?" Bastards! What are you doing? Dare to lay a hand on me, and it'll kill you all. Ah. No. Ah.
Soon the experts bound Taihu, and his men dragged them to the rooftop and hurled them off. Immediately the sounds of blood splattering and screams filled the air. Silence. A deathly stillness so profound it bordered on the terrifying. Especially after the sounds of crashing screams and blood splattering from downstairs, the entire fifth floor fell into a deathly hush, so quiet that one could even hear the beating of their own heart. Their faces were ashen, each lost in a surreal daze. What exactly had they witnessed? Had Iron Tiger and his men truly been thrown down? Moreover, they had been tied up and pushed, meaning they had no chance to resist or land safely. They could only rely on fate, either to be crushed to death or crippled. Who exactly was Third Brother? What kind of identity did he possess? Could it be, as he claimed, that he truly had the power to annihilate the Iron family? But, even so, how could he act like this? Did he know of the Iron family's might? They had the Empire behind them. Even if he were stronger than the Iron family, as the saying goes, harming the enemy by 10,000 costs yourself 8,000. Was it worth it just for a moment's anger?
Old Six, did you really throw Iron Tiger down?
Wang Jia wiped his cold sweat tremblingly as he slowly approached the window. Below lay over a dozen men, each bathed in blood. Several were dead on the spot, their skulls burst open. Even those in slightly better condition were missing limbs, their voices hoarse from pain, their appearances utterly grotesque. Wang Jia's words silenced everyone. They exchanged glances, wanting to speak, but not knowing what to say. They were uncertain whether to feel fear or excitement. Fear because Iron Tiger had been thrown down, and whether dead or crippled this incident involved them. The Iron family would not let it rest. Excitement because they had finally vented their pent-up frustration.
Brother Long Wei.
Duan grasped Long Cheng's hand, her expression filled with worry.
Trust Old Six. He can handle it.
Long Cheng had no choice but to place his faith in Mou. 4. The Long family dared not offend the Iron family, but the 10,000 Fragrance Pavilion dared. Even the pavilion master of the 10,000 Fragrance Pavilion held Old Six in such high regard. Could his identity be simple? Duan could only pray that way, or else everyone here would face certain death.
He didn't kill Iron Tiger. What exactly does he intend to do?
While everyone was consumed with worry, only Shangguan Lingwei furrowed her brows. She felt that the matter was far from over. This was not in line with Mou's character. Given his methods, he would not simply let these people off. So why had he only pushed them down the stairs?
Could it be?
Suddenly Shangguan Lingwei thought of an extremely terrifying possibility.
Master, I knew you couldn't have died so easily. Master.
When the pavilion master and Mou entered a private room, she knelt behind him, weeping loudly. When she had seen the 81 sacred pillars, her heart had died with them. She had thought she would follow her master into death, but fate had spared her, allowing her to live again. Her master was dead, yet she lived on. She was already a heartless being. But just now, she had seen her master completely transformed, reborn as a youth.
Ailey, rise. I am no longer the master of the past.
Mou did not help her up, nor did he turn around. Instead, he gazed indifferently at the nightscape outside the window.
Master, why did this happen? Why? What of your cultivation? What occurred?
Ollie stood up, tears in her eyes, like a weeping little girl. The Empress of yesteryear, the invincible celestial of the past, had become a tearful figure before this man.
I abolished it myself.
Mou shook his head calmly, then turned to look at Ollie.
Self-abolished.
Ollie trembled all over. She knew well the extent of her master's power. He was unmatched in the world. Why would he do such a thing?
The star gate opened and I sent the girl through. But in that moment I discovered a problem.
Mou sighed deeply, looking seriously at Ollie.
A problem? What problem does Master speak of?
Ollie did not understand his meaning.
A flaw in the heavens and earth.
Mou's expression turned grave.
A flaw?
Ollie was even more shocked.
Over these years, I cultivated 81 sacred crystals, each representing the pinnacle of a certain power. Yet why could I still not break through the Stargate? Was it truly a lack of strength? No, the reason I could not open it was because I lacked something within myself, something I call enlightenment.
Mou gazed at the dark sky outside and spoke softly.
Enlightenment.
Ollie was stunned again, even more bewildered this time.
Yes, enlightenment. We focus only on the cultivation before us, always forgetting one thing, the comprehension of the heavens and earth. Do you understand my meaning?
Mou said earnestly.
I don't understand.
Ollie shook her head like a little girl. For in front of her master, she would always be that same child.
It's normal not to understand. Just remember this, the true source of power lies in the heavens and earth, not within the individual. To enter the stars, one must begin with the heavens and earth.
Even Mou felt uncertain about his path. For this was the first time he had walked this road.
Is this why Master abolished the 81 sacred crystals?
Ollie looked at Mou with tearful eyes.
Yes, that is the reason. This is a path I must take.
Mou gently touched Alice's face and smiled. Time had passed swiftly, even the little girl of the past had now grown up.
Master.
Ollie gazed at him with watery eyes.
Ailey, I need you to do something for me.
Seeing her expression, Mou paused and shifted the topic.
Does Master want Ollie to annihilate the Iron General's household? Very well, I will send someone immediately.
Alice's eyes blazed with murderous intent.
No. I need you to create an identity for me, one that begins with your 10,000 fragrance pavilion.
Mou said solemnly.
Master, you.
Alice's heart ached. She knew exactly what Mou meant.
Only you know I am at the Jialu Academy. I do not wish to alert them. Do you understand?
Mou looked at Ollie.
Ollie understands. Ollie will keep this secret for Master. As for the identity, I will arrange it immediately. Tomorrow I will announce that Master is the owner of the 10,000 fragrance pavilion.
Ollie wiped her tears.
No, I need the identity of the pavilion master's younger brother.
Mou corrected her.
Master, you.
Alice's expression turned extremely pained. Her master was the person she respected most, and now he wanted to be her younger brother. She could not bear it.
You must help me with this,
Mou insisted. Ollie said nothing, covering her mouth as tears welled up in her eyes. She nodded gently.
Lingyue, are you sure you want return to the academy with us?
On a road, Duwan stood on the carriage shaft looking down at Shangwan Lingyu below.
No, my elder sister is staying at the inn ahead. I wish to see her.
Shangwan Lingyu declined, replying with a gentle smile.
Very well then. Take care. All right.
After she spoke, Duwan's carriage departed from the road. Shangwan Lingyu clenched her fists, her heartbeat quickening, and then she dashed off in a certain direction. She had to seek an audience regarding a certain matter. This matter was of utmost importance, and she had to ascertain the truth. If Mou had returned, it would have been fine. She could have asked him directly. But now, he had not only failed to return, but even the entire Wanxiang Tower bore no trace of him. What did this signify? It meant that her own conjecture had indeed come to pass.
SSS.
As Shangwan Lingyu walked down a street, a frigid gust of wind swept through. Amidst the chill, she heard a peculiar sound of metal scraping. Following the sound, she spotted a figure at the other end of the street. The figure was frail and slight. At that moment, he was dragging a massive sword, its blade blunt and pointing downward. Holding the hilt, he moved towards the opposite end of the street. Due to the immense weight of the greatsword, its friction against the street kicked up a shower of brilliant, blinding sparks.
It's him, it really is him.
Shangwan Lingyu's expression shifted. Who else could this person be but Mou? Perhaps others believed that behind Mou stood a force vast enough to threaten the Tai family, but only Shangwan Lingyu knew the true Mou. The current Mou was but a cripple, not even having had the chance to cultivate primal force, relying solely on his innate talent. For him to come alone to the general's mansion now, was this not akin to courting death? Therefore she had to stop Mou.
Who goes there? How dare you trespass upon the general's mansion?
As Shangwan Lingyu's heart churned with anxiety, a voice from ahead interrupted her, and the sound of the greatsword scraping against the ground ceased. Shangwan Lingyu looked up and saw Mou standing at the entrance of the general's mansion holding the greatsword.
Go and announce that the one who has come to annihilate the general's mansion is here.
Mou halted, his expression impassive and cold as he addressed the guards at the gate.
Presumptuous. This is a military stronghold, yet you dare spout nonsense here. Men, seize him.
Upon hearing this, one of the guards immediately bellowed in fury, drew his weapon, and charged forward first. They were all personal guards of the general's mansion, well aware of its strict code. For this man to be so audacious was no different from seeking death.
Seize him!
The other guards drew their weapons, simultaneously roaring in unison. But just as their weapons were drawn, and the final syllable left their lips, a resonant hum of a sword rang out. Then their movements froze. Still holding their swords aloft, they stared ahead in disbelief, their faces gradually flushing red before being overtaken by terror. Mou acted as if nothing had happened, continuing to drag his sword as he strode step by step into the general's mansion.
Ah! Thud!
His silhouette vanished. The dozen or so guards' bodies trembled, their garments bursting apart as they collapsed to the ground, blood pooling around them. From beginning to end, they never even knew how they died.
This.
Shang Wanling stood frozen on the distant street. She couldn't understand what had just happened. She hadn't seen Mou make a move. Yet every single one of those guards had perished. Could it be that Mou's cultivation hadn't been crippled? Or perhaps he had another secret backing. Otherwise, how could he be so formidable? With this thought, Shang Wanling mustered her courage and dashed towards the general's mansion.
Father, you must avenge me. I am your only son. Your son has been ruined like this. I am so wronged.
Inside a room of the general's mansion, Tai Hu lay on the ground wailing in agony. At this moment, 4 of his ribs were broken, his arm was twisted out of shape, and one leg was permanently crippled. Even if he recovered, there would be lasting aftereffects. As the eldest young master of the general's mansion, becoming a cripple was a source of endless mockery. General Taishan did not reply to Tai Hu's words. Instead, he stood by the bedside with his eyes closed, silently waiting for the physician to treat his son. Ever since the change of dynasties in the Tianqin Empire, the Tai family had held the highest ranks within the empire, their word law. Even the imperial family had to tread carefully around them. Yet today at Wanxiang Tower, his son had been thrown from the top of the building by its master. To him, this was an utter humiliation.
Wanxiang Tower.
Taishan exhaled, uttering the name. He was aware of Wanxiang Tower's existence. Its master had significant connections with many influential figures. Taishan had never interfered with it. But today, since Wanxiang Tower dared to touch his son, he would show no mercy.
How do you wish to take revenge?
Taishan asked his son.
I want that bitch from Wanxiang Tower dead. And Long Chung from the Long family along with all his friends. I want them to suffer a fate worse than death. Also that bastard who slapped me, I want him to regret ever being born.
Tai Hu's face twisted with malice.
A foo!
Taishan called out.
Here!
At that moment, a dark shadow emerged from the darkness and knelt on the ground.
I will deal with Wanxiang Tower. As for the others, I don't want them to see the sun tomorrow.
Taishan said coldly.
Yes, master.
Upon hearing this, the shadow vanished into the darkness. The reason Taishan had risen to such heights was his shadow guard. Over the years, to consolidate his power, the shadow guard under his command had killed at least 800 people, if not 1,000. More importantly, they had never failed. Once they set their sights on a target, they would stop at nothing to eliminate them.
Satisfied?
Taishan looked at Tai Hu. Tai Hu nodded excitedly, though tears still seeped from the corners of his eyes.
Boom!
Just as Taishan had issued the order, a thunderous crash echoed from the front courtyard. Taishan's brow furrowed as he gazed towards the door, sensing a killing intent.
Ah! General! General! Something terrible has happened!
As Taishan looked towards the door, a soldier stumbled in from the outer courtyard, shouting frantically.
Thud!
Without a word, Taishan delivered a backhanded slap. The blow sent the soldier's head spinning several times on his neck before it finally stopped, and he collapsed as a corpse. Taishan's action sent a tremor through the physician's maidservants, and even Tai Hu in the room. It was said that Tai Hu was ruthless, yet compared to Taishan, he was but a novice. Hearing the magpies chirping so early, I knew a distinguished guest would grace us today. May I ask who you are, and would you honor us with your presence? Taishan spoke with a faint smile, clasping his fist in a salute toward the courtyard outside. Are you General Tai? A cold masculine voice rang out from the eaves above. Upon hearing the voice, Taishan raised his head and saw a youth wielding a massive sword standing on the eaves of the front courtyard. Beside the youth lay a full 18 black-clad men, his own shadow guards, all dead at the youth's hand without a single survivor. Indeed I am. And who might you be? Why have you slain the shadow guards of my general's mansion? Taishan spoke with a hint of fury. He knew well the prowess of his shadow guards. For this man to have killed 18 of them, without a sound, spoke volumes about his profound cultivation. That is enough. The youth uttered no further words. With those simple syllables he vanished. What? This? Taishan felt a premonition of doom surge within him as he witnessed the youth's disappearance. Gurgle. Then his entire body convulsed. His eyes bulged, his mouth opened and closed, his face flushed crimson, and an expression of utter disbelief consumed him. No, impossible. General Tai fell to his knees. Lowering his head, he saw blood seeping from his chest. The stain spread ever wider until a gaping bloody hole appeared in his torso. He was a celestial being, a true powerhouse. As the saying goes, all beneath the celestial are mere ants. He could already regard men as ants, having grasped the power of heaven and earth. Yet what had he just witnessed? Without any fluctuation of primordial energy, a bloody hole had opened in his chest, and his life force was steadily draining away. Who could tell him what had just happened? As his consciousness slowly faded, he saw the silhouette of a youth. The youth, carrying a massive sword, walked toward the front courtyard. Faintly, he also heard a voice issue from the youth's lips. Even an ant knows to cling to life, yet you court death. With these words, Taishan finally breathed his last, collapsing to the ground devoid of all breath. Even a celestial being when slain was less than an ant. Silence. The entire general's mansion fell into a hush, a terrifying stillness. Taihu on the bed, the maidservants, and the physicians all trembled violently. What had they witnessed? They had seen General Tai, a celestial being, die just like that without even seeing how he was killed. No, impossible, no. Taihu shook all over, his eyes filled with terror. That figure, that voice, it was all too familiar. Yes, far too familiar. Within the Wanxiang pavilion, that youth's silhouette, that youth's voice, wasn't it him? Who could tell him what had happened? Who could tell him what kind of person he had offended? What kind of power he had challenged? His father was a celestial being. A celestial revered by all, dead just like that, killed in an instant by that youth. He's dead. General Tai is dead. General Tai is dead. The general is dead. The Tai family is finished. General Tai is dead. The maidservants and physicians screamed and fled the Tai estate. Soon the entire Tai household erupted into chaos, as if a pall of death had descended upon it. Without General Tai, the Tai family was utterly finished. This is impossible. Shangguan Lingyue, who had been observing from the shadows, was completely dumbfounded. What had she seen? She had witnessed General Tai being killed, and killed in an instant. From start to finish, she hadn't seen them make a move, nor had she seen General Tai put up any resistance. By the time she refocused on Mou, General Tai was already dead. It was as if General Tai had been slain by a ghost, dying without knowing how. Without any primordial energy, yet he killed a celestial General Tai. How did he do it? Shangguan Lingyue trembled all over. She had worried that Mou would meet with misfortune at the general's mansion. But instead, he had killed General Tai in an instant. And throughout the entire process, she hadn't even seen clearly how it happened before General Tai was dead. I could accept him defeating Fang Tianba without any cultivation. But now, without any cultivation, without any primordial energy, he killed General Tai. How can you expect me to accept that? General. Who is it? Who killed the general? Who? No. While Shangguan Lingyue was lost in thought, a crowd rushed into the Tai mansion from outside, running toward Taishan's corpse, kneeling and wailing bitterly. The sound snapped Shangguan Lingyue back to reality. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, she swiftly turned and vaulted over the wall. You were following me. As Shangguan Lingyue left the general's mansion and walked into an alley, a voice interrupted her. Shangguan Lingyue trembled. Her face flushed red as she quickly turned her head to look toward a dark corner by the wall. There stood a person leaning against the wall with an indifferent expression fixed on a corner, showing no emotion and not even looking at her. That person was none other than Mou. Shangguan Lingyue's heart leaped and her face grew even redder. Keep this secret for me. I don't want a third person to know. Mou finished speaking and turned to leave without even glancing at Shangguan Lingyue. Wait. As Mo you walked away, Shang Wanlingwa snapped out of it, and called out to his retreating figure. But Mo you did not stop, continuing forward. Can I be your friend? My name is Shang Wanlingwa. Shang Wanlingwa took a few steps forward, then opened her throat, and mustered the courage to confess loudly. Mo you did not answer until he vanished into the dark street. As his silhouette disappeared, Shang Wanlingwa exhaled a few breaths. Yet a sweet smile bloomed on her face. Because she knew his secret, and he wasn't angry, only asking her to keep it. This meant that the distance between them had drawn a little closer.
Have you heard? General Tai is dead.
What?
General Tai is dead. How is that possible? He was a celestial being, the patriarch of the foremost family in Jialhua City. How could he die? Exactly, you can't spread such rumors. Spreading them could get you killed. Rumors. Would I dare to speak such rumors lightly? I heard that last night General Tai's son Tai, who was vying over a woman with a group at the Wanxiang Tower. Guess what happened? General Tai's son was thrown from the top floor crippled. Originally, the matter wouldn't have ended there, but something unexpected occurred. A mysterious expert broke into General Tai's residence and killed him outright. What? Such a thing happened? Could it be that the one vying with General Tai's son over the woman was an incredibly influential figure? Who knows? In any case, that person must have immense backing. Otherwise, why would he come to kill the father just because the son offended him? He clearly intends to annihilate the Tai family. Indeed.
On the streets of Jialhua City, clusters of people gathered in 3s and 5s discussing the incident at General Tai's mansion. After last night's events, the entire city was in an uproar.
General Tai is dead.
As they were talking, Duan happened to pass by. Upon hearing their conversation, her expression shifted. She hurried over and asked a passerby,
Uncle, what did you just say? General Tai is dead. Killed by whom? Who knows? Probably someone from a major power. Otherwise, who would dare to touch General Tai?
Replied the enthusiastic middle-aged man with a smile. Duan was stunned. A phrase suddenly surfaced in her mind.
I will wipe out the Tai mansion for you. If the Empire dares to object, I'll annihilate them too.
The thin, aloof, yet invincible and domineering voice echoed in her mind once more. Could it be? Could it be that General Tai was killed by the forces behind MOU? Then, who exactly is MOU? What terrifying identity does he hold?
I must find Long Chung.
Duan's entire body trembled. After last night's events, since MOU hadn't appeared, their families had come to take them away. Little did she know so much had happened after they left. With this thought, she dashed toward the Long residence. At the Long residence, within the courtyard.
From now on, without my permission, if anyone dares to let this beast out, I'll kill them. Father, I was not at fault in this matter. It was Tai who went too far. I had already knelt before him to apologize, but he persisted in his aggression, seeking my death. Shut up. Do you know what others are saying outside? My son Long Chung fought with General Tai's son over a woman at Wanxiang Tower, and ended up throwing General Tai's son from the upper floor. His fate is still unknown. Tell me, how do you expect me to explain this to the Tai family? Father, I've told you countless times. My brotherhood will handle this. The Tai family won't blame us. Shut up. Prepare yourself immediately. You will accompany me to the Tai residence to offer a formal apology. If this matter cannot be resolved, you will remain with the Tai family. Furthermore, from today onward, sever all ties with that vixen. Otherwise, I will annihilate her entire clan. Father!
In the hall, Long Chung and his father Long Zhan were locked in a heated argument. After last night's events, Long Zhan had immediately brought Long Chung back to the Long residence. He thought the matter was over, but before he could even leave the house, his father summoned him for a severe scolding.
Master, something terrible has happened.
Just then the steward rushed in from outside, panic-stricken, his face flushed as if he had encountered a catastrophe.
Has the Tai family arrived?
Long Zhan's body trembled as he asked in a quivering voice.
Yes. And no.
The steward found himself at a loss for words.
Is it or isn't it?
Long Zhan roared.
Aye.
The steward tried to explain.
Humph.
Long Zhan bellowed, shoved the steward aside, glared at Long Chung, and said loudly,
Follow me. Yes.
Long Cheng's face also changed. If the Tai family came to confront them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Soon a large group from the Long family left the residence and headed outside. But when they reached the gate of the Long residence, the sight before them stunned them. At the entrance, a young man, with a crippled arm and leg, his entire body wrapped in bandages, knelt before the Long residence gate, his eyes brimming with tears as he gazed at the mansion. Behind him knelt a line of family members, women, children, and servants, all prostrated in submission.
Tai! Tai who?
Long Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't this the same Tai who had been thrown from the top floor of Wanxiang Tower yesterday? Why? Why is he here? And kneeling at our doorstep?
Young Master Tai, what are you doing? You're embarrassing me. My foolish son offended you. I apologize to you.
Long Zhan was on the verge of collapse as he recognized the kneeling figures. Everyone said the Tai family played dirty, and once they started they'd toy with you until you were destroyed. Wasn't this exactly what they were doing to the Long family?
Young Master Long, have mercy. Tai who truly knows his wrongs. I beg you spare my family.
As Long Zhan approached with a forced smile, Tai who prostrated himself, knocking his head violently against the ground, sobbing and pleading. Tai Hu's actions froze Long Zhan in his tracks, leaving him utterly stunned. Not only him, but Long Cheng and the entire Long family were dumbfounded. What was going on? Tai who was crippled, yet instead of the Tai family coming to demand an apology, Tai who himself had brought his family to kneel and apologize. Was this the Tai family's modus operandi?
Long Cheng, something terrible has happened.
Just as Long Cheng was lost in thought, a girl's voice interrupted him. A figure emerged from the street. It was Duan, running frantically toward Long Cheng.
What's wrong?
Recognizing Duan, Long Cheng's eyes lit up as he hurried over to meet her.
General Tai. General Tai has been killed. It seems it was done by old SIXS people.
Duan took a deep breath, her cheeks flushed as she spoke through pursed lips. Though she found it hard to believe, she couldn't help but think in that direction. The sight of Tai Hu and his family kneeling there had already confirmed everything. Long Cheng was dumbstruck. His face alternated between red and pale, his hands trembling, and a suffocating sensation gripped his throat. General Tai is dead. General Tai, that arrogant and domineering figure, is actually dead. And killed by old Six. He didn't lie. He has the power to annihilate the Tai family, the strength to slaughter the imperial royalty. He actually did it. Who exactly is he? Within the Tianjin Empire, what force possesses such audacity to wipe out the Tai family overnight, slay General Tai, and force hundreds of the Tai clan to kneel before his Long family in repentance? Old Six. Who is he? At this moment Long Cheng's heart trembled violently. He realized that inadvertently he had forged ties with a truly formidable power, and inadvertently he had come to know a genuinely great figure. What a pity! If only last night he hadn't been so hesitant, if only he hadn't been so fearful. If he had listened to him and raised his blade to kill Tai Hu there, and then what would have happened? Long Cheng was certain that if he had done so, his life would have become infinitely more splendid.
What, old Six? What do you mean General Tai is dead?
What are you all talking about?
Long Zhan, utterly bewildered, looked over. Who is General Tai? An invincible celestial being.
Within the Tianjin Empire, he is absolutely invincible. Yet now this vixen claims General Tai is dead.
Do you have a knife? Long Cheng didn't answer his father. Instead, he looked at Duan.
I have it ready for you.
Duan, being sharp-witted, had prepared it before coming. She now produced a dagger from her clothing. Good.
Long Cheng took a deep breath, nodded, and walked toward Tai Hu.
What are you doing?
Long Cheng, what are you doing?
Sensing something amiss, Long Zhan rushed toward Long Cheng, shouting loudly. Long Cheng didn't stop. He walked toward Tai Hu, dagger in hand. No, young master Long, don't kill me, don't.
Seeing Long Cheng's expression, even a fool could guess his intent. He clearly wanted to kill him.
I must kill you. This is my only chance.
Long Cheng's face twisted with ferocity. Yesterday, he had already missed one opportunity. Today, he absolutely could not afford to miss this one again.
No.
As Tai Hu struggled, the dagger in Long Cheng's hand sliced across his throat. Tai Hu clutched his neck, eyes wide. He had come hoping the Long family would spare him, never expecting it would be a death sentence.
Long Chung, do you want to bring disaster upon our entire Long family?
Long John shouted hoarsely behind him. As he shouted, his aged face flushed crimson.
Father, in the past I was just like you. That's why I missed a golden opportunity. This time I must walk my own path. Long Chung gave a bitter smile at his father, then discarded the dagger. In the past he had been too cautious, always weighing consequences, but this time he had to be reckless. Let's go! We're going to find old Six.
After dropping the dagger, Long Chung took Duan's hand and left. As they walked away, Long John's mouth opened and closed, but he couldn't utter a single word. He sensed that something monumental had happened, something far greater than he could imagine.
Tell me what exactly happened.
Long John grabbed a member of the Tai family and demanded.
Reporting to Elder Long, our young master had a conflict with young Master Long at Wanxiang Tower. As a result, one of young Master Long's friends threw our young master off the building. And last night, that same friend killed our General Tai.
The Tai family servant sobbed. Long John staggered back, nearly collapsing to the ground. A friend of Long Cheng's killed General Tai. Could it be? Could it be? Realization dawned, and Long John understood everything. No wonder his son was so indifferent, so confident. So, he had befriended such a terrifying ally.
Master,
the steward approached.
What should we do with these people? Let them go.
And announce one more thing. Choose an auspicious day to propose marriage to the Du family. Also, grant Long Chung full authority over the clan. Appoint him as the young patriarch, second only to me, to lead the entire family.
Long John made a decision. He knew that to elevate the Long family, he had to do this. Everyone in the Long family was stunned.
The Tianjin Empire. Imperial city within the palace. Emperor Tian Wuhan was reviewing memorials. Recent troubles in the empire demanded his personal attention.
Your Majesty, disaster has struck.
An official rushed in from outside, frantic.
What happened?
Panicking like this, where are your manners?
Tian Wuhan frowned, displeased.
Your Majesty, General Tai. General Tai is dead.
The official knelt, trembling.
What?
Tian Wuhan shot to his feet, his gaze fixed on the official, his face rapidly reddening. General Tai was murdered, and in his own home.
The official said, his face flushed as he took a deep breath. Tian Wuhan's face reddened, then he slowly sank back down, his complexion shifting from red to a ghastly white. General Tai was the general who helped him ascend the throne. Without him, there would be no empire. More importantly, he was a celestial being. Yet now, he had been killed in his own home.
Who did it?
Tian Wuhan asked coldly after a moment.
The identity is unknown, but Your Majesty, I have learned from unofficial channels that his death is linked to his son's quarrel with another man over a woman,
the official said thoughtfully.
His son again?
Tian Wuhan's murderous intent flared. He knew that General Tai's son was a worthless good-for-nothing who constantly needed his father to clean up his messes.
Where is his son?
Tian Wuhan demanded angrily.
Dead as well,
the official replied.
Dead too.
A chill ran through Tian Wuhan. He immediately sensed something was amiss. General Tai, a celestial being, a powerful minister, dead in his own home, and his son dead as well. What did this mean? It meant a greater force intended to destroy the Tai family.
Issue an order, dispatch a team of secret agents to investigate this matter.
Spare no expense. Find out where this force comes from and what their true purpose is.
Tian Wuhan dared not take this lightly. General Tai's life or death was trivial, the mysterious force was the real threat.
To so easily annihilate the Tai family and kill General Tai within the Tianjin Empire, what did that mean? It meant they held the imperial family in contempt.
Yes, Your Majesty.
The official immediately turned to leave.
Wait. Summon the third prince and have him handle this.
Tian Wuhan called the official back, adding,
Yes, Your Majesty.
Only then did the official depart.
Who could it be?
After the official had gone, Tian Wuhan sat down, his face twisted with rage, his fists clenched tightly.
How is it? How's this place? It's beautiful enough. And the clothes? How are they? Perfect. Don't dawdle, hurry up. Here are the flowers.
As soon as Shang Wanlingwei returned to the academy, and was heading to the dormitory, she saw a group of girls from her own dorm, and others spilling out of the female dormitory, all chattering and laughing with joy. Chinli in particular had not only dressed herself up like a seductress, but also applied heavy makeup. In her hands, she held a large bouquet of flowers, and her face was radiant, with the bloom of spring brimming with happiness and anticipation.
All right, sisters, cheer me on.
As Shangguan Lingwe stood stunned, Chinli took the flowers from Zhou Dan, raised her hand, and shouted with righteous indignation.
All right, go for it.
The girls cheered excitedly in unison.
Let's go!
Chinli waved her hand, a mix of nervousness and excitement in her gesture.
What's going on?
Shangguan Lingwe approached curiously and asked Li Mushui, with whom she was slightly closer.
Lingyue, do you really not know, or are you pretending not to?
Chinli is in love. She's about to confess to her boyfriend. Come on. Let's join the fun. Chinli's happiness hinges on today. Li Mushui spoke with gleeful excitement, grabbing Shangguan Linggue's hand and pulling her along.
Confess.
Shangguan Lingwe was utterly stunned.
Here they come, here they come. He's here. Sisters, get ready.
As Shangguan Lingwe stood frozen once more, a stir of commotion arose from the girls ahead. Shangguan Lingwe looked ahead curiously, and saw that the girls, who had been in formation, were now in disarray. A few more composed girls walked to the entrance of the teaching building and pulled up a cloth banner from the flower bed. Beneath the banner lay thousands of roses arranged into a sentence. The sentence read, "I love you, be my boyfriend." As the banner was pulled aside, revealing the roses, Chinli's face flushed red. Holding the bouquet, she cleared her throat, softly mustered her courage, and walked toward the flower bed. Shangguan Lingwe was stunned by the sight. A girl confessing to a boy, and with such a grand spectacle. Who was this guy?
So romantic, truly romantic. Chinli has finally found her happiness. I'm so happy for her. Me too, me too. Sister Chinli is amazing. To actually have the courage to confess to her crush. Here comes Chinli's boyfriend.
As Shangguan Lingwe watched, the group of girls erupted in excited voices, but a sharp scream cut them off. With that scream, everyone tensed up. Then, under the gaze of the crowd, a young man emerged from the teaching building. He was clad in a simple, unadorned robe, with a broad great sword strapped to his back. His stride and demeanor were like an icy sealed blade, both cold and sharp.
MOU.
Shangguan Linggue's eyes widened. Who else could this young man be but MOU? What was he doing here? Could it be? At that thought, Shangguan Linggue's heart clenched painfully.
MOU, I like you. Will you be my boyfriend?
As Shangguan Lingwe felt a suffocating tightness in her chest, Chinli ran up to MOU with the bouquet blocking his path. She mustered her courage, her face flushed, and shouted her confession loudly. Shangguan Lingwe felt as if a knife had pierced her chest, stabbing with such pain that she could barely breathe. The object of Chinli's confession was MOU.
Be together, be together. Say yes, Chinli. MOU, say yes. Be with Chinli, you'll be happy. Be together.
As Chinli's confession rang out, all the girls who had followed began to cheer and encourage her. Amidst the cheers, MOU paused. After a moment, he said,
I'm sorry, but I can't accept.
His words were simple, but they brought a sudden silence to the entire scene. The shouting ceased, and everyone looked over in shock. Even Shangguan Linggue's heart trembled.
Why?
Chinli's smile gradually froze, replaced by a look of anguish. She, as a girl, had mustered all her courage to confess to a boy and had prepared so much with such a grand display. Yet in the end he refused.
Because there's already someone I like.
MOU replied, a hint of apology in his eyes.
Whoa!
A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. The boys watching and the girls cheering all began to whisper among themselves, their expressions turning grim. After preparing so much and confessing to a boy, not only did he reject her, but he also said he already had someone he liked. How devastating was that for Chinli?
I don't believe it. I don't believe it. You say you like someone else, then call her out. Call her out.
Chinli wept bitterly. She had finally met a boy who made her heart flutter, finally gathered the courage to confess, and yet this was the outcome. MOU didn't answer Chinli. Instead, he walked toward the group of girls behind her. His steps and this action left both Chinli and the other girls completely stunned.
Let's go!
Unexpectedly, Mo stopped in front of Shangwan Lingwei. He reached out, took her hand, and spoke simply and softly. This gesture and these words left everyone present in stunned silence, staring wide-eyed at the scene. Even Chenli looked on in disbelief. Mo's actions and words made it clear to even the most oblivious. But Chenli had never dreamed that the girl Mo liked would be her own dormitory sister Shangwan Lingwei. At that thought, Chenli could no longer hold back. She covered her mouth with her hand and wept sorrowfully. Not only them, but Shangwan Lingwei was also stunned. Her eyes were wide, her face flushed, her breath quickened, her heart raced, and her mind went completely blank. She felt as if she were dreaming. Yes, dreaming. This dream felt so unreal. Mo had rejected Chenli, saying he liked another girl, and that girl was her. Was this real? Was she sure this wasn't a dream? Sure that this wasn't a joke? Suddenly a warm current surged through Shangwan Linghu's body, a feeling of nervousness, happiness, and excitement. Because her vigil had finally been rewarded. Wah! Under Shangwan Linghu's stunned gaze, a burst of weeping came from behind her. It was Chenli covering her mouth in sorrow, crying as she ran off in another direction across the campus. Since heaven had granted her this chance to meet this man, why must it torment her in such a manner? Let's go! Chenli's sobs interrupted Shangwan Linghu, who turned her head slightly. Yet Mo took Shangwan Linghu's hand and led her away. Aye. Shangwan Lingwei wanted to speak, but in the end, she fell silent, obediently following behind Mo, her hand gently held in his. This brought her happiness and joy. Will Sister Chenli be all right? As Chenli disappeared into the distance, and Mo and Shangwan Lingwei also walked away, Zhou Dan muttered blankly. I don't know, but I can sense that Chenli is truly pitiful. Li Mushui sighed. Indeed. Truly pitiful indeed. The boy she liked confessed to another girl right when she made her own confession. If it were me, I'd probably hide under the covers and cry for 3 days and nights. Another girl nearby added. Actually, I think Shangwan Lingwei is quite detestable. Today was Sister Chenli's day to confess to Mo. Even if Mo rejected her and confessed to someone else, how could she accept him? That's so hurtful. Exactly, I think she's terrible too. And they're supposed to be good sisters in the dorm. Betraying her own sister like this. Humph. What's so special about that Mo? Sister Chenli confessed to him, and not only did he refuse, but he also confessed to another girl. He's just as detestable. The girls clenched their fists, chattering indignantly. Only Li Mushui and Zhou Dan exchanged wry smiles, for they knew Mo well. A man like him, perhaps even they would find it hard to refuse. You? I might take your word seriously. Shangwan Lingwei lowered her head, her cheeks flushed as Mo held her hand and walked quietly ahead. At this moment, she softly broke the silence. Then take them seriously. Mo continued walking forward, speaking simply. Shangwan Linghu's entire body trembled. She lifted her head, eyes wide, staring at Mo's back. At that moment, her heart raced faster, her tension grew, and her blush deepened even more. After a moment, she lowered her head sweetly, a blissful smile blooming on her face. Taking it seriously was good. It meant their relationship was settled. Where are we going? Shangwan Lingwei asked again. The Heavenly Pass. Mo uttered 2 simple words. The Heavenly Pass. Shangwan Lingwei was stunned. Before entering the academy, she had heard its legends, that it housed a supremely terrifying training ground called the Heavenly Pass. Anyone who entered faced a 10 chance of death. Since the Heavenly Pass was established, only 2 people had ever walked out alive, the first principal of Jiaolu Academy, and the current principal. As for the rest, as many as entered, so many perished, almost no one succeeded. Thus the Heavenly Pass had become a taboo within Jiaolu Academy. But now what did she hear? She heard her boyfriend say he wanted to challenge the Heavenly Pass. Wait. As Shangwan Lingwei pondered this, Mo had already released her hand and walked ahead. Snapping back to reality, Shangwan Lingwei hurriedly chased after him in anxiety. Though his talent was extraordinary, and his abilities unfathomable, this was the Heavenly Pass. What? Chenli confessed to old Six. And he rejected her. In the boys' dormitory within Mo's room, Zhang Xiongfeng, Ma Xiaoju, and Wang Jie, and Wen Hongtao were all present. At this moment Wang Jia took a sip of water and recounted everything he had witnessed.
That's right, it's all over the academy now. And guess what happened next?
Wang Jia loved gossip, and his excitement soared as he spoke.
What happened?
Zhang Xiongfeng Ma Xiaojuan, and when Hong Tao leaned in together eagerly awaiting the sequel.
Then old Six said I already have someone I like.
Wang Jia announced with glee.
Old Six has someone he likes. Ha ha. Is it Li Mushui or Zhou Dan? It must be Zhou Dan. I think they're a good match.
Zhang Xiongfeng declared confidently.
No, it should be Li Mushui. They're both quiet and suit each other.
Ma Wenjun insisted it had to be Li Mushui.
Wrong, you're both wrong.
Wang Jia gave a mysterious smile.
Fatty, don't tell me it's Yin Cece. That enchantress, old Six can't handle her.
When Hong Tao said awkwardly.
Old Five, why would you think of Yin Cece? Can't you think of Shangwan Lingwei?
Wang Jia exclaimed. At Wang Jia's words, Ma Wenjun and Zhang Xiongfeng's smiles froze. Both of them had feelings for Shangwan Lingyue, and now they learned that old Six liked her too.
I tell you, old Six not only liked Shangwan Lingyue, but he also held her hand on the spot. Then guess what happened? Shangwan Lingyue not only agreed but also said I might take your words seriously.
Wang Jia laughed heartily.
Tell me, isn't old Six amazing? I initially thought had only charmed Chen-Li, but who knew Shangwan Lingyue would be so devoted to him? Ha ha.
Only Wang Jia's laughter filled the dorm, while Wen Hongtao stood dumbfounded. Ma Wenjun and Zhang Xiongfeng, however, were plunged into despair. They finally understood why Shangwan Lingyue had been so cold when they approached her. She had already fallen for old Six.
Ah, I can't go on. I'm heartbroken, completely heartbroken. It ended before it even began.
Ma Wenjun and Zhang Xiongfeng pursed their lips, threw themselves onto their beds, and wailed loudly.
You? What's wrong with you? Old Six is in love. You should be happy. What's the matter? You're not. You're not also in love with old Six, are you?
Wang Jia was baffled. He was sharing amusing news, so why were they crying? To his surprise, his words only made their wailing louder.
Fatty, stop it. Can't you see? They like Shangwan too.
When Hong Tao tugged at Wang Jia's arm, explaining.
This.
Wang Jia was taken aback, finally grasping the situation, and why they were crying. They had no chance left.
Bong! Bong!
Amid the cries in the dorm, a resonant bell tolled, shaking the entire academy. The sound seemed to stir everyone's souls.
That's...
Everyone in the dorm froze, staring out the window.
The Heavenly Pass bell. Could it be? Someone is challenging the Heavenly Pass. The Heavenly Pass.
At the mention of this name, everyone was stunned. As students of the academy, they naturally knew what the Heavenly Pass meant. Legend had it that the Heavenly Pass bell had not rung in 50 years, yet today it sounded once more.
Sister Chen-Li, stop crying. There are plenty of good men in the world. MOU isn't the only one. Exactly. What's so great about MOU?
Aside from being a bit handsome, cool, and having a family background, what else is good about him?
Wah. In Chen-Li's dormitory, Li Mushui, Zhou Dan, and Yin Cece were all comforting her, but the more they comforted her, the louder she cried. You say that, but let me ask you, after MOU, are there any men left in this world? Chen-Li sobbed.
I just like him. I like his masculinity, his loyalty, his frankness. In short, I like everything about him.
This. The girls were all stunned at a loss for what to do. Indeed. After MOU, would there still be men in this world? So I won't give up. I absolutely will not give up. I will compete with Shangwan Lingyue. As long as they aren't married yet, I won't stop. Chen-Li wiped her tears, stood up solemnly, and spoke with authority. All the girls were stunned.
How domineering. That was the real Chen-Li. She dared to love and hate, and would never give up on what she liked, even to the death.
Dong! Dong!
Just as the girls were stunned, a loud, clear bell tolled. The sound seemed to vibrate within one's heart, causing a tremor.
This is...
The girls were all startled. Even Chen-Li stopped crying, and they all looked out the window in surprise.
That bell sound is...
Yin Cece's face flushed, and she looked outside.
Legend has it that within the Jiaolu Academy, there is an extremely terrifying training ground called the Heavenly Pass. Anyone who enters faces a 1 in 10 chance of survival. Since its establishment, only 2 people have succeeded. One was the founder of Jialu Academy, the other is the current dean. Even more terrifying, the Heavenly Pass bell hasn't rung in 50 years. Zhou Dan explained from the side.
Do you mean? Someone is challenging the Heavenly Pass?
Xinli asked in shock.
Exactly.
Zhou Dan nodded.
The girls were all stunned together. Before coming to Jialu Academy, they had heard the legend of the Heavenly Pass, but now someone was actually challenging it. To think only 2 people had succeeded. Almost all who entered died, and among them were countless celestials. Yet today someone truly dared to challenge it.
Defeating Fang Tianbo with 1 sword and destroying his soul-severing sword.
Interesting, very interesting.
In a training room of Jialu Academy, a man in a blue robe, who appeared somber, listened with a smile as a lackey recounted the recent events in the academy. Boss, what do you think this kid's background is? We can't detect any primal energy aura from him, but his speed and swordsmanship are simply too bizarre. We simply can't understand them. A subordinate explained to Liao Shan.
Being able to defeat Fang Tianbo with 1 sword and destroy his soul-severing sword, how could someone like you understand the technique of such a figure? However, I can be certain of one thing.
Liao Shan smiled darkly.
Though he hadn't witnessed that battle firsthand, as one of the 4 heavenly kings of the academy, how could Liao Shan fail to analyze the technique used by the one who defeated Fang Tianbo?
The boss is right.
The subordinate was startled and looked over curiously.
Sword techniques,
Liao Shan added,
and extremely profound ones at that. That's why this person refused the invitation from the esoteric sect elder to join the genius class. What? Sword techniques? You mean?
Upon hearing this, the subordinate's eyes lit up. To be able to defeat a half-step celestial with a set of sword techniques, those techniques must be incredibly fearsome.
Spread the word. Find out this person's identity and background. I want to meet him,
Liao Shan said with a smile. By defeating Fang Tianbo, he had become one of the 4 heavenly kings. So he had to meet this person.
Yes, boss.
The subordinate was about to leave.
Wait. Also tell Guido about Fang Tianbo's defeat.
I think Guido would be very happy to avenge his sworn brother He.
Liao Shan laughed sinisterly.
Yes, boss.
The subordinate's eyes lit up, and he immediately went to carry out the order. Dong. Dong.
Just as Liao Shan finished instructing his subordinate, and the latter was about to leave, a loud and resonant bell tolled.
This is.
Liao Shan and his subordinate both changed expression.
The Heavenly Pass bell. Could it be?
Liao Shan's face shifted, as if he had thought of something.
Swish.
Before he could finish speaking, Liao Shan's body vanished.
Boss.
The subordinate called out, but Liao Shan was already gone.
The Heavenly Pass bell. Is someone challenging the Heavenly Pass?
The subordinate's face also changed. He knew what the Heavenly Pass bell meant. Now that it was ringing, it meant someone was challenging the Heavenly Pass.
Dong. Dong. Dong.
The resounding bell echoed deafeningly through Jialu Academy, drawing the attention of every student.
What's going on? Why is the Heavenly Pass bell ringing? The Heavenly Pass bell. Is someone challenging the Heavenly Pass? What? Challenging the Heavenly Pass.
How is that possible? The Heavenly Pass is known as the Death Pass. Everyone knows that those who enter only face death. How? How could someone be challenging it now? Is this person trying to commit suicide? Suicide? Impossible. Who would commit suicide by going to the Heavenly Pass? Come on, let's go check it out.
The entire academy was in an uproar. Countless people, their faces grim, rushed towards the Heavenly Pass at the back mountain of the academy.
The Heavenly Pass was a taboo of Jialu Academy. Intruders died. And for a full 50 years, no one had challenged it. Yet today someone was daring to do so.
The Heavenly Pass bell.
In the dean's office, Dean Zichiyue frowned and walked towards the window. As the dean of Jialu Academy, and someone who had emerged from the Heavenly Pass herself, she knew what it meant. But now someone was challenging it.
Dean.
The door opened, and a flustered staff member walked in.
Who is challenging the Heavenly Pass?
Zichiyue frowned and looked at the staff member behind her.
Reporting to the dean, the challenger is the 10-star talent MOU. The staff member respectfully cupped his fists.
What? The 10-star talent MOU? This?
Zikayu's face changed. A few days ago his talent and his decisive battle against Fang Tianba had shaken the entire academy. But in just a few days, he was challenging the Heavenly Pass. Was the Heavenly Pass something just anyone could challenge? If things went wrong, not even his bones would remain. Swish! Thinking this, Zikayu's figure flickered, and she instantly vanished from the office. Dean! The staff member called out, but Zichiyue was already gone. At the rear mountain before a massive canyon shrouded in thick impenetrable mist that veiled its unfathomable depths. Vaguely discernible within lay a realm of death, miasma, malice, and curses, a sight so ominous that a single glance seemed to beckon one's demise. Yet at the entrance to such a place stood a solitary figure clad in a simple robe bearing a colossal blunt greatsword. He stood there, eyes closed in serene stillness. "Mo, come back. Come back now. The Heavenly Pass is not for ordinary men to challenge. It is fraught with peril and deathly traps those who face a 1 in 10 chance of survival. Mo." Standing at the entrance, Shangwan Lingwa cried out with all her might to Mo, who was already within. Though she had never dared the pass herself, she had heard countless legends about it, a place no mortal should tread. For Mo to charge in now was akin to courting death. She could not bear the thought of losing her newfound boyfriend so soon. "Lingyu, what's happening?" As Shangwan Lingwa shouted, Chen Li Yen, Cici Zhou, Dan Li Mushui, Zhang Xiongfeng, Zhang Jia, and others approached. Mo is going to challenge the Heavenly Pass. Shangwan Lingyu's face was ashen with anxiety. "What? Challenge the Heavenly Pass? Mo." Chen Li's face turned pale instantly. She had been planning to fight Shangwan Lingwa for Mo's affections. And now, he wanted to challenge the Heavenly Pass. Did he not know what it meant? It meant death. "Mo, come out now. Mo." Chen Li cried out desperately at his retreating figure. "Sixth brother, what are you doing? Do you even know what the Heavenly Pass is? It's a death trap. Sixth brother, get out. Now! Sixth brother, don't be foolish, alright? We promise we won't vie for Miss Lingyu's favor anymore. Sixth brother." Zhang Xiongfeng and the others shouted in unison. Though they knew their sixth brother was no ordinary man, what did status have to do with challenging the Heavenly Pass? Once inside, even the most formidable would meet their end. "Who is that?" Liaoshan's brow furrowed as he arrived at the entrance, his gaze fixed on the silhouette. "Boss, that's the 10-star talent, the one with no cultivation base at all," a lackey hurriedly explained. "What? He's the 10-star talent? How is that possible?" Liaoshan's expression shifted. Did that mean this newcomer was challenging the Heavenly Pass on his very first day at the academy? Even the 4 great kings dared not approach the Heavenly Pass, yet here was a freshman bold enough to challenge it. "Boss, I think he's just asking for death," the lackey sneered. "Asking for death?" Liaoshan's frown deepened. A 10-star talent, how terrifyingly rare. Would he truly come here to throw his life away? Would he act without certainty? "Someone is really challenging the Heavenly Pass. Who is that? I've never seen him before." "Neither have I." "Of course not. He's a new student." "What? A freshman challenging the Heavenly Pass? This is unbelievable. A freshman taking on the Heavenly Pass. I remember now. He's the one who defeated Fang Tianba." "What?" The crowd swelled, voices rising in a cacophony of speculation and excitement. Exceptional talent we can accept, for the Guerra Academy is no stranger to prodigies. High cultivation we can also accept, for this world honors strength above all. But a freshman challenging the Heavenly Pass? That is beyond acceptance. For this is not a trial, it is suicide. As the crowd buzzed, a beam of light descended from the heavens, landing before the assembly. The light faded to reveal a majestic woman in a purple robe exuding an aura of supreme authority. "It's the Dean! The Dean is here! Greetings, Dean! Dean!" At the sight of Zichiyue, the onlookers turned and saluted with utmost respect. "Dean!" Shangwan Lingwa and the others hurried over, bowing. The young woman, on the verge of tears, placed all her hopes in the Dean. Now that the Dean had arrived, perhaps she could intervene. "Challenging the Heavenly Pass." Zichiyue raised a hand to silence them, her eyes fixed on Mo's back. "Do you know what the Heavenly Pass signifies? This pass is called the Death Pass. Those who face a 1 in 10 chance of survival. Within like countless dangers, once you step inside, there is no turning back.
Her voice was not loud, but it carried an indomitable authority, each word striking the ears of every onlooker.
If the heavenly pass can bar my way, how then shall I shatter the very heavens?
Mou seemed to disregard her words entirely, uttering a cryptic, defiant remark.
You?
Zi Qianwei was taken aback. She had come out of regard for talent, yet this man answered with such arrogance. As fury kindled within her, a beam of light emanated from the depths of the heavenly pass, spreading like a ripple. The radiant ripple coalesced into a massive barrier at the entrance, sealing off all those outside the pass. Simultaneously, the mist within the canyon began to dissipate, and the colossal stone gate that had blocked the entrance slowly slid open, revealing a path before Mou.
Mou, don't go in!
Zi Qianwei cried out as she witnessed this. The gates of the heavenly pass had opened. Once he entered, there would be no exit unless he conquered the pass and emerged from another route.
Mou! Sixth brother, come back! Sixth brother! Mou, you bastard! I haven't even won you over yet. How can you die like this? Mou, get back here!
Shangguan Lingyue, Qin Li Zhang Xiongfeng, and the others shouted desperately at him. Tears welled in Shangguan Lingyu's eyes as she screamed. But Mou seemed deaf to their cries. As voices rose behind him, he simply stepped forward into the heavenly pass, each stride simple, yet under the gaze of the crowd exuding an indomitable pride.
Alas, another prodigy is about to fall. Indeed. What a pity. Arrogant, utterly arrogant. Did he think defeating Fang Tianba made him invincible? This isn't Fang Tianba. This is the heavenly pass. Ha ha ha, exactly.
As Mou stepped into the pass, some students began to gloat. Just as the students mocked and Shangguan Lingyue and Qin Li cried out, a thunderous roar erupted, a sound that seemed to shake the entire academy to its foundations. The usually bustling entrance to the celestial pass fell into a deathly silence, as if doomsday had arrived, with everyone staring in terror toward the interior of the pass. Yet the moment they strained their senses toward the pass, they witnessed the most unforgettable scene of their lives. Behold, at the entrance, the colossal mountain that separated the pass from the outside world was actually toppling to one side. Yes, it was truly falling, much like a head of cabbage being sliced diagonally by a knife, the upper portion slowly sliding downward along the cut. With a thunderous rumble, the massive, majestic mountain collapsed, causing the earth to tremble violently. The surrounding peaks and trees fell as if struck by a calamity, while a thick cloud of mist and dust surged up and scattered in all directions. The celestial pass, which had remained unshaken for millennia, was now reduced to a scene of utter devastation. Even more terrifying, along the cut surface of the mountain, faint sword marks were visible, perfectly aligned and gleaming with a chilling light. Silence. A deathly stillness prevailed. Though dust and mist swept over them, the people outside the pass stood dumbfounded, staring in shock at the interior, their faces flushed and their eyes wide with disbelief. What? What had they seen? What exactly had they witnessed? The mountain that had barred outsiders from entering the celestial pass had simply fallen. More horrifyingly, the mountain had been cleaved by a single sword strike. There was no trace of spiritual energy or sword aura, as if a simple blade had used brute force to slice it apart. What was happening? What had occurred? Why? Why was this so?
Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. What am I seeing?
This Qianqian mountain has fallen, cut down by a single sword. Legend says it not only blocks outsiders, but also seals demons, monsters, and venomous beasts. How? How could it fall? How could this be? Can anyone tell me what's happening inside? It can't be true, it can't be real. Qianqian mountain chopped down by a single sword. It couldn't have been that new student. Impossible. I agree, it's impossible. He's just talented but has no cultivation. As the mountain collapsed, the surrounding students erupted in uproar, utterly unable to believe the scene before them. That student whom they had deemed doomed to die within the pass had entered, and this had happened. Could this be related to him? Though they denied any connection 10,000 times in their hearts, the more they thought, the more their minds turned to that student.
Impossible, this is absolutely impossible.
Liao Shan clenched and unclenched his fists, his face alternating between pale and red as he shouted in a trembling voice. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would have thought it a dream. A mountain so vast sliced off by a sword. Was this truly real? Was it truly connected to that young man? A single sword stroke cleaving an entire mountain. What terrifying power was required? A celestial being? Or a sage? Even celestial beings and sages couldn't destroy the Qianqian mountain within the celestial pass, could they?
Am I dreaming? I feel like I'm dreaming too. Someone wake me up. Tell me, does this have anything to do with Old Six?
Wang Jie, Zhang Xiongfeng, Wen Hongtao, and the others were all stunned, muttering to themselves like fools.
M.O.U.
Chen Li's face flushed deeply as she tremblingly uttered the name. In her eyes, M.O.U. was merely a bold young master from a powerful family. But after witnessing this scene, her perception of M.O.U. had completely changed. Could she be certain that this mountain's fall had nothing to do with him? Could she be sure that M.O.U. was just a simple young master? At that moment, Chen Li found herself increasingly unable to let go of M.O.U. Wasn't the man she would marry the source of her future happiness exactly this kind of person?
I've underestimated him after all.
Shang Wanlingwa took a deep breath. Yes, she had indeed underestimated M.O.U. He had once dominated the world, unmatched and unrivaled, becoming the greatest in history. Why, after his cultivation was crippled, couldn't he become a timeless legend? In the end, it was her own short-sightedness. Perhaps he would forever remain someone beyond comprehension.
What a fearsome sword strike!
Even Ziqiyue was trembling all over, her shivers born from deep-seated terror. She was already a supreme expert at the peak of the celestial realm, yet even she could not accomplish such a feat. And now it appeared before her, linked to that slender youth who seemed to possess no cultivation.
Could it be? As the Venerable said, he is comprehending.
Ziqiyue recalled Hongye's words. If what Hongyu said was true, then this man was truly terrifying. With a thunderous roar, another tremendous sound erupted from within the celestial pass, even louder than the cleaving of Qianqian mountain. The entire academy trembled as if struck by an earthquake. Buildings shook and everyone struggled to keep their footing.
This is...
The sudden change threw everyone at the pass entrance into panic. They grabbed trees or rocks to steady themselves, staring in shock toward the interior.
Could he have released the Earth Demon God? No! No!
Zikayu's eyes were filled with terror as she gazed into the pass. Having traversed it herself, she knew its most dreaded secret. Indeed, it was the Earth Demon God. All who failed the trial perished at its hands. She had barely escaped alive, relying on a special artifact to flee by sheer luck. But now what was she seeing? The Earth Demon God had been unleashed by him. As Ziqiyue feared, a deafening roar echoed from within the pass. At that sound, weaker cultivators coughed up blood, while even the strong were shaken to the ground in terror. With another thunderous crash, a mountain and its trees were hurled into the air within the pass, lava erupting everywhere. Amid the molten spray, a colossal iron chain, so thick that dozens could not encircle it, rose and lashed at a great mountain, shattering it to pieces. Screams erupted as the scene unfolded like a catastrophe, the people at the pass entrance clutching their heads and shrieking in terror. Before their screams could fade, the roar sounded again, and from the ancient abyss deep within the celestial pass, a massive black shadow over 100 meters tall emerged. The dark shadow was covered in lava, its body riddled with lumpy masses that resembled both tumors and rocks. Its head was like a lizard's, with purple light shooting from its eyes and lava fire spewing from its mouth at any moment. Its limbs seemed capable of tearing the sky apart, bringing destruction to heaven and earth. The moment it emerged from the abyss, it swiped a claw, and 4 or 5 great mountains were sliced to dust like a cake.
The Earth Demon God. Is it truly the Earth Demon God?
Ziqianyu's face turned deathly pale.
The Earth Demon God has appeared, and it's even stronger than 50 years ago. It's over. It's all over.
The Earth Demon God was sealed here by the founder of the Jiaolu Academy. Legend had it that when captured, it was already a beast at the saint level. Now, after being sealed for so many years, its cultivation had not diminished. Instead, it was even stronger than when she had last seen it 50 years ago.
Quick! Run! It's the Earth Demon God! Get away!
Zi Qianwei shouted at the students behind her.
The Earth Demon God! A saint-level beast! Run! It's over, it's over, the Earth Demon God has emerged! Run for your lives! Ah! The Earth Demon God is coming!
At Ziqianyu's cry, all the students erupted into chaos, screaming and turning to flee.
Roar!
The Earth Demon God seemed to sense the presence of people at the entrance of the heavenly pass. It turned its head, opened its mouth, and spewed a torrent of lava fire.
Not good.
The moment the lava fire shot forth, Ziqianwei screamed. The blast of magma directly covered the exit of the heavenly pass, meaning everyone inside had no way to escape, and could only await death. How terrifying was the might of a saint! Not to mention a group of students. Even she herself would likely not escape death, would she?
Ah!
Seeing the vast wave of lava rushing toward them, all the students screamed incessantly, as if facing doomsday, slowly waiting for death to descend.
Buzz!
Just as they believed they were about to die beneath the immense tide of lava, a sword's cry rang out. In the next instant, the lava in the sky solidified and turned to ash, slowly dissipating. Then they witnessed the most unbelievable sight of their lives. The once invincible earth demon god split in two from the crown of its head, its body falling to either side. Blood and viscera gushed across the heavenly pass, and an extremely nauseating stench assailed their nostrils. The students who had been about to flee, as well as Ziqianwei, Shengwanlingyue, and Chunli, all came to a halt. Their breathing grew irregular, their expressions panicked, and a deathly silence fell. The earth demon god, a saint-level beast, was dead. And it had been cleaved in two. Was this truly real? They knew that if the earth demon god were released into the outside world, it would be an invincible existence, one that could dominate all under heaven. Yet now it had died just like that, chopped in half. At this moment, they didn't know whether to be stunned or terrified. A question arose in their hearts again: was this Mo's doing? Or had the forces behind him followed him into the heavenly pass the moment he entered, killing the earth demon god for him from within?
The earth demon god is dead.
Ziqianwei trembled all over. She yearned to know who that youth truly was. Without any yuan power, without any cultivation, relying solely on his innate talent, he was terrifying to such an extent. Was he even human?
Old Six, he,
Zhang Xiongfeng, and the others didn't know how to describe Mou anymore. Since Mou had pushed Tai Hu down the stairs, their understanding of him was that he had immense power behind him. After the Tai family was annihilated, they regarded Mou with even greater awe. But now, how could they describe their Old Six? Was it his high status? His extraordinary talent? Or was he himself a monster of extremely high cultivation?
I'm willing to share him with you. I don't want to compete anymore. I just want to stay quietly by his side.
Chun-Li's face flushed, and she suddenly spoke a sentence to Shengwanlingyue. Shengwanlingyue was stunned, staring blankly at Chun-Li without a word, because she didn't know how to respond. After today, which woman who witnessed this scene would not be moved by Mou? Let alone Chun-Li, who had always liked him.
Boring.
As the crowd fell silent, at the exit of the heavenly pass, a great mountain slowly shifted aside. A plainly dressed man carrying a giant sword walked out, muttering an inexplicable word as he emerged. His appearance drew all eyes from every direction, and when they looked at him, everyone was left breathless.
Let's go!
When everyone felt suffocated, the man glanced at Shengwanlingyue, and then walked toward the academy. Shengwanlingyue trembled all over, her cheeks flushing rosy. She bit her lips, then trotted after the man. The two figures gradually faded into the distance. Only then did the students, the mentors, and even Ziqianwei at the entrance of the heavenly pass slowly come to their senses, one by one.
After today, the history of the Hanwu continent is bound to be rewritten. I think I've witnessed a miracle. I have no regrets in this life. Before, I always thought that a freshman without cultivation, relying solely on talent, challenging the heavenly pass was itself a joke. But now I see I was wrong, terribly wrong. In the end, I was short-sighted. Indeed, my jealousy is gone. I only feel admiration. A man like this unparalleled in the world.
After Mou and Shengwanlingyue had gone far, those who had previously slandered and even envied Mou lowered their heads and sighed. At that moment, they were genuinely awed by that man.
Chun-Li! Chun-Li! Where are you going?
As the surrounding people sighed, Zhang Xiongfeng and the others suddenly shouted. They saw Chun-Li, her fists clenched and her face full of anger, running ahead.
I'm going to give my man back. Half of him belongs to me too,
Chun-Li answered loudly. The few who had been about to stop her immediately halted. They began to understand Chun-Li's feelings at this moment. Which woman wouldn't love such a man?
Deem this.
Several academy mentors approached Ziqianwei, their faces red and anxious.
Arrange for someone to handle this. Let's go.
Qian was struggled to suppress her inner emotions, then walked toward the academy.
Yes.
The mentors followed behind.
Let's go back too. Perhaps this is the real old six.
Ma Xiaojun smiled bitterly, shook his head, and said, as the crowd gradually dispersed. The others also smiled bitterly and followed. Yes, perhaps this was the real MOU.
Thump.
After everyone had left, Liaoshan collapsed limply to the ground, his face ashen and extremely ugly. He was a genius admired by all. But today he had been utterly crushed. What truly defined a genius? Perhaps this was what a genius truly was.
Have you found Lingwe? No, I've searched the entire dormitory, but she's nowhere to be found. Cece and the others aren't there either. They're not there either. What about your side? Old Six is missing too, and the other brothers have vanished. Then where could they have gone?
Long Chung and Du-Wan rendezvoused on the academy's sports field, their expressions grim. The first thing they did upon returning to the academy was search for MOU and their dormitory brothers and sisters, only to find them all missing.
How terrifying, how unbelievable. Someone actually dared to challenge the heavenly barrier. Needless to say, not only did he challenge it, he succeeded.
With a single sword strike he cleaved a mountain in two, with another he split the earth demon god sealed within the barrier. Such valor is truly unrivaled under heaven.
Isn't that the truth? How terrifying! How could such a person appear in our academy? Such talent, such strength, it's beyond frightening. I've heard the earth demon god is a saint-level beast. Indeed. I've heard that too. Who would have thought a freshman with no primal force, relying solely on his sword, could display such overwhelming dominance? This child is destined for greatness. After today, his name will surely shake the world. Shake the world. I think it's more than that. Exactly.
I believe he will become a legend in our academy. As Long Chung and Du-Wan stopped, several students passed by, their faces brimming with excitement and awe. They chattered animatedly as they walked.
Challenging the heavenly barrier.
Long Chung and Du-Wan were drawn in by the students' words. The heavenly barrier was a taboo at Jialu Academy. Entering meant death. Yet today someone had dared to challenge it.
Senior, who is this bold one who dared to challenge the heavenly barrier?
Du-Wan asked a student curiously.
It's Junior Du. Besides that freshman MOU, who else in Jialu Academy would dare to challenge the heavenly barrier?
The senior replied with a smile.
MOU.
Du-Wan blushed, feeling as though she had misheard.
Old Six this.
Long Cheng's face turned pale. He knew all too well what the heavenly barrier meant. Old Six challenging the heavenly barrier. Wasn't that suicide?
How is he now?
Long Chung asked anxiously.
Him. Ha. Relax, Junior. Let me tell you, this MOU is truly remarkable. Not only did he challenge the heavenly barrier with his sword, but he also sliced Mount Qianqian in two with one strike, and then cut the earth demon god in half. That earth demon god is a saint-level beast. Yet in his hands it was like chopping cabbage. Exactly. So domineering, so invincible. He is definitely the pride of our Jialu Academy.
As the students spoke, they all gave thumbs up. But Long Chung and Du-Wan's faces turned pale, finding it all too incredible. They knew Old Six well, a young master from a powerful clan. Yet these people claimed he had challenged the heavenly barrier and performed so brilliantly.
Long Chung.
Du-Wan looked at him nervously.
Come on, let's find Old Six. Quick.
Long Chung grabbed Du-Wan's hand and hurried off.
What's with him? Why so tense? Never mind them, let's go.
The students shrugged as Du-Wan and Long Chung rushed away, then headed off in another direction. Inside a luxurious mansion in Jialu City, Fang Tianba sat on the bed nursing his injuries, while before him sat a man equally fierce and imposing.
Second brother, rest assured I will avenge this wrong for you.
Guiyudio's eyes blazed with murderous intent, his fists clenched tightly. As one of the four heavenly kings of Jialu Academy, to have his soul-severing sword destroyed by a freshman and be injured so severely, if he as his sworn brother did nothing, would he still be Guido?
Big brother, this man is no ordinary foe. In our battle, I never once saw him use primal force. Worse, his speed chilled me to the bone.
Fang Tianba shuddered at the memory of that day, a chill running down his spine.
Second brother, rest easy. I've recently mastered a new technique. Once unleashed, it can kill even a celestial being with ease, let alone a swift swordsman.
Guidao spoke with disdain and arrogant confidence.
Is that true?
Fang Tianba's eyes lit up.
Have I ever lied to you? Pull yourself together. Come with me, and we'll kill that brat together to avenge you,
Guidao declared loudly.
Good.
Fang Tianba broke into a grin. As long as he could take revenge, this burden on his heart would finally be lifted.
Ha ha.
With that, the two burst into laughter together.
Young master, young master.
Just as they were laughing, a frantic servant's voice sounded from outside the door.
What's the hurry?
Fang Tianba asked irritably.
Sir, news just came from Jialu Academy. Someone challenged the heavenly barrier and succeeded.
The servant explained hastily.
Succeeded in challenging the heavenly barrier.
Fang Tianba and Gui Yidao's faces changed, especially Gui Yidao, who shot to his feet.
Excellent. Well done, Chen Jiuxiu, hiding his skills so deeply, even managing to breach the heavenly barrier.
Gui Yidao pounded his fist in fury. In all of Jialu Academy, who else but the foremost of the four heavenly kings was qualified to challenge the heavenly barrier? He could think of no one else.
Sir, Gui, it wasn't Chen Jiuxiu who challenged the barrier.
The servant nervously interrupted Gui Yidao.
What? Not Chen Jiuxiu. Then, Liao Shan? Impossible. His cultivation is on par with mine. How could he succeed in the heavenly barrier challenge?
Gui Yidao was even more stunned. Fang Tianba was equally shocked. They both knew Liao Shan's cultivation level. How could he possibly succeed?
Sirs, it's not Liao Shan either. It's someone else.
The servant wiped his sweat and corrected them again.
Someone else.
At these words, Gui Yidao and Fang Tianba trembled. Not Chen Jiuxiu, not Liao Shan, but someone else. In all of Jialu Academy, besides those two, who else had the ability to challenge the heavenly barrier?
As for who it is, I don't know the details, but I heard it's the same person who killed General Tai and annihilated the Tai family.
The servant pondered for a moment before replying. Gui Yidao and Fang Tianba's faces flushed, and they froze simultaneously. They knew about General Tai's death and the Tai family's destruction. But what they never expected was that the one who killed General Tai and destroyed the Tai family was the very same person who challenged the heavenly barrier. And he succeeded? Just how terrifying was this person? At that moment, within the city lord's mansion of Jialuwa City, luxurious carriages and dragon palanquins arrived one after another, halting before the mansion's gates. Those who descended were either patriarchs of Jialuwa cities, great families, or peerless masters who dominated their domains. With anxious expressions and a heavy atmosphere, they strode toward the city lord's mansion. Not long ago, they had received a letter from the city lord stating that someone from Jialu Academy had successfully challenged the heavenly pass. Thus the city lord had summoned them to discuss the matter. As denizens of Jialu City, who among them did not know the significance of the heavenly pass? Now that a successful challenger had emerged, it heralded the rise of a supreme expert. They dared not underestimate this event, so they all gathered at the city lord's mansion with tension and gravity.
Since everyone is here, Chen will get straight to the point.
As the assembled masters and dignitaries of Jialuwa City settled within the mansion, city lord Chen Wenjing emerged from an inner chamber. He clasped his fists and spoke without preamble.
City lord, please speak. Pray be forthright, city lord.
The gathered magnates and experts returned his salute with solemn expressions.
I presume all of you have heard the news. Indeed, not long ago, a prodigy emerged from Jialu Academy who successfully challenged the heavenly pass. This young talent is not only accomplished, but also a 10-star talent.
Chen Wenjing declared directly.
10-star talent? This? How terrifying. Indeed.
As Chen Wenjing spoke, the faces of all the dignitaries shifted dramatically. Not only had he conquered the heavenly pass, but he was also a 10-star talent. How formidable could such a person be?
You all understand what the heavenly pass of Jialuwa City signifies, do you not?
Legends say that the one who established the heavenly pass was a supreme sage. To create a perfect trial, the sage even captured a sage-level demon beast and imprisoned it within, providing a challenge for those who dared to attempt the pass. It was also proclaimed that anyone who could emerge from the heavenly pass alive would surely step into sagehood and achieve immortality. I trust you have all heard of this. Chen Wenjing continued. At his words, everyone in the audience nodded. For this had been proven the dean of Jialuo Academy was one who had walked out of the heavenly pass. Afterward, in nearly 20 years, she became a celestial being. In 30 years, she reached the peak of celestial being, just one step away from sagehood.
Yet today this challenger not only succeeded in the heavenly pass, but also slew the earth demon god sealed within using nothing but a 3-foot-long sword.
Chen Wenjing added another remark.
What? Kill the earth demon god? Impossible, absolutely impossible. City Lord, are you certain this is not a jest? City Lord, we all know the earth demon god is a sage-level demon beast. How could it be killed?
As Chen Wenjing's words fell, the entire hall erupted in uproar. All the dignitaries were thrown into disarray.
In other words, the heavenly pass has been destroyed.
Chen Wenjing added another sentence. At these words, the entire assembly fell silent. And the silence was eerily profound. Killed the earth demon god and destroyed the heavenly pass. This was the work of a single person.
Today I have invited you all here with a simple purpose. I hope that everyone present will accompany me, the City Lord, to pay a visit to this person.
Chen Wenjing declared with utmost gravity. After today, it signified not only the birth of a prodigy, but also the emergence of a supreme powerhouse. With such a figure arising, he and all the gentry and magnates of Jialuo City had to show their respect. The entire hall was filled with solemnity and oppression. For they all understood the implication of Chen Wenjing's words.
If no one objects, then it is settled,
Chen Wenjing announced loudly once more.
Yes, City Lord.
Everyone clasped their fists in unison. If he were merely someone who had successfully challenged the heavenly pass, they might not care so much. But one who killed the earth demon god and destroyed the heavenly pass was an entirely different matter. Jialuo Academy. In a secluded grove beneath a large tree, a man leaned against the trunk holding a bamboo flute to his lips and playing a soft melody. Beside him sat a strikingly beautiful girl, her head resting on his shoulder. With a sweet smile gracing her lips, she closed her eyes and listened. Bathed in the dappled shade of green leaves, they formed a picturesque scene.
That was beautiful.
As the flute's notes faded, Shang Wanlingwei murmured 3 words softly.
If you like, he'll play for you every day.
Mou replied simply.
He'll hold you to that.
Shang Wanlingwei opened her eyes and said with earnest seriousness. Mou nodded faintly, then set down the flute. His gaze drifted forward as if lost in thought.
Tell me, what kind of person are you really? Every time I see you, you do something earth-shattering, something utterly unbelievable and incredible.
Shang Wanlingwei nestled against Mou's chest, speaking with tender happiness.
Someone who wants to die, but can't.
Mou paused for a moment before sighing. He was not lying, he was indeed a person who wished for death, yet could not attain it.
I won't allow you to say that.
Shang Wanlingwei covered Mou's mouth with her hand, her face full of stern reproach. Mou was momentarily stunned, then a faint indifferent smile crept onto his face.
I want you to live well, to stay by my side, to savor every beautiful moment.
Shang Wanlingwei buried her head against Mou's shoulder once more. Mou said nothing. How many beauties had spoken such words to him in the past? Yet in the end they aged and perished, while he remained eternally unchanged.
Old sixth.
Just as they were enjoying the tranquility, a hesitant voice came from beyond the grove. The voice belonged to Long Chung, but Mou sensed that there was more than one person outside the grove.
Something wrong.
Mou and Shang Wanlingwei turned to look behind them.
Someone wants to see you.
Long Cheng's voice trembled.
See me?
Mou narrowed his eyes.
It's the City Lord of Jialuo City, along with the heads of every major family and faction in Jialuo.
Long Cheng's voice continued, filled with anxiety.
Will you see them? No.
Mou's answer was simple, for he had always disliked such occasions.
Perhaps you should go.
Shang Wanlingwei said, gently squeezing Mou's hand as she offered a soft reminder.
After all, we are students of Jialuo Academy. Their visit is a gesture of acknowledgement.
Mou furrowed his brows, then nodded. He understood their intentions well enough, but sometimes he had no choice but to meet them.
All right, today he'll help you settle this score, and you can finally let it go, understand?
A carriage halted at the entrance of the Jialuo Academy. Guidao and Fang Tianbo alighted together. As soon as Guidao stepped down, he turned to comfort Fang Tianbo.
Big brother, with your words, that's enough. Today I must vent this pent-up anger,
Fong Tianba declared with brimming confidence. For he knew well his elder brother's prowess.
Ha ha. Now that's more like it.
Gui Dao laughed heartily, patting Fong Tianba on the shoulder.
Come, let's find that little brat and teach him a lesson. Let him know that the might of us 4 heavenly kings is sacred and inviolable. Yes.
Fong Tianba followed Gui Dao with a smile as they strode into the academy. However, upon entering they found the grounds filled with luxurious carriages and dragon palanquins. Everywhere they looked there were guards, and even figures of great importance they rarely saw in their daily lives.
City Lord Chen Wenjing, General Dolly of the Tiger War Battalion, Hong Fuzi, the first divine artisan of Jialuo City. What day is today? Why are so many eminent figures usually so hard to encounter gathered here at the academy?
Fong Tianba and Gui Dao were captivated by the scene. These were the very elite of Jialuo City whom they normally lacked the status to even meet, now assembled in solemn rows, as if awaiting someone.
Oh, it's King Gua and King Fong. Perhaps you haven't heard yet. A senior from our academy successfully challenged the heavenly barrier, stirring the entire Jialuo City. Now all the major powers and family heads are here to offer their congratulations.
A nearby student eager to watch the spectacle quickly explained.
Congratulations.
Gui Dao was taken aback. Wasn't this too excessive?
Was merely succeeding in the heavenly barrier trial enough to warrant such a grand assembly, as if a catastrophe had befallen them? Indeed. And I've heard that dignitaries from neighboring cities will also arrive, all seeking an audience with this prodigious senior,
the student added.
This.
Gui Dao and Fong Tianba were even more astonished.
Your Majesties, if it were merely an ordinary trial, it wouldn't attract so many. Do you know why? I'll tell you. It's because of this senior's extraordinary abilities. The heavenly barrier to us is a sacred and inviolable existence. Yet in his eyes it's like worthless ruins. You know Mount Qianshan. Because it blocked his path, the senior cleaved it in two with a single sword stroke. And the earth demon god, he split it in half with one blow. Even the entire heavenly barrier was destroyed by his sword. Tell me, is such power and audacity unmatched in the world?
Seeing the two kings' disbelief, the student added further, his voice brimming with excitement and pride.
This.
Gui Dao and Fong Tianba faces turned pale. They knew the heavenly barrier well. But what were they hearing? Mount Qianshan split in two, the earth demon god cleaved asunder, and even the heavenly barrier shattered by a single sword. Was this still human? The heavenly barrier was so perilous that even celestial beings might not survive. Yet here was someone who not only destroyed it, but also annihilated Mount Qianshan and killed the earth demon god.
Big brother, this.
Fong Tianba Dao, heart already fragile, wavered upon hearing such horrifying tales, his sense of inferiority surging again.
This has nothing to do with us. Come, let's go get our revenge,
Gui Dao urged. Fong Tianba felt somewhat relieved, and they headed toward the male dormitory. Once they had avenged themselves and quelled their inner fears, they could continue their path to strength. Thus they had to defeat that new student, humiliate him thoroughly, and assuage their hatred.
Big brother, look. It's him, it's that kid.
As they crossed the campus grounds and passed a grove, Fong Tianba spotted a young man and woman emerging from the woods. This was the very new student who had defeated him, shattered his soul-calming sword, and left him utterly disgraced. Seeing him again stirred both fear and resentment.
Him!
Gui Dao stared intently, finding a youth so young he seemed barely weaned. Could such a greenhorn have so thoroughly crushed his sworn brother? If he didn't kill this brat, would he still be Gui Dao?
Don't worry, little brother. I'll slay this man.
Gui Dao steadied Fong Tianba, then strode toward the young man with murderous intent.
City Lord Chen Wenjing of Jialuo City pays respects to young Master Mo. Hong Fuzi, first divine artisan of Jialuo City, pays respects to young Master Mo. Gu Sandao, first merchant of Jialuo City, pays respects to young Master Mo. Zhou Shihao, master of Jialuo City's premier auction house, pays respects to young Master Mo, the first of Jialuo City.
Gui Dao had taken only 3 steps when a series of resonant, authoritative voices rang out behind him. As the voices faded, dozens of the city's most eminent figures descended with overwhelming presence, stopping before the young man and woman. They bowed their heads and clasped their fists in utmost reverence. Guidao halted, his face reddening at the scene before him. Could someone tell him what was happening? Weren't they here to seek an audience with the senior who conquered the heavenly barrier? Why were they kneeling before this new student? And with such profound respect.
So you wish to see me?
Mou stopped, his tone indifferent, as he surveyed the so-called dignitaries of Jiaowa City.
Yes, young Master Mo. I, Chen Wenjing, City Lord of Jiaowa, congratulate young Master Mo on his successful trial of the heavenly barrier and present a demon king's inner core. I, Hong Fuzi, the divine artisan, offer the demonic bone immortal sword. I, Gu San, now present a pair of jade rui. I.
One by one these magnates stepped forward to offer their congratulations, each presenting gifts they had brought. Every single treasure was priceless, rare celestial artifacts that one could only dream of obtaining. Yet now, they were all being offered to him. Guidao felt as if a blade had pierced his chest. What did he witness? The grand figures of Jiaowa City were each presenting their clan's most treasured heirlooms to that young man. Setting aside Chen Wenjing's Demon King inner core, just consider Hong Fuse's demonic bone and demonic heart sword. This sword was Hong Fuse's most proud creation. When it was unsheathed, heaven and earth trembled. Subsequently, the royal courts of over a dozen empires simultaneously stepped forward, bidding a staggering 5 billion gold coins to acquire this divine blade, yet Hong Fuzi refused them all. And now, what had become of it? He actually saw Hong Fuzi presenting this treasured sword to the newcomer, who had defeated his sworn brother.
You? Are you certain it was he who defeated you?
Guidao's face flushed crimson, as he stared blankly at Fang Tianba behind him.
Aye.
Fang Tianba's face turned a mottled purple. It felt as if hundreds of knives were stabbing into his chest, words utterly failing to escape his lips. By now even a fool could grasp the situation. Yet, he simply could not accept it. This youth, who appeared to possess no cultivation whatsoever yet had bested him, was actually the one who had successfully conquered the heavenly trials, destroyed the trial ground, and slain the earth demon god. How old was he? And he didn't even possess primal energy. How could he have accomplished all this?
Ugh.
Fang Tianba could bear it no longer. A sweet taste flooded his mouth as a mouthful of blood sprayed out and his body crumpled backward. He had thought his elder brother could avenge him, could relieve the rancor in his heart. Who knew? Who knew it would turn out like this? Was this revenge? Was this called revenge? This was practically pitting him to the ground and crushing him utterly. And he was left battered beyond recognition.
Second brother.
Guidao hurriedly moved to support Fang Tianba.
Big brother, I don't want to live anymore. I truly don't want to live. I'm so tired, so very tired. Tell me, why is heaven so unjust?
He has no cultivation, and defeating me as an ordinary man is one thing. But why? Why could he also conquer the heavenly trials and slay the earth demon god? Tell me, why is this so? Fang Tianba's face was streaked with tears, his heart shattered with grief. His Dao heart, already unstable, had now completely collapsed.
Second brother, we have lost, and lost utterly.
Despair also filled Guidao's heart. Others, when they lose, at least have a chance to fight. But they were defeated before they even began.
I can't go on.
Fang Tianba wept even more bitterly. His spirit was thoroughly crushed, beaten to the point of utter helplessness. Mou paid no attention to Fang Tianba and Guidao. Instead, he swept his gaze over the gifts presented by these grand figures.
This.
Shangguan Lingwei was taken aback. These people had offered priceless rare treasures. To accept them so readily, and by doing so it meant forging an unbreakable bond with them.
I understand your intentions. Mou, repeat, if you do not provoke me, I will not provoke you.
Mou glanced lightly at the assembled dignitaries and stated simply. Their fawning had but two reasons: first, to befriend him; second, to fear him. Nothing more.
Yes, young Master Mo is right, young Master Mo is right.
Chen Wenjing nodded with a fawning smile. The birth of such a prodigy hinted at the terrifying power behind him. That was their true reason for coming.
Men, present the gifts.
Chen Wenjing ordered those behind him.
Yes.
Soon a group of guards brought all the gifts forward.
Accept them.
Mou glanced at Shangguan Lingwei. She hesitated for a moment, then nodded and began to receive all the gifts one by one.
Young Master Mo, this old man, and the other lords of Jialuo City have prepared a celebratory banquet for you so.
After the gifts were accepted, Chen Wenjing approached, with a smile stating his purpose.
When?
Mou asked as he walked.
Tomorrow evening.
Chen Wenjing replied with a smile.
See you tomorrow evening.
Mou glanced at Chen Wenjing, then said to Shang Wanlingyue,
Let's go! All right.
Shang Wanlingyue cast a look at the Jialuo City dignitaries, before quickly following behind.
Such a formidable aura. I am already a half-step transcendent yet beside him. I dare not even lift my head. Indeed. So terrifying. That gaze, that presence, it was utterly overwhelming. Such a prodigy will surely achieve greatness in the future. Fortunately, he is willing to befriend us. Yes, yes.
As Mou and Shang Wanlingyue walked away, the dignitaries one by one wiped their cold sweat and trembled. Only now did they dare to truly breathe freely.
What is frightening is not the aura he exudes, but his identity.
Chen Wenjing gazed at the two retreating figures, sighed deeply, and murmured to himself.
Identity.
All the grand figures looked over.
A force capable of nurturing such a prodigy. How terrifying do you think it is?
Chen Wenjing asked in return. Everyone in the hall drew a sharp breath. Indeed, such a prodigy, could he lack a terrifying backing? Could even a great empire produce such a genius? Mou and Shang Wanlingyue walked side by side. Then Mou spoke.
Are you curious why I asked you to accept those things?
Shang Wanlingyue nodded. She was indeed curious. Mou's actions seemed highly irregular. Accepting their gifts meant being tied to them.
Remember this, only the strong can change this world.
Mou looked seriously at Shang Wanlingyue.
The strong change the world. Exactly, the strong change this world. If I did not possess the strength to instill fear in them, do you think they would travel from afar, offer these rare treasures, and hold a celebratory banquet for me?
Mou asked Shang Wanlingyue in return. Mou's words made Shang Wanlingyue shudder. Indeed, if they were not afraid of Mou, would they have acted this way? Clearly not. Mou did this not to be bound to them, but because it was what a strong person deserved.
Distribute these things to them. Keep the sword for yourself.
After saying this, Mou continued walking forward. Shang Wanlingyue was stunned once more. Distribute them. Such precious items, and he was giving them away.
Distribute them to them.
Shang Wanlingyue was again taken aback. Such precious items, he was actually giving them away to others. The sky had gradually darkened as a luxurious horse procession slowly entered the city of Jialuo.
Your Highness, we have arrived at Jialuo City. Shall we proceed directly to the Jialuo Academy, or stay here for the night?
Once the carriage entered the city, the coachman smiled and addressed a man inside.
What interesting places or delicacies does Jialuo City offer?
The carriage curtain was drawn aside, revealing a face full of arrogance.
Your Highness, Jialuo City boasts three most renowned establishments. First, the Wanxiang Pavilion, whose cuisine and elegance are unmatched in the world.
Second, the Baihua residence, where the ladies are said to be more enchanting than the last. Third, and the most refined of them all, is the Xian Pavilion. It is said that within the Xian Pavilion resides a woman named Shuiji, who is most peculiar. Her dance is unparalleled, each performance stunning the entire audience and leaving them yearning for more. However, she has a rule: she never leaves the Xian Pavilion, no matter the sum offered or the price paid. She remains unmoved. The coachman explained with a smile.
Oh!
Tianjin was immediately intrigued by the driver's words.
Xian Pavilion.
Interesting. Interesting. Pass the order, we head to the Xian Pavilion.
Tianjin waved his hand grandly.
Yes, Your Highness.
The coachman responded with a smile. Head to the Xian Pavilion.
The coachman called out. At that moment, the carriages and guards behind followed, creating a most imposing procession.
Why is the Xian Pavilion so lively today? Brother, don't you know? Today is the day of Miss Shuijia's personal performance. Of course, it's bustling.
Do you see that man? That is Shinqiansan, the wealthiest man in Dragon City. It is said he spent a full 50,000 gold coins to secure a front row seat for Miss Shuijia's performance. Such audacity.
What? Today is Miss Shuijia's performance day.
I heard that to enter the Xian Pavilion on this day one must be either wealthy or noble, and each entrance ticket costs 500 gold coins. Is that true?
Could it be false? Miss Shwedjaya's dance is unparalleled in the world. All who have witnessed her performance call it a marvel. TSK. Hearing this, I truly wish to see Miss Shwedjaya's true visage. But alas, I lack the means. Indeed. It is a regrettable lifetime. Look who is that.
What?
That is. It's Moife, the heavenly rainbow sword saint. That's right, it's Moife. I heard that Moife has already reached the transcendent realm, and 3 months ago, he killed a transcendent named Hien Cho for the sake of Miss Shweji. I remember now. It is indeed him. Who would have thought Moife has come again? There's bound to be a spectacle. Yes. It's astonishing. A single dance has drawn so many great figures. Wait, look quickly. Who is that youth? Which youth? The one walking ahead of City Lord Chen Wenjing, Master Artisan Hong Fuzi, the world's foremost merchant Gu Sandao, and the other 25 patriarchs of Jiaoyuo's great families. What? A youth followed by the City Lord and the 25 patriarchs. This? Who is this youth? Who are City Lord Chen Hong Fuzi and Gu Sandao?
Yet they show such reverence to this person. This. Who is this youth commanding such respect that the City Lord willingly walks behind him? Could he be the young master of some super clan? No. If he were merely a young master of some clan, would a City Lord show such deference?
This.
At the entrance of the Xian Pavilion, a crowd of onlookers gathered, utterly astonished by those entering. Especially after a group of Jiaoyuo's most prominent figures followed an unremarkable youth into the Xian Pavilion, it sparked even greater shock. After all, each of these men could shake Jiaoyuo's city with a single stomp, yet they now followed respectfully behind a youth. How could this not be astonishing?
Quite the lively scene. What occasion is this making the Xian Pavilion so extraordinary?
As Mo stepped inside, he found the vast hall bustling with people.
Master Mo, today is Miss Shwedjaya's monthly dance performance. Hence the crowd is larger than usual.
Chen Wenjing followed behind, explaining with a smile.
Shweji. Dance performance.
Mo, he was taken aback, and even Shangwan Lingwa looked on with curiosity.
Yes, Master Mo.
This Miss Shweji is extraordinary. Her dance is unparalleled, and all who see it call it a marvel. More importantly, she has a rule: she performs only once a month, and never leaves the Xian Pavilion. Hence, she is hailed as the marvel among marvels, and the world considers it an honor to witness her dance. Chen Wenjing explained respectfully from behind.
Oh.
Mo's interest was piqued.
Then I would truly like to see it.
Indeed, Chen Wenjing's words had aroused Mo's curiosity.
Master Mo, this way, please.
Chen Wenjing invited again. Mo headed upstairs.
Don't come to places like this again.
Having heard Mo's words, Shangwan Lingwa felt a twinge of jealousy. She glared at him and warned. Mo said nothing, merely smiled and continued forward.
Thanks to Mo, we finally have a chance to witness Shwedjaya's dance. Of course. I heard that the entrance ticket to the Xian Pavilion costs 500 gold coins, and the minimum expenditure inside is 1,000. We could never afford that. So we owe this to old Six's good fortune. Indeed. Our old Six is an invincible genius, who conquered the heavenly trials and personally slew an earth demon god. Such valor is unmatched in the world today. Actually, we should also thank Lingwe. If she hadn't invited us to appear before these great figures, we wouldn't have been able to come along. Yes, I agree. Lingwe is the most loyal. Even after becoming Mo's girlfriend, she hasn't forgotten us.
Well said, well said. Du Wanyan, Cici Chinli, as well as Long Chengwang Jia, and the others from both dormitories had all followed, mingling at the back of the crowd, boasting with pride. After all, with a brother of such stature among them, how could they not be overjoyed? And since Mo, he was respected by so many, they too basked in the reflected glory.
Humph. What's so great about that? I'll have you know half of Mo belongs to me.
Hearing her friends praising Shangwan Lingyue, Chenli was displeased and retorted angrily.
This.
Everyone looked over, realizing that Chenli still hadn't given up hope. With the first note of the zither, the entire purple cloud pavilion fell into an instant hush. Simultaneously, the resplendent hall dimmed, leaving only a speck of starlight gleaming at its center. The starlight slowly expanded, growing larger, until it enveloped the entire stage. At that moment the zither melody surged with intensity, and within that fervor a blood-tinged tenderness emanated. It stirred the soul. Yet just as the impassioned music had captivated every spectator, snowflakes began to drift across the stage. Indeed, real snowflakes, not illusions. As they descended, the temperature within the purple cloud pavilion plummeted sharply. Amidst the swirling snow a figure descended from a beam of light. This figure had a cascade of silver-white hair, wore an icy cape, and a light blue elegant dress, and donned a crown of ice, like a maiden born of the snow. Her delicate radiant face was flawless under the light. It held neither the seductive charm of an enchanting woman nor the imposing aura of a lofty deity. Instead, it bore a desolate coldness of frost that made others keep their distance. Yet paradoxically her arrival drew every gaze. As the woman alighted, the music began anew. She moved her hands in a slow gesture, yet it created an illusion. The surrounding snowflakes seemed to follow her every motion. The snowflakes danced with her movements, merging into one, a peerless spectacle. Such a wondrous sight was rare in this world.
Excellent, excellent. Bravo. Truly worthy of Lady Snow G. Magnificent. This dance is simply unparalleled, haha. Indeed, a reward of 500 gold coins. 8,000 gold. 10,000 gold. 100,000 gold.
As the dance reached its climax, the entire purple cloud pavilion erupted in excitement, with wealthy patrons announcing lavish rewards, each more generous than the last.
Snow dance absolute step.
In a grand private box, you furrowed his brow, gazing at the ethereal, sorrowful woman on the stage, as a name surfaced in his mind. Others marveled and cheered at the dance, but only you understood its inherent desolation and grief.
A solitary step in ice and snow thrust upon the mortal realm. The dance stirs the soul, the final fall silences the spirit.
You sighed deeply. He slowly closed his eyes. The world saw only the beauty of the dance, how few understood its true essence. How lamentable, how pitiful, how painful. It was as if in his mind the image resurfaced of a lone, slender silhouette dancing a sorrowful dance in a frozen wasteland.
What does final fall silences the spirit mean?
As everyone in the box cheered, Shangwan Lingwei turned her gaze to you noticing his unsettling expression.
What do you think of this dance?
You asked.
It's wonderful, beautiful.
Shangwan Lingwei replied earnestly. The dance was indeed the most beautiful she had ever seen.
She dances with her life.
You added.
Dances with her life.
Shangwan Lingwei was stunned, utterly baffled by his words.
This dance is called the Snow Dance Absolute Step. Legend says that with each step the dancer forfeits a year of their life.
You explained.
What? A year of one's life per step.
Shangwan Lingwei was shocked by his revelation.
Though beautiful, it is a dance of death. How tragic.
You closed his eyes once more. Shangwan Lingwei was left speechless. Though she didn't know if you spoke the truth, his words made her look more closely at the stage. She too felt the profound desolation of Snow Ji, as if she were isolated from the world, slowly withering away unnoticed.
Not bad, not bad. Truly the peerless dancer of Jialuo City, haha. Today this young master's eyes have been opened wide.
Just as Yes' words faded, a bold, arrogant laugh rang out from the entrance of the purple cloud pavilion. The sound was thunderous, startling everyone inside. A flash of displeasure crossed Yes' eyes. A richly dressed young man, flanked by over a dozen guards, strode into the pavilion. As he entered, his guards fanned out, forming a protective formation. This sudden intrusion silenced the entire hall. The cheering guests, the delicate zither music, and the breathtaking dance all ceased. The dark pavilion instantly brightened as everyone turned to look at the entrance.
They say Jialuo City boasts three wonders: the peerless cuisine of 10,000 Fragrance Tower, the unmatched talent of Jialuo Academy, and the unrivaled beauty of the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Seeing it today, I find it true indeed. Lady Snow Ji, your extraordinary dance commands my utmost respect. What a pity that a lady of such grace finds herself in a place of pleasure. How about this? I shall buy your freedom. From today you shall come with me.
The young man at the lead declared, arrogantly fanning himself with an air of pride. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd, both upstairs and down, igniting a fervor of discussion. Everyone knew that Lady Snow Ji of the Purple Cloud Pavilion sold only her art, not her body, and never left her quarters. This was an unwritten rule of Jialua's city respected by all. Yet this man had not only interrupted her dance, but also spoken such audacious words.
Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. What does this ruffian take Lady Snow G for? To be so insolent. Exactly. I've seen many arrogant men, but never one so brazen. Guards. Throw this insolent brat out. Lady Snow G is as pure as her dance. This man insults her by treating her like a common courtesan. How despicable.
The young man's words had enraged the entire audience. Lady Snow G was renowned for her dance, and her exquisite movements commanded admiration. Even those who adored her treated her with respect. Yet now a reckless fool dared to speak so brazenly.
Who is he?
As the pavilion seethed with anger, Mo's calm voice cut through the noise in the private box.
Your Excellency Mo, this old man has never seen him before. Please wait a moment, I will investigate immediately.
Chen Wenjing wiped his cold sweat and hurried over, cupping his hands. Having finally invited this esteemed guest to watch the dance, the last thing he wanted was to cause displeasure. Chen Wenjing dared not be negligent.